So, it is me back talking to you, whoever you are, and we will see who all ends up showing up and at which times. That's always fun, seeing who shows up. Actually, first off, I should, pretty early, I know, for a lot of guys. Let's go over to the chat bar and let's put the invite guests thing in. Pretty good video last night by Double D. I enjoyed it. And it was nice to see Rogan back. What a crowd that guy could draw, too, man. But, yeah, it's just a lot of fun. Lot of fun. Lot of fun. I was thinking Bear was running a game, but I actually looked for his stuff and didn't find it, which was very disappointing to me because, you know, I was looking for his stuff. I don't like not finding it. So I am, as usual, streaming very early. And that is so that I can be done streaming very early and get the stuff I might need to do. I think today might be the day that the recycling goes out. And I've received a lot of boxes this week. So they need to go out. For sure. Then when I'm done doing this, I'll figure out, if my wife needs help with anything. And then, might even do it. I'll tell you what, yesterday was such a mess. Like, unbelievable. Unbelievable. But, that's what you get. That's what you get. That's so weird. Like, it just popped up and said camera off. And it's like, whose camera is off? I know mine ain't. I can see myself. So what does that even mean? What are you talking about? Okay. Right now I'm building spider bots. That's what I call them. They're actually not spider bots. They got fancy names, but I'm calling them spider bots. Eric's archers and whatever else. But damn it. Trying to get this last leg on here, man. Come on. Get in there. See, they're not that hard to put together because if you get the little part of the body done right, then the legs, in theory, slip right into the holes around it. In reality, not so much. No. Like pretty much everything Games Workshop builds, it starts out you think it's going to be easy peasy, lemon squeezy, and then all of a sudden it's like, nah. Typically because a single part of it collapsed in and, closed the hole up or something. It's like whatever with these. But need to get them together because I've only got like 18 more to do. Not really. 9 more to do. But the good news is my army builder kept telling me that, the command version of the thing was Cyclops whatever. And I kept being like, well, where in the hell is that, right? Because I made the assumption it would be in the heavy Stalker tank kit. And it Turns out it's not. It's actually in the light Stalker tank kit. So at least now I know what's up with that. And that's good, you know. Now, one thing I'm doing, which is really stupid, and if you ever get into the situation where you're building these things, I would highly suggest you not do it. But I'm doing it because, you know, like I said, not very bright. Um, I didn't like necessarily follow the instructions when it come to the legs. And yeah, I know that's probably not the smart thing. I know, but it's just what happens, you know. And yeah, because I'll tell you what, these freaking little leaf looking pieces that are supposed to plug together top and bottom, then the legs go in the holes, they do not make it easy to get those things right, you know. They really don't. And then there you are fighting with them, you know. Whatever. One thing that's cool about this kit though is they give you tons of extra legs. And I like that. Oh, I just heard the wife. Bloop. That means she's back to work. Yeah. Oh, talking to her boss. Uh-oh. Um, so I like the fact that there's so many extra legs. Oh, look, I got two people watching. Well, say hello, guys. Or not. Or should I serenade you? Is that what you're here for? A little serenading? I can be out like it says up there. Stop, collaborate, and listen. James is back with a brand new edition. Something grabs a hold of you. Move like a hurricane, daily and nightly. Will he ever stop? No. Yo, I don't know. That's how that goes. You know, pick up the mic and I flow to the extreme. I rock the mic like a vandal. Jump on the stage and wax a chump like a candle. Dance. Yeah, see, except for me, it'd be like not dancing, you know, because other than slow dancing with my wife, like at a wedding or something, yeah, your boy don't dance. It's so funny seeing Gen Xers these days talk about how much they hate Vanilla Ice, and the reality is, every Gen Xer actually loved Vanilla Ice. Don't if you're like the younger generation, don't let the Gen Xers lie to you. And I am one, and I am a Gen Xer. Yes, we all liked Vanilla Ice. Some people might be embarrassed by it now, but I think that's a them problem, right? Because, you know, I still have no problem with Vanilla Ice. Like, one of the most hilarious things that you can do when you're bored is go on YouTube and look up like Vanilla Ice and reactions and watch like young black guys see Vanilla Ice for the first time, black women too, and they absolutely love that dude. They are like, oh my god, he's so great, blah blah blah, you know. And it's like, for me, it's so funny because he got made fun of so hard. I mean, like Mad TV made fun of him. that one group of guys came out and they made a song talking about beating him up with ball bats and shit like that, and it was just like, you know, honestly, like in hindsight, it was pure racism. It was like people were mad that a white dude had like the number one selling rap hit of that period. You know, people were pissed, and not black people. It was mostly white people that were making fun of him. You know, but it's kind of like what's his name, the rubber faced actor. Um, on Mad TV, I believe he made, or was it Living Color? He made fun of Snow, who is a rapper that lives in Toronto, because when Snow raps, obviously most of you probably heard Snow rapping, right? He sounds Jamaican, you know, and Farmer, something, something, something. I sound Jamaican. I lick your boom, boom down. It turns out that Snow was not putting on a show. That's just how he sounds, you know. Like he lived surrounded by Jamaicans. He lived in a Jamaican area, and everyone he knew was Jamaican, and he was super poor and had no money, and was in jail for stabbing a guy. And then they made fun of him because I guess they didn't like the idea of uh, white guys rapping or something. I don't know. I'm glad we're over that now. Personally, I mean, I don't want to sound like a hippie or anything, but I kind of believe music is kind of for everyone, you know? And yes, I'm not trying to sound like some kind of new wave, whatever, but, or new age, not new wave. But yeah, man, I think if somebody wants to do country or rap or whatever, by all means, they should, you know? The only time I throw any shade about any of that is when the usual suspects, mostly Karens, start talking shit about how we stole this or that from, black people. And it's like, no, 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 no. See, because how it actually went is African slaves were taught Christian gospel songs, and then from Christian gospel, they moved on to uh, changing that Christian gospel to, uh, more like the slave work songs. And then from the slave work songs, you end up getting blues and eventually rock. I try to add bear, and it says my connection got lost for a second. Bear's like eating up my wires or something.
That's what bears do. How you doing, man?
Um, I'm doing pretty good. I had a hell of a day yesterday, but I survived.
What happened?
Uh, the people who schedule my appointments managed to schedule two of them like 2 hours apart. And then when I got to the second one, the appointment was at 3 o'clock. They didn't see me until like after 5.
Wow. Sounds like Canadian healthcare.
Yeah, well. So, and the thing is, it's just a checkup for chronic injury for my shoulder and neck. It's like, I go in and they're like, is anything new happening? And I'm like, no. And they're like, what's your pain level? And I'm like, well, usually about a 1, but if I really go out and start doing a lot of work, I can make it more, And they're like, cool. And do you need more meds? And I'm like, not really, but you might as well. Because I only take the meds they give me as needed. And if my pain level's like a 1 or a 2, I'll just soldier through that shit,
No, I hear you, man. I hear you.
I'm not going
Same
to
thing for
take
me.
these meds that might be destroying my kidney or liver or something, you know.
And it's the same thing for me, man. If it's like pain level 1, move on.
Yeah.
2, 3, 4. Now we're talking. Maybe we need to look at like Advil. You know.
Right. And that's the thing too. It's like, you know, over the counter meds might be the better idea for me sometimes than some of this stuff, which they're not giving me like narcotics or anything. I mean, it's
Yeah.
just like gabapentin.
See, I have that weird thing, which I didn't understand until a doctor explained it to me. And it might be because I'm a ginger. Codeine, for example, has no effect on me, right? Like
Oh
it
my
doesn't,
God.
like like there's some of us have that thing with certain painkillers. They just don't affect us. So for most people, they take a Tylenol 3, right? Tylenol with codeine, and they're loopy for an hour. Me, I might as well just take regular Tylenol because it's going to have the same effect on me as taking the more expensive Tylenol with codeine, which sucks when it comes to pain relief. The only thing I find works really well for me is to take one Advil or one ibuprofen with every 2 acetaminophen, and then that tends to kill the pain for me because you got the liver and the kidneys now working together to target it, so it works a little bit better.
Yeah.
I don't know. It sucks.
Yeah, the gabapentin has some really great. I mean, it's a medication we use in the U.S. I'm sure you guys got too, but it's mostly for targeting nerve pain.
Yeah.
Good morning, Mobius. Yeah, that does explain a lot. The gabapentin and everything. It's to target nerve pain, but
Yeah.
like I said, because I've got torn brachial nerve comes down
Ugh.
from the neck and around the shoulder, and they've done tons of like nerve blocks, which is awesome. I'm really glad they did the nerve blocks and cooked all the nerve endings in there, but
Sure.
because they took my average pain level from about 6 to a 1.
Wow.
Oh yeah, for about 10 years it was a 6 every day.
Dear God, man.
Yeah. So, but then I got a new pain management doctor, and this guy took one look at it, and he's like, "I got you, bro," and he did too.
Nice.
But yes, I found.
You're breaking up, buddy.
To try and go into the doctor's office with me, which they're not allowed to do. But then it turns out my caseworker from the last 15 years retired. Then they have a new caseworker, but she's on vacation. So then they had this third caseworker who was covering her thing. I was laughing actually because I was just like, well, that explains everything. Because my attorney, who, as I've said a billion times, specializes only in first responders,
Yeah.
has told them a million times they are not allowed to come near me. They, if they need to talk to the doctor, they wait until I'm not there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And they only communicate with me through her. And
so I had a nurse practitioner, when I was in a where'd James go? Hi. There he is. He's back.
I'm back.
Swap our positions. It freaks me out. Please. Please, please, please. I'm begging you. Please.
Okay.
I hate being in the pilot seat on someone else's show. It freaks me out.
Who can tell if you're in the pilot seat, though?
It's tradition, though, in all these panels that the person on your side of the screen is usually the host, right? Because we read left to right. So the person in the upmost left slot is usually in charge. And I prefer that when I'm not on my channel.
Word for it.
It's just, look, it's my OCD. I'm asking you to indulge me. That's all.
I indulged.
Anyway, so I had a nurse practitioner when I was at the this one clinic for my diabetes. And after a year of working with her, I have white blouse syndrome, what we call blouse blanche in French. I don't know what you guys call it in the States. I'm assuming white shirt syndrome or something, where if I'm around medical professionals, my blood pressure goes up and they can never get a solid read off me because I don't like them. I don't want to be near them. They stress me, right? But she and I got to a point where we were so comfortable with each other, she was able to get good readings off me. And as a result, she discovered you don't really have that. Your high blood pressure is very low. It's very entry level. It's not like expanded. And I'm like, great. And then 6 months later, she got pregnant. All right. So now I got to adapt to a new one. Of course, right away, oh, your blood pressure is very high. And I'm like, read her notes. But they don't bother reading the other person's notes because they all think they know better than the person before them. And then that lady got a job at some private clinic. So they brought in another lady. And this one took me off my glyburide, which was working, and prescribed me this other thing because she didn't like glyburide. Well, this other thing gave me a yeast infection. Can you imagine a man with a yeast infection? And when I went to a doctor because the pain was unbearable, she's like, yeah, you got a yeast infection. She goes, let me ask, are you on this drug? And she mentioned it. I'm like, yeah. She says, I'm not your doctor. I can't advise you not to take it. But if I were in your shoes, I would stop taking this drug immediately because what it's doing is it's forcing all blood sugar out of your urine right away. And as a result, in a man, that can cause a yeast infection. I'm like, well, that's fucking insane. But no, noted, doc. Thanks. So I got off that. And then I went back to the clinic because Evelyn was supposed to come back from her maternity leave, and she got pregnant again.
Well, on the one hand, good for her. Congratulations.
Yeah. And her husband's a stunt guy I knew, so it was even better,
You know, right? Mazel tov. Hey, a stunt guy? Nailed the doctor? Holy shit.
Well, she was a nurse. She was a registered nurse. She was an RN.
Well, still. I mean, that's still a good job, man.
He's going to be taken care of.
His,
way above his metric.
Yeah.
But anyway, so then I was like, fuck these guys. I'm out. And I went on my quest for a family doctor. And then I finally secured one last year after years of trying to get one. I got this Arab lady who she's pretty good. She's super paranoid about the government mandate that they can only speak French to me. So we have these weird bilingual conversations, even though I know she speaks English.
Wait, there's a government mandate saying that your
the government, the provincial government of Quebec, yes, the provincial government of Quebec, the Coalition Avenir Québec, CQ or CAQ as they're called, they decided one way to protect the French language was to implement a law that says unless it is an emergency, doctors and medical staff are not allowed to speak to you in any language but French unless it's an emergency. Then, to be cunts, they sent people around to test them, right? Like spies to go into these medical offices and try and get them to speak in another language other than French. And of course, they're being doctors. They're medical staff. There's a Hippocratic oath. There's a desire to help. So, of course, they did. And then they all got fined. So now none of them will do it. They'll all just speak French to you. Like that's just the way it is. So it's really stupid, but that's okay because according to the polling data, this government is done in the next provincial election. People have had enough of their shit and the lack of prosperity they've claimed they were going to bring to Quebec that never came because they got stupid. The problem is the party that's on track to win and win with the majority is the Parti Québécois, who are the super separatists who want to make Quebec its own country. Wegando.
Stupidest law ever created, and we have a lot of that's so amazing to me because like in America now, according to our last administration, our current administration, English is the official language of the United States. But at the same time, there's no law preventing two people who speak a common language from just going nuts,
You know what I'm saying? This is the problem we have, right? This is the issue.
That just seems like such a weird, why do you care?
They care because they're trying to rile up their base, right? They want to get their Franco-separatist supremacist base on their side. Because the problem is after the referendum in the 90s failed and through the early 2000s, French started to become more bilingual in Quebec. People started, there's an old expression in Montreal, which is a very Montreal expression, which is bonjour hi. So whenever you walk into a store or something, you say bonjour hi to the person behind the counter, and they're probably going to respond in the language they're most comfortable with. They're going to say bonjour hi, and then you know which language you should be talking in. Well, Montreal has always been an international city. It's always been a bilingual city. It's always been actually a multilingual city. It's also always been a city of people from all over the place. And the rest of Quebec hates Montreal for this. So much like Stalin's hatred of farmers, ever since the separatist movement got legitimacy in the late 60s, early 70s, Quebec City has done everything they can to undermine Montreal. Not because it's good for Quebec, it's bad for Quebec, but because they hate Montreal, right? So they try and diminish it as much as they can. And as a result, we've just been on this steady, for the last 40 years, or 50 years, this slide of prosperity in this city. And then what they did was they increased immigration from former French colonies. So if you come from, Venezuela, you're going to have a harder time getting into this place than if you come from Algeria. Tunisia, whatever French islands in the Caribbean, Haiti, stuff like that. And as a result...
How low can you go? Sorry, I had to do it.
That's okay. How low can you go? Death row. What a brother know. Once again, Black is the incredible. Rhyme animal. The untenable. The public enemy number one. Yes, it is.
Bring the noise. Dun, 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 dun. That's the one they did with Anthrax.
The Anthrax version's amazing.
Yeah, bring the noise. Dun, 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 dun.
It's so good.
But my favorite Public Enemy song will always be 911 as a joke.
Get down. 911's a joke in your town.
Exactly. Yeah, it's like, they tell you you're first when you really are 10th. It's like, and he talks about his friend had an emergency. He called a taxi because he knew he'd get there quicker. Anyway, those are some weird laws. Not that America doesn't have our share of weird laws, but those are laws that seem to me pointless. It's like, why do you care? Why does anybody in government give a shit about that? That is such a weird thing to Now I do remember reading a while back that there were people in Quebec who were talking about trying to reunify Quebec with France.
Yeah, it's never going to happen.
And it was just like, holy cow, these guys up north are just going buck wild on each other over here, Yeah,
people are stupid, dude.
But yeah, I was mentioning, because I did the Stop Collaborate and Listen, how back in the 90s they made fun of snow.
Yeah.
And Jim Carrey made fun of snow, and I was like, and the sad thing is, Snow was actually legit.
Yeah, he was from Jamaica originally.
He actually went to jail for stabbing a guy down the lane. I mean, this guy was like a legit gangster, right? And but because he was, apparently he also had lived in Toronto in a housing project where he was the only non-Jamaican.
But he is Jamaican. That's the thing. He's from Jamaica.
He's a white Jamaican, right?
He's white Jamaican. There's a ton of them.
Yeah, right. Because Jamaica was a British colony.
You think?
I think.
So I used to have this conversation with my students, right? And it was just like this casual thing we talk about. It's like, the best you could hope for in colonization was that the British colonized you. Not the Spanish, not the Belgians, not the Germans, not the French, but the British. And they'd be like, why, man? They'd get all angry. I go, okay, so the French would come, steal all your resources, give you Catholicism, give you a bunch of half-breed babies, and then leave. The Spanish would come, steal all your resources, kill half your people, give you Catholicism, punch a bunch of half-breed babies into you, and leave. The Belgians don't leave, and therefore you have civil war with the guerrillas in the mountains and all that kind of crazy shit. The Germans didn't give a fuck.
Hands off and doing all that crazy
doing
shit.
Horrible shit, right? The British showed up and went, my God, it's hot. I don't like that. We're going to have to build something that relieves the heat. And these roads are terrible. We should put some better roads in. My goodness, you're a bunch of ignoramuses. We'll give you some education. And now let's see. You look most like me. You're going to be in charge. Your people are the ones that are going to be. And this is Stephen. I'm going back to England. He's going to be a governor general. And so long as everything keeps flowing our way, we'll be good. And we should get some electricity in here, don't you think? And they just did that instead.
Yeah, they're
of murdering everybody, raping everybody, and over-religiousizing everybody. Let's
throw a few trains in here and maybe build a port.
Yes, that might be a good idea. What do you think? As I said, it wasn't great, but man, go look at the former Spanish colonies, French colonies, Belgian colonies, German colonies, Dutch colonies. The English colonies are far and away better off in the long run.
I can tell you this right now, just from reading history. no one beats King Leopold when it comes to being a total asshole.
Leopold.
Yeah, the guy. I think it was what was it, Dutch Congo. Was it Dutch Congo or whatever? And he was forced them to grow rubber tree plants, and if they weren't meeting quotas and shit, he was having arms and legs cut off, and just it was just like just the worst. I mean, it was so bad that it makes even more modern atrocities not look quite as bad because it's just like, oh my god, these guys, man.
You're not wrong on that. And by the way, what he's talking about with the two islands is Saint Pierre and Miquelon, I think they're called. They're right off where I grew up in the Gaspé, and they're these two big islands that are just in the Gulf of St. Lawrence that are still owned by France, even though they're well surrounded by Canada. It's like
That's
the
weird.
stupidest fucking thing. Like, we should have those back. You know,
Yeah,
should
Belgian Congo. I mean,
Oof.
anytime the Belgian try to talk to you like they're superior in some way, just mention the Belgian Congo and be like, and shut up, sit down.
Yeah, sit down, shut up.
Those are some war crimes. Like, no, they weren't even war crimes because it was just civilians. They were out there, you know, murdering left, right, and center for no good reason. And so they can fish in Canadian waters because of their islands.
Well, they fish in the Gulf of St. Lawrence, and then they go beyond it. And that's the big thing is the international line for the Grand Banks really pisses us off because the Grand Banks is technically Canadian, but Europe tries to say about, like, I think it's 75 or 50 miles into it is where the international line is. And then they just park their fucking Portuguese trawlers in there and overfish everything and deplete the stocks really badly, which fucks our fisheries over. And it's like, I've often said, we don't pick fights, but we should just park a whole bunch of destroyers at the edge of the Grand Banks and go, all right, Portugal, what you got now? You know, let's see how you do.
See, that's interesting because I know you probably know this, but the same thing happened between Britain and Iceland. Because the British were going to Icelandic waters and fishing all the fish. So the Icelanders started actually ramming British fishing boats with their fishing boats. And I mean, it literally escalated to the point that there were like British naval vessels there and everybody's like, holy shit. In the end, the British had to sign a deal and be like, you know, okay, fine. We won't fish within however many miles. I mean, you know.
Well, the problem is you guys, no offense, because you guys go to the same waters that the international people go to with your big commercial fishers. And so as a result, you guys give legitimacy to the Europeans overfishing. You know what I mean?
Well, the problem, if it is a problem with America, is whatever anyone else in the world does, we tend to do it like 5 times bigger.
Yeah.
And that can be for good or bad. You know, it's like we try to help everyone out, but at the same time, if we're after resources, boy, we're gobbling them up. Like, and it's just like, I remember there was a Canadian president when I was a kid, and he said something that stuck with me my whole life. And he said, being Canada is like being a mouse trying to share a bed with an elephant. And every time the elephant moves, you have to, you know, try not to get crushed.
Yeah.
And I heard that. And like I said, I was a little kid. This guy was speaking with a very thick French accent. I don't even know which one of your presidents this might have been.
Chrétien. Probably, they're called prime ministers, and it was probably Chrétien.
And I sat there and I thought, and I said, damn, that sucks for Canada, man. I mean, you know, but see, as somebody who, unlike a lot of people, I was not born in another country and then moved to America, unless you count Appalachia as in our country. But it's not that Americans are evil. It's that a lot of them don't even consider how our actions might affect other people.
Actually, sorry, it was Pierre Trudeau who said it. No matter how friendly and even-tempered the beast, one is affected by every twitch and grunt.
Yeah. So, yeah, it's like most people born and raised in America do not even consider how our actions might affect other countries. because as Americans, we're so American, U.S. centric, I guess is what you could say. It's like our country is so huge that we don't have time to worry about what's happening in Europe. I mean, we're worrying about what's happening in Nevada, which is a Europe away if you're on the East Coast.
Yeah.
That's one thing I've said when Europeans are like, Americans are not very well traveled and blah blah blah, and it's like, dude, if I drive to Texas, that's the equivalent of you driving from England to Russia.
Yeah.
So no, we're well traveled. It's just we're all in the same geographic area, or the same national, not geographic, obviously. But
we have the same problem with Quebecers, right? Like they started more and more and more traveling the world and not understanding why no one spoke French to them, or mocking other cultures. Like, why do we have to take our shoes off to enter your temple? That's so barbaric. And it's like, no, stop thinking everybody in the world is like you. You are a protected purse puppy in Canada. It's amazing the amount of protection you get. You should have been forced to just speak fucking English and learn to swim,
Right. Well, I am happy to say that instances of Americans being assholes in foreign countries have went way down.
Well, for everybody who hates the American tourist and they talk shit about the American tourist and they say ugly American and all that, the truth of the matter is you talk to anybody and really the ones they hate the most are the German tourists. Well, they hate them.
Well, first off, they have no sense of humor. And, they're not going to tip you. It's like, but, poor Germans, man.
Yeah, they've had a rough go of it. I mean, I really feel sorry for those pricks.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Ever since the Holy Roman Empire, it's just been one struggle. I can't even, if you will, to speak their language.
One struggle after another.
Yeah. As Dennis Miller once said, we let the Germans reunite. You know what happened the last 2 times that happened, right? Oh, well, they've got McDonald's now, so food folks in Der Führer.
Like,
Germany as a general culture. Germany as a general culture is one of those cultures that after World War II, they should have split up into like 8 countries and just been like, and you are never allowed to unify. And they should have done like a reverse Yugoslavia on them. You know what I mean? Just like break them up. Don't let them be one.
There would probably be a lot of Germans who would have agreed with that, because to this day, a lot of Germans are very proud of the actual part of Germany they're from, like Bavarians and Hanoverians and all that.
Or like Bohemians, things like that, right?
Yeah, if you just split them up along those big kingdoms and let them all be kingdoms, and they probably would have been like, yeah, this is cool.
Yeah, but just to pass by, I'm talking about European tourists. I mean, Russians, as much as you guys... Listen, you guys decided they weren't Europeans. You decided they were Asians. I'm going to call them Asians from now on, which is why I love when everyone says, oh, it's Asian. And I go, really? Which Asian? The brown Asian, or the hello, comrade, how are you, Asian? Which Asian in particular are you referring to? Like, people are so...
That, that aggravates me too a little bit when people are like, Asians believe this, and it's like, and you just look at them like,
which Asians?
So you're telling me in your worldview, all Japanese people just automatically agree with all Chinese people,
and all Malaysian people,
who
and
agree
all
with
Indonesian,
all Korean people, who agree with
Vietnamese, Cambodians. Yeah, exactly. It's just,
and it's just like, I've got some news for you guys. Those dudes do not agree on anything.
No, they actually tend to hate each other a lot.
Yeah, they actually really hate each other a lot. And the Filipinos, the poor Filipinos, who are some of my favorite people, are at the lowest of the totem pole.
They're very nice people.
The Asians, yeah, they are.
They sadly do have a penchant for violence that is absolutely astounding when they get going. Like they make Canadians stop and go, really, bro? Like that's a bit far. You know,
All right.
just saying, eh? You know, maybe dial that down like a step or two. But they're wonderful people, super friendly, super.
If you're a visitor, everybody's nice. You just got to learn that whatever you do, never take a Filipino woman out in public for drinks.
Not you're dating then.
Yeah, in her mind, you're together now, and she will defend her claim.
Yep.
You know, so just as long as unless you're looking for a wife, in which case, Mazel Tov, congratulations, you found one. You know.
But just remember, as a doctor once said, there is no operation in the Philippines that costs $300. If her aunt, her mother, her cousin, her brother, or whatever needs a $300 operation, she's trying to steal money from you. I was like, wow.
They have that channel, and it's Filipino P.
Filipina P is amazing. I love her.
And like one of her first rules for dating a Filipina is if she wants to go to America, stop talking to her.
Yep.
Because the actual real Filipinas that you want to marry, they actually want to stay home because they're so family oriented. They don't want to leave their uncles and aunts and grandmas and mas and all that. They just want you to be part of their thing.
Yep.
You know, and I'll tell you what, I think I said it the other day. My coworker, I called Scuba Steve because he was a Navy guy.
Yeah.
He married a Filipina like 30-something years ago. And when he finally got his retirement from the city we worked for, right?
Yeah.
He moved to the Philippines.
Hmm.
Like he took his military retirement. He had 25 years in the Navy. And then, you know, he worked till retirement age in the city. And yeah. Because that was his wife's dream. That wasn't his dream. It was his wife's dream to one day be able to move back to that island. And, you know, I hope he's doing well. I mean, you know.
Fair enough, man.
Fair enough. Russian tourists, they're trying to fix that too. I saw this thing where there's actually like Russian educational things where it's trying to explain to Russian tourists how to not, you know, be hated. But apparently it didn't get to that one dude in the Philippines that thought it'd be funny, tried to steal a cop's gun and run around and shit, because that homeboy is going to prison.
Yes, he is.
And I wish that, I think he's an American. Somebody should let Johnny Somali know too.
Yeah, well, he's going to be in Korean prison for the rest of his life.
Yeah, before he went to Korea, somebody should have clued him in on what those statues mean and how to behave in public, because turns out Koreans don't put up with a lot of that shit.
They really don't.
They really don't. And if you baby oil up a pleasure woman statue and start carrying on, yeah, don't be surprised when some Korean special forces guy comes just out of left field and decks your ass, you know, because they used to call him the Golden Goblin. Did you know that?
No.
The Koreans, people hated him so much, they created like a web network, and they would constantly be trying to keep a location on where the Golden Goblin was, so that other Koreans, if they chose, could go and beat his ass.
I respect that.
And the one guy that beat his ass, like after he got out of hospital, after being beat up by a gang of other guys, like I said, he was like Korean special forces and shit. And he just ran up and just laid him out, right? And then the judge let him go. You know, the judge was like, yeah, understandable what you did. Get back to your base. But yeah, they were literally hunting that dude down.
Amazing.
Yeah, well, I mean, what he did, I'm an American, and I think somebody should beat his ass. I mean, that's just like, you know. I mean,
and that's who's that kid
crazy
that walks around with the big black bodyguard all the time?
Oh, he went to jail too.
Yeah, and it's good. It's good that he got arrested, because that fucking kid
about it.
Yeah, well, because he was a piece of shit. It's just a
Yeah,
prank,
he
bro.
always-
It's just a prank, bro. Yeah, well, this isn't a prank. This is my foot up your ass, bro.
And then you got that monstrous black dude as his bodyguard, so people don't want to do shit. But I don't know. He might have been in Miami when he got arrested,
Good.
and I think that's lucky for him because Miami is a lot more metropolitan. Because I mean, in a lot of the redneck parts of Florida, he would have just. I mean, that bodyguard wouldn't mean anything. You know what I mean? If somebody knows they've got the pew pew tucked in the belt, they don't give a shit about your bodyguard. He can catch it too, you know. He can catch that smoke too, right?
Yeah.
So in a way, he kind of lucked out. If he'd been in Okeechobee in those infested trailer parks acting a fool like that, they'd have threw his ass in a swamp. Him and his bodyguard would have got fed to a gator. You know what I mean? So hey, one of the great things about being a hillbilly from nowhere, Kentucky, those people never come to where we are. And if they do, they never leave. So, and they know it. That's why they always go to cities, because they know if they went to some small town just in the middle of Nebraska, started acting a fool like that, I mean, those corn-fed boys would just beat the shit out of, everybody involved. It'd be a bad deal. And then they'd go to jail. And the locals would be all let go because it was like, oh, they're doing their civic duty, In a lot of states in America, we have, consensual combat rules or whatever. So it's like, if you and a friend agree to fight, you can step out in the street. And if a cop's there, you can tell the cop, we have agreed to mutual combat. The cop will be like, all right. And then you just throw bones, man. The only rule is if somebody hits the ground, do not kick them. You're going to jail. But if you knock them out and they hit the ground and you step back, you're good. You're good.
I love watching those police videos from Brazil when you see how the police behave when they don't have social retards telling them they can't use force. Jesus Christ. Like, holy fuck, do they do some damage over there?
I thought it might have been Brazil, but it could have been Mexico. These dudes were riding down the street. They were like federales or something, and the one dude had an AK, and some dude was road raging and rolled his window down and was yelling all these curse words and shit. And eventually the dude in the back seat of the car rolled the window down and just showed him the AK. And you see their car just hit the brake. It was like, not the guy, bro. Not the guy to be road raging.
Yep.
And you go, these guys are out here. And if they're actual honest federales, they have one of the deadliest jobs on the planet, man. It's like, I hope they're not married. You know what I mean? Because
is Mexico still on fire?
Oh, yeah. But talk about bringing people together. I saw a picture. There was a dude wearing a blood red swastika shirt, and he was protesting alongside a guy in a communist shirt, waving a red flag. And just a little bit down the way was a guy wearing like one of those Iron Legion Antifa shirts.
Jesus Christ.
And they were on the same side, man. They were all like,
that's an alliance of evil that scares me.
Yeah, well, poor bear.
What's going on?
It kind of lets you know things are really messed up when that coalition forms. It's like, plus Mexican Nazis. Who knew?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I know Brazilians. Like a lot of South Americans got huge parties of like.
Yeah, they all seem to start around 1945, 46. Yeah, it's crazy.
It's crazy,
It's crazy. I don't know why that happened, but Brazil.
They all have a grandpa named Hans.
Yeah, it's so weird.
It's
There's a beer from Brazil called Marca Bavaria, and it's not. But I always thought they just for shits and giggles they should be like putting on their bottles since 1946.
Yeah, right.
It's not. They're earlier than that because South America has always been fascinated by the Germans.
Well, yeah, I was listening to a news thing on YouTube where I guess Argentina in the late 70s had to pass a law saying that the German villagers that lived up in the mountains had to learn Spanish
Still not true to this day, though.
because
I work with Argentinians, and they tell me like you go up into the mountains and you'll find towns where if you don't speak Italian, you're not going to communicate with anybody. And there's other towns you go to where if you don't speak German, no one's talking to you because they don't understand you.
they were showing pictures of these towns and they looked as if somebody had just picked up a village from Bavaria
Yep.
and dumped it on a mountain. And I'm just sitting there like, okay, all right, whatever. I mean,
Yep. It's crazy down there. But no. They didn't flee to South America at the end of the war. What are you talking about? That didn't happen. Shut up. You're lying. You're a stupid conspiracy theorist. It's like, no, it's demonstrable. It's
the
evident.
thing that the United States, I think FBI or CIA put out is that they know for a fact that Adolf Hitler got to Brazil and had kids, got married.
Yeah, that's still debatable, but it's starting to look more and more likely since the DNA tests on the body that the KGB had, that was supposedly Hitler's remains, turned out to be female.
Turned out to be a woman, yeah. So,
yeah.
And see, it was the Argentinians, I think, or the Brazilians that opened their records up, and we're like, oh yeah, everybody knew too.
Yeah,
but it was like. Even the Israelis who were hunting down people knew, and they're like, nah, leave that one alone because the last thing you want is to bring him back out. Yeah. You know what I mean?
Well, because it's the propaganda victory gets undone, right? It's a tidier story when we defeated evil and evil self-exited because evil is cowardice.
Right.
You don't want. And somehow evil slipped through our fingers despite us having 1 million people on the European continent and the largest goddamn military forces in the world, and got on a boat and made it all the way across the Atlantic to Argentina and grew old and died in a village in the north. What?
Well, not only that, but you also don't want that particular guy. If you're putting him on trial, that means he gets to take the stand.
And then, like Norm Macdonald said, you don't want that guy talking. He's very charismatic. He might convince you.
Yeah, you're sitting there on the jury, and the next thing you know, you're like, he's making some good points. And the next thing you know, it's like Fourth Reich time, except starting in South America this time. But, whatever. It's like, so according to what they're saying, which you're right, could be absolute trash. People knew, and they were just like, yeah, let that dude, just leave him alone. He's going to die. He's hiding. He's not anybody's problem right now.
So April 5th, the CIA files reveal search for Hitler in South America 10 years after his suicide as Argentina prepares to release classified documents on Nazi fugitives. So they were even looking for him in South America, the CIA.
Apparently, he married an Argentine woman and had a couple kids. Shadow, what is up, my son? As the British would say. Which is apparently in Britain a term of endearment. To call somebody my son.
Where I'm from,
it is. My lad.
We say son.
Yeah, son.
Listen, son.
In the South, son was a thing too, but I don't know if it was a term of endearment. But like rednecks would be like, "What's up, son?" You know what I mean?
No.
Like, son, listen here. And it was like,
I keep telling you, I grew up in Appalachian North.
Yeah, so it was like a thing, You don't hear it so much anymore, but for a while there, it was a thing. People calling each other.
Have you and the wife started watching Pluribus yet?
No, we are just now finishing up The Boys. I have to apologize because we have had a busy last couple of weeks. It's been.
I can imagine.
Around here. Well, she just got her hotel rooms and reservations and stuff so that when we go up to St. Mary's, I mean, we probably could have stayed at my nephew's house, but we didn't want to. You know what I mean? We like to have our own little area where we can go to whenever people aggravate us or we just want to be alone, you know. Which, see, my wife is the opposite of me. She is the extrovert of the two of us. But me, if I'm around like a ton of people, after about 6 hours, I'm ready to just go lay down. You know, I'm like, I've had enough. And it's not that I don't love the people. It's just, I don't know, it just wears me out, man. Just wears me out. And I'm just ready to go lay down. Yeah, this bullshit they're doing with the Epstein files too. I mean, it's like I said the other day, let's see if we can watch the freaking neocon Republicans snatch one of the biggest victories they ever had out of the jaws of victory and grab that defeat, you know. And it's like,
well, plus there was other than the Israeli court, the World Court. I was just reading the CIA thing about it. The guy that reported to the CIA back in the 50s and had a picture even. It's crazy. That's a New York Post article. Hello, Beans. Thank you. Was that there was a statute of limitations at the time on war crimes. So once they were a decade past the war crime, they couldn't try them in the World Court anymore. So they were like, well, this is pointless. There will be no benefit from us doing this and exposing this or investigating this.
So just keep it secret.
So just drop it, you know, and that's what they did.
Well, the keeping it secret is actually a smart thing because the last thing you want is to let the world know he's still out there because he still has fans. You know what I'm saying? And you don't want those fans having someone to focus on.
No, you don't.
So just
oh my God,
do his
what
thing.
Are you doing?
He is loving on his daddy, is what it looks like from where I am.
He's being aggressively loving. What's going on with the aggression, buddy?
Well, he's cat, you know. If you know anything about cat biology, you know that their
love language is pain.
Their love language is just pain. Yeah, it's not pleasurable for, well, especially the female, but you know, for anybody.
Well, let's not get into that conversation.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I have to describe a duck penis to you. It makes no sense.
Oh, isn't it like corkscrewed or something?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, buddy. I like you, but I'm still working, so you have to go down while I work because I need my hands.
He's like, I don't listen to you. You're not the boss.
Do you want food? Do you want me to be able to buy food? Okay. Bye.
Yeah, so Shadow's backing it up to like, you know, it's weird how often the weird shit that we're told is conspiracy theories ends up being true. It's like, okay. Like, Hitler was alive in Argentina, and there is a chemical in the water that does turn frogs gay. Who even knew that was even a thing, you know? Because I remember even laughing about that one. I was like, okay, all right, my boy's lost his mind now, you know? I mean, it was never like he was super stable anyway, but at this point, you know, I mean, how would a frog even know it was gay if it was gay? It's a frog, you know, but it turns out certain chemicals will straighten that out. Shellback, what is up there, Seaman? With an EA, not just an EM.
Where's Shadow?
Well, you gotta remember in Shadow World, it's like 7 a.m. in the morning.
Shadow World. That was a RPG supplement from ICE.
It was. with lots of broken islands, and you sailed
Yes.
around and stuff. Yeah.
As my friends at the time said, I'm not playing in this world. Why? Sea travel. It's dangerous in a fantasy setting. I'm like, that's really a good point.
Once you get out the side of the coast, man, God knows. You know, I'll put the thing in there, but it's 1 a.m. in Japan.
Boom.
Oh, another dude living in Japan, you know, Holy Diver, who comes on the chat, if you know him or not, Shellback. He visited Japan recently, and from what he said, he had an amazing time. But he's a short American that speaks Japanese, so. And apparently that's the secret for having an amazing time in Japan, is being super respectful of their culture, very polite, and trying to speak the language. That puts you way up on the list, even if you're a gaijin, you know. Just got home from work. Boy, man, you work late. But yeah, I've even seen that on YouTube videos, and they're like, so you want to date a girl in Japan? Here's what you do. And it's like, learn their culture, learn as much of the language as possible. Uh, you know, basically integrate, and you'll get a Japanese. You know what I mean? Because they really don't care that you're a white guy. What they care about is the culture.
Yeah, Shellback. I'm 6'3" and about 15, almost coming up on 20 years ago, I used to work security with a guy in Vancouver. It was an Arab guy named Bahman, so we called him Batman. And he taught English in Japan, and he would spend, and I was a ginger, big red beard. And he used to literally say nonstop, you have to move to Japan. The entire shift, he would just keep telling me I had to move to Japan. I'm like, why? He goes, you're giant, you're red, you're white, you'll have little Japanese women hanging off your arms. It's just like, okay, brother, thanks. I don't think I'm going to Japan, but thanks. So yeah, 5'11", you are a giant.
Yep.
I got to do some work.
Okay.
I'll be right back.
Well, Shellback, you know what they say if you ever go to Thailand and you see a really hot chick that's like 5'11"? It's a dude. But I don't have any issue with the lady boys in Thailand. Like, I would never go down that route because that's not what I do. But they don't claim to be women, they just look like women. But if you ask them what's up, they tell you what's up. You know, they're lady boys. It's part of their culture or whatever. So I'm all like, all right, you know, whatever. You do you. You know, knock yourself out. Now I'm sure there's more than a handful of sailors that have saw those hot lady boys. And I mean, I'm not trying to be like a way, but we both know that some of those lady boys are attractive. And I'll bet you some Navy dudes have been like, yeah, what the hell, man? I mean, really, what the hell? No one's going to know about it anyway. Because, you know, and that's not meant as an insult to my nautical friends. I'm just saying guys are like that sometimes, man. If they think they can get away with it, they're gonna do what they can, you know. But personally, if I were going to go to Asia, I would want to visit. Oh man, I mean, Japan's too easy. Korea's too expensive. Vietnam. I would want to go to Vietnam, and I have multiple reasons. One, I have a relative there, and it would be really neat to be able to hook up like a family. How do you do with my older half Vietnamese sister? Two, I still remember a lot of the stories my pater familias told me of when he was in Vietnam. And it would be kind of amazing to go see, all of the places where, they had battles and whatever. That would be cool. And three, apparently Vietnam is like incredibly affordable. And yeah, God don't know, but remember though, there was a saint that said that God will forgive you in the last minutes. Um, and I think what he was trying to say is um, that even if you've done some bad things in your life, if you truly repent, even at the last minutes of your life, then you you uh, you you probably will be okay. Now, Vietnamese soup, Orlando, dude, you can get more Vietnamese soup than you'd ever want to eat. We have a place off of we call it State Road or Highway 50 that runs right through Orlando, east west, and on the more central easterly side of 50, we have Little Vietnam, and it's like 10 square blocks of nothing but Vietnamese. Jewelry stores, groceries, soup, restaurants, pho, however you say it. It's just after Vietnam, when we airlifted a bunch of the loyalist Vietnamese, a lot of them settled in Orlando. So yeah, you can go down there and get the soup you want or whatever. And I mean, they're lovely people. You know what I mean? You go down there, a white guy, and you walk into the restaurant, and they love you to death because it just seems to be the way the Vietnamese are. Right, the thief on the cross and the prodigal son, exactly. Lifetimes of bad decisions, but in the end, they figure it out. So. Which is not saying you can go out and sin all you want, thinking, well, before I die, I'll just repent. Because, I mean, I don't know how that would work, but, you know, it's never too late, I guess. Had a Vietnamese girl as a coworker when I worked as a paralegal. Never brought you any soup. Well, that's unfortunate. Almost all the nail salons in Florida are ran by Vietnamese people. And I don't know. I might have inherited a gene from my biological father because I went in there to get like a pedicure or whatever. And I can tell you for sure that those Vietnamese women were very attractive, even if they were only like 4.5 feet tall. But yeah, so I was like, and it's funny because I've never had like that weird, as some people call it, the yellow fever, that weird white boy fetish for Asians. That's never been a thing with me. But some of those Vietnamese girls are very pretty, very pretty. But see, my brother, yeah, see, I mentioned yellow fever. Look who shows up. It's like radar for him, or not radar. It was like somebody sent the bat signal, but it was like the silhouette of a hot Asian chick. And Hungar was like, "Did you say Asian chicks?" Yeah, he's a huge hit with the Cambodians and the Thai and the Vietnamese girls that work around here. Yeah, they do like them some Hungar. which to me is just strange. But hey, with a lot of Europeans, they have such a different beauty standard that even someone that looks like Hungar is considered very handsome to some of them. Which, I guess gives hope to people, right? See, that would be so wild for me. Now, I'm not a bear like sized guy. I'm like 6 foot or 6'1", depending on which doctor's office I'm standing in. And if I wear my boots, because my wife recently let me drop a lot of money on a brand new pair of badass Milwaukee leather boots, I can be like 6'2", 6'3". So yeah, I would totally be towering over people in Japan. But I would never go to Japan unless I learned quite a few of the basic, terminology. Like, you know, where, I would need to ask, I'd need to be able to ask, like, where's the bus station? Where's the, this and that, and I actually thought about it. If I ever went to Japan, like with my wife, who would actually tower over most Japanese people, even though she's only like 5'4", 5'5", I would want to bring enough money to buy her an actual kimono, like with the big bow and everything, and get her done up. You know what I mean? Um, I think that would be so kind of cool. Tiny, like tiny, short little blonde girl, but done up in all of the kimono with the big bow and the things in the hair and all that. I mean, and I bet you, based on what I know about Japan, the Japanese people would love it. They would absolutely love that. If we showed up at like a temple and like my wife was done up in the full traditional Japanese wife get gear, I mean, they would probably just be like, oh my God, this is the best thing since sliced, okay, this is the best thing since steamed rice. Um, See, I'm afraid if I went to Japan, if they left it to me to order, all we would have to eat is sake, because that's like basically, I think, the only thing I would know how to order. So, if anyone ever goes to Japan with me, I hope you're ready to get drunk because in every restaurant, I'm going to be, sake. And that's terrible since I don't even like sake. I am not even really a fan of sake. I think that at least the American sake I've had, or the Japanese sake I've had in America, it just tastes like rubbing alcohol to me. It doesn't like taste like anything. And I'm like, I don't know if I care for that, but yeah, that'd be the height of me ordering food though. Sake and buckwheat noodles, please. So I'd have to learn how to say buckwheat noodles in Japanese because yeah, I like the big buckwheat noodles, the really big ones they serve in the bra. Yeah, I mean, sake is like, I mean, if you're trying to prove your manhood or something, I guess sake is the way to go. I mean, it's definitely something. It's not the worst wine though, because my Slavic ancestry, not only do we consider that we make the best stuff, we also have to brag about the worst stuff we make. And Raka, oh my God. Or Uzo, which is just made out of like the stems and leftovers. It's like they make wine and then all of the garbage that's left over from making wine, that's what they make Uzo out of. And it's like, uh, that stuff is like drinking kerosene, you know? Yeah, sochu, I think is what they call the plum wine. Sochu. I'm probably pronouncing that wrong, but yeah.
Hi, folks.
Howdy, Shadow.
What's happening, man?
Or as they call you in the funny papers, Von Shadow, Count Von Shadow. But see, you can get Raka in the Baltic that's made out of plum or whatever, but they go too hard with it. You know what I mean? They go too hard with it, and in the end, Uzo is Greek, and by Greek I mean literally everyone in Eastern Europe drinks it.
Never had it. Nice to see you've been watching my show, though.
Well, I mean, you know.
Yeah.
So yes, Uzo is supposedly a big part of Greek culture, but if you go to Serbia and you're like, I want Uzo, guess what you're going to get? You're going to get Uzo. And if you're in Greece and you want Raka, which people think is a Serbian type, you know, Baltic drink, guess what? You're going to get Raka.
You're going to get rocked like a hurricane.
I mean, so the thing is,
Hate that band.
and I have wondered.
Here I am. Do, rock you like a hurricane.
Come on. Anyway, the
We
thing
used to say
that
Rocky
I have
Turner.
often thought about.
Oh shit! The meme master is among us.
That's that is.
Hey, gang.
Holy crap. What's
What's up,
happening,
man?
man? How you
Holy
doing?
Listen,
shit, I got all
I'm
three
not
of
into
you.
fat chicks. I will fight you.
Hey, man. Big girls need love, too.
That's
That-
why James
that's
is.
what
Do
I
they,
said.
do they really?
That's what I said.
Oh, Shadow.
What?
Shadow.
What'd he say? What'd he do this time so I can
He
meme it?
said, really? Really, do they? Like, that was his answer for Fat Girl
Oh,
Sleep.
you're doomed. I got your number, man.
Oh, like I haven't
got
had
you
my
now.
number I had before.
I don't
Wow,
know.
I'm so scared. Oh no. I'm
I don't
shaking
know
in my
if you know
chicken.
this or not.
Oh, yeah.
but
Oh,
there
okay.
were a lot of heavy hottie goth chicks, Shadow.
But no, they weren't hot.
Yes,
And I was taking it easy on you.
Okay, I'll give you this. If they got a pretty face, I can work with that.
Oh, God, the pretty face routine. It's like, well, her face looks good. So,
Well, yeah, because then you just starve them, you know.
oh, my God.
Wow.
Whoa.
That's why you said a
Wow.
basement,
And I'm
right?
inappropriate for making the human slavery jokes. Huh.
Man, I mean,
Right.
Shadow, I was.
You just
let
work
go
them, man. You take them out
maybe,
hiking, and you don't
but-
come back until they're skinny.
Oh
Holy
my
shit.
God.
You know who else did that, Shadow?
Hitler.
Buffalo Bill.
Wait,
Buffalo
what did you
Bill,
say,
yeah.
James? Who else did that?
Buffalo Bill.
You mean the one from the movies?
It puts
Yeah,
the
the guy who
lotion
would
on
always
its
kidnap
scanner, gets
chubby
the
chicks
hose.
And then starve them so their skin would be flappy on them so that he
Sure,
could skin
sure.
them and wear it.
Oh, man.
You know,
I came in at the wrong fucking time. Oh, my
Or
God.
you came in the right time for choice grade A material.
Well, no. What I'm talking about, homie, is freaking. Damn it! It's the one that has.
Silence of the Lambs.
Yeah, Silence of the. Thank you so much. My memory's going to shit. Silence of the Lambs. That's what I'm.
You know, I've never seen that movie, but I know enough about it to know that I never want to see that movie.
You're a fool.
I can't stand what's her name. I just can't. I
Jodie
can't.
let me
Foster?
tell you.
Is it because she's off the market? Because she's a lesbo and you can't have
Oh
her?
no, it's not that. It's just one. Her voice drives me up a wall.
Yeah, those southern accents are real difficult to listen to. I know.
No, it's not. It's not that. It's something else.
You would know, Bear.
I would.
Yeah, no, I have no problem with the southern accent. It's there's something else about the exact tone and pitch of her voice that it just kind of drives me.
Isn't that the girl that like used to hang out with Burt Reynolds? Or are you just mad that Burt Reynolds tapped it before you did?
Some of that's Sally Field.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
no. She was way before
I
my
mean,
time.
she
Although
was doing like a really exaggerated, like West Virginian accent in that movie. I'll give you that.
Really is. Yeah,
no,
she
I'm
really-
talking about other stuff from other movies she was in. It's kind of like got this nasally quality to it. But I was watching Planet of the
But
Apes
keep
last night.
insulting my entire culture, Shadow. It's okay.
Hey,
No, I think
like
he's
ever-
onto something. She did that in Taxi Driver too. Come to think
She
of
did,
it.
and she did it in The Accused as well, which is probably, I hate to say because what the subject matter of the movie is, but the hottest she ever was in her life. When she was doing trailer trash, she was hot trailer trash.
I don't know. The one chick that was dancing to Goodbye Horses was pretty hot.
In The Accused?
never saw it.
No, in Silence of the Lambs.
You like it when they tuck it, do you?
Yeah. James's ladyboy fetish just came out.
That would not be a lady
kind
boy.
of guy, not a tape.
That's not a lady boy. I don't know.
All right, ladyboy is the polite way of saying she-male. Okay.
But it wasn't a she-male because I mean it had all the male.
I give up. It's
Yeah, give up. I'm sorry. I mean,
I'm not doing this today, James. Cast all the fucking lines you wish into the river of life. I am not taking one piece of your bait.
my phone answering machine for like 2 years was Goodbye Horses.
Okay.
People would call and it would start out with that. My wife hated it. Oh
That
my
song
gosh.
gives me diarrhea. I've heard it so much. That song.
Wow,
'Cause
that's
my
rough,
wife-
man.
My wife had saw that show and it actually scared her, and so then I'm sitting here, Goodbye Horse.
It's
like
It
no.
was fine back in the day, but after you can only go to so many like events and everything where they play like the extended. It's just constant,
Yeah.
over and
I
over.
don't
It's
even
like,
think I know the song. So
God.
Well, it doesn't matter because Manhunter is the better film.
Agreed. 100% fucking agreed. Oh my
you
god.
mean Hall and
Yes.
Oates? No.
The first book in the Hannibal Lecter series is called
Oh.
Red Dragon, and
Yeah.
Michael Mann made it as a movie called Manhunter. And in that movie, he cast Brian Cox as Hannibal Lecter, and Brian Cox is very civilized, and he has very rational conversations with you in that movie when Graham goes to see him, and it makes you have to realize. Yeah, I get why people trusted this guy until the point where he killed them and ate their fucking organs. Like, I get it. He was really charismatic. And then we get Silence of the Lambs, which was a fine movie. But everyone raves about Anthony Hopkins' performance. It's cartoon. It's over the top. I ate his liver with the Chianti and fava beans. It's
Yeah.
like, what the fuck? Like, dial that. And in Manhunter, the place where Lecter's being kept is a super modern facility. In Silence of the Lambs, it's like a medieval dungeon. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
I don't like Silence of the Lambs. I take it back. Don't watch it, Shadow. It's a shit film. I'm sorry. I apologize. I recommended a bad film. Watch Manhunter instead. Much better.
The Hannibal show actually had its merits for a little while there till it kind of prattled on.
Never
Yeah.
saw it.
Oh,
Yeah.
it wasn't bad. It was not bad. I mean, they
It
strayed from a
started strong.
few things, but it was all right. It's worthy.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
started strong. It kind of.
I'm just not down with the fetishization of Hannibal Lecter, to be honest.
Don't watch the show.
That's a female thing. Women
It
have
is.
where they like fetishize serial killers. Like literally, that Ramirez guy ended up getting married in prison.
Yeah, it's weird how serial killers will get like crap tons of fan mail and things like that from women, but the psycho women, they kind of get, left where they belong and forgotten.
They just turn into prison crotch crickets. They're happy.
Crotch crickets.
I've never heard that, but I
I never heard
Really?
that in my life, so I'm interested.
I will
Really?
remember
What was it? What was that movie where the guy's asking this girl if she ever had an STD, and he mentions a whole bunch of them, and that's one of the ones he mentioned.
Well, that's because he's probably meaning like genital crabs, genital lice, crotch crickets. That makes sense.
Oh, I meant they, well, never mind.
Yeah, I know
I knew what you
meant.
meant, but yeah, which is still.
Can't imagine holding a grudge against a flying nun. It seems very specific. Yeah, I don't have a grudge against her, and I think Burt Reynolds is one of the greatest human beings of all time. I mean,
I don't know about greatest humans, but he was a great actor.
Who are we talking about? Sorry,
Person.
I had a message. Who are we talking about?
Burt Reynolds. He was a quarterback at FSU. He got to bang most of the hottest chicks in Hollywood at the time. He was just
Lonnie Anderson. Holy crap!
He was cool without trying to be cool, Plus, he had that goofy
Until he
laugh.
showed up in one of the worst fantasy films of all time.
Did he?
Oh, there was In the Name of the King, the Dungeon Siege tale type thing.
Oh my God!
Yui Bowl films.
Oh my God, that thing was painful.
I've never seen that. I think I actually played.
I auditioned for it.
Did you really?
Yeah. Shot in Vancouver. I auditioned for it, and they were shocked when I actually acted in the fucking audition, because the basic scene was I was one of the orc guys who gets stabbed in the head by the evil overlord and dies. So when the guy said stab, I twitched and then dropped on the floor like a dead body, and they were all like, "What the fuck?" You get really nervous because they thought I hurt myself.
Hey, speaking of acting, Bear, how can I send you a clip from Jackie's play that he was just in? Because I can't send it on Discord. Maybe you can send me an email or something. Because
why do you want to send me child videos?
I'm out.
That's the first thing I'm wondering. Like,
well, I sent it to Hungar too. I don't have your phone number.
I'm not surprised about that at all.
What the hell was happening?
No, Jackie was really good in it.
I'm sure he was. Shadow, shut the fuck up. I'm giving you my phone number. If you have international texting in, text to Canada. Go ahead.
Okay, cool.
That is the proper response, Cold Iron.
And Jackie's auditioning for Little Shop of Horrors.
Oh, nice. Who's you auditioning for? Which character?
I'm hoping he'll go for Seymour, but I think because he can sing and he can do all the other stuff.
Yeah, so he should play the dentist.
That's what he wants to play. That's what he wants to play is the dentist. And I'm like, dude, if you're gonna go after something, go after the hard one. And then if they say no, we're better for this, then you're like, okay, that's what I wanted anyways.
Yeah.
You always try for you always try for the harder thing. And if you have to take second place, at least you tried for the harder thing instead of you got
a strong disagree. You try for the thing you think will be the most fun.
I agree with that 100%. If they listen, I'll tell you the secret of auditioning right now. Give these messages to Jackie. 1, walk in character. Answer all their questions in character.
Mm-hmm.
Do your audition. As soon as it's done, drop character and talk normally to them. Just like, thank you much. It was really a pleasure being here today. And do that. That blows their fucking minds. They go, whoa. Because they're very narrow fucking focus casting people.
Mm-hmm.
Then immediately have somewhere to be. Do not ask them if you want them to do it again. They'll ask you to do it again if they want you to do it again. Don't say, good luck with the prod. Now that are we going to hear about nothing. Just say, okay, great, thank you, and head for the door. If they want you to do something else, they'll stop you and bring you back.
And then the last thing to tell Jackie, because he is young and kind of pretty, is if the 55-year-old casting director woman wants him to hang out with her, he's
she's not going to do that. She's not going to do that. The entire backstage production crew was entirely female for Blithe Spirit.
No, I'm not saying a man would do that. I'm saying if the old red-haired Jewish lady wants to stick behind for a little bit, just do it. Maybe it'll help your career out.
All right, Shadow. Side note: I gave you my phone number. I swear to fuck, if I wind up on an FBI watch list because of you, we will have words.
Well,
I
you
mean,
might
that
as well
never
have
happened.
words with somebody because I'm willing to bet you're already on an FBI watch list.
Yeah, I'm on an RCMP watch list.
Yeah, I was going to say it's maybe not so severe as the FBI, but whatever Canada's got.
Oh, you'd be surprised.
They
That's what
share.
we
No,
like.
I know.
They share.
We like we're part of the Five Eyes, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they share.
All right, fellas. Break's over for me. I'll catch you on Discord. Good meeting you,
All right, brother.
sort of.
You too. You
Yeah,
too.
man.
You too.
Take care, man.
Yeah, I mean, if anybody's on the Royal Canadian whatever watch list, you can guarantee that shit's probably been shared with.
I need le café. I will return dans le moment.
Okay. It's been shared with Interpol, the CIA, FBI. Everybody knows, but it's like because we do the same thing. If we put someone on the CIA watch list, I mean, we share with the Canadians, the Mexicans, pretty much
Australians.
all. Passerby was a stuntman. Wow. The people I get to chat with is that.
No, I think he says bear, as in Bear's saying, I am a stuntman. I know how to fall.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, that is the biggest part of being a stuntman.
And speaking of falling, for the play Jackie was in, that's how he walked onto stage and did the most classic Chevy Chase pratfall you've ever seen. It was awesome. But of all the clips that people took, they missed that one, and I'm putting out a bounty on that particular video. So what I'll do is I'll have Hungar share the video I sent so you can see it. Because Jackie was really
I
good.
want to see is Jackie singing "Ever Since I Was a Little Kid." People were always surprised at the things I did. Like
I'll be a dentist.
Hey, speaking of, hey Hungar, share that video of Jack. And is that the image that's on the shirt you were talking about?
Yes.
All right, I highly approve.
Right.
I don't know that Jackie can pull off that though. That
And
role.
then they're like, and then they said, what did they say? They said, my son, one day you'll be a dentist.
Where did you send that video to?
You
I sent
have
it to your
a
phone.
knack for causing things pain. Be a dentist. Oh man.
Yeah, it's on your phone, dude.
You know,
Bill
I did not
Murray's
get a
in it.
text from you with that video.
You don't have it? I'll send it again.
Yeah, Bill Murray's in it as the guy who like totally gets off on pain.
Yeah.
And it disgusts the dentist off so bad that he like throws him out.
Candy bar, candy bar.
Candy bar, ice cream. Ice cream.
Yeah, I hope he doesn't get that role because it's so short.
It's
And I don't think they'll do
memorable.
it. It is, but
At least that's what I've been told.
oh yeah, it's very memorable. It's just I'm going to push him if he's going to do this kind of thing, then I want him to aim high.
Steve Martin's addicted to his own freaking nitrous.
Yeah, he takes the laughing gas and then he works on the patients who get no painkiller at all. It's like, oh my goodness, this guy.
What? I sent this video to like 1 million people, but now it says message not sent. Couldn't resize video.
Well, that would mean the video is too big.
But I literally sent it to like everybody else in my group or my messages.
Oh, I don't know if this is true, and I don't think Showback can tell me if it's true because he's married to a Filipina. But I will say this. The reason I've never been into the whole yellow fever thing is the noise that Japanese women make when you're trying to bone them. I can't get behind that. Sorry.
Hey, that's my routine. What are you doing stealing my material? Hey,
But I still agree.
I know.
And I'm 100%.
It sounds like they're being molested. It's like the most awful sound in the world. I don't know if Filipinos do it, but That Japanese
No,
noise is like,
Filipinos
nope.
don't do that.
I think what's worse is when they keep saying no, 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 but they want you to anyways.
What really got
Anyway.
me is they kept calling me the wrong name. My name is not Wong Ho.
Shadow. I was listening when I was making coffee. A couple of things, if you don't mind. There are no small parts. There are only small actors. That is a truism, because a good actor can make a small part memorable. Everyone remembers Steve Martin from that movie. Everyone.
Yeah, and
Everybody remembers Bill Murray.
Second, and this is important. Please, this is so important. Let him go for what he wants and let him be the actor he chooses to be. Do not be a Hollywood parent pushing him, because you'll make him resent it because he's not doing his thing. And as a result, he will lose interest in it. Let him find his own way.
Not only that,
Let him be his own man on this one. Because I worked casting for over a decade, and I saw what parents like that do to young actors, and eventually they all just quit the industry and they don't want anything to do with it.
Right. I mean, you really want him to grow up and be like, I don't know, Patton Oswalt or something.
Oh, fuck no.
So cut him a break, man.
And listen here. Meatloaf didn't have a large part in Rocky Horror Picture Show, but everybody remembers Meatloaf's part.
Oh, Eddie!
Yeah, that was the part. What the shit? Why can't I send this now?
Hapatootie, bless my soul. I really love that rock and roll. Good movie.
He was
Love
literally
that
the
movie.
best part of that movie.
The one guy in the
Well, and
wheelchair,
Columbia.
and he's talking about, I guess Eddie was what, his nephew or something?
Yeah.
With Dr.
Ever
Scott.
since he was a little kid.
Yeah.
Stabbed his teddy with a knife.
Yeah. Threatening people with a switchblade knife. The dolphin squeaks do not do it for me. If
It's-
I
it's not
were
the
an American
squeaks.
dude who went over there and married a little Japanese woman, I would tell her to be quiet. Because if all she can do is those squeaks, I'd rather her just be quiet.
It's my problem with it is they don't sound happy. They don't sound like they're enjoying it. It's really disturbing. You know what I mean?
You care.
Well, first off, maybe they're not, and secondly, it's because their whole thing is to try to make their husband feel like the big man.
Maybe. Listen, Space Marine Santa, you're on the line there with that comment, buddy.
What'd he say?
I said, you care if a woman enjoys it?
I don't mind loud shellback, but like, have you ever, like, I don't know if your wife does this because she's Filipino, but you ever watch Japanese adult films? They make this noise like they're being, like they sound like they're
They
being
do
distressed.
not sound like they're happy to be there.
I
They
don't
sound in
watch adult.
distress.
I don't watch adult films, so
Yeah, you just make them.
no. That would be the guy over to my left.
No, he produces them. You star in them. We know.
Oh, okay. Now I can agree with that.
Santa comes to Shemale Town. Come spelled C-U-M-S, right? That's the movie you guys are working
The
on.
only adult film I watch is Adult Swim, which did me good because before Adult Swim, I didn't even know that like Cowboy Bebop was a thing. And now I do. And it has made my life so much better knowing about Cowboy Bebop and Berserk. So,
Bye, Hungar.
yeah, like, boom. Yeah, I'm not a fan of that. And I know that it's part of old school Japanese culture. Probably if you married a more modern Japanese woman, you would not have to deal with that bullshit. You know what I mean? But I'm not a fan of it anyway. To me, it's just creepy. I mean, one, Japanese women already look like they're 12 anyway. And two, them squeaking and carrying on like that. I mean, I just don't think I could do any of that.
I think that's my issue with, I've told you this before, my problem with Filipinos is that they're so tiny, they have a childlike quality to them, and that just creeps me the fuck out.
Yeah, you know? It's like, You know, yeah.
Okay, bye.
This is driving me crazy.
The internet is just doing its thing today.
No, it's not the internet. It's Restream. It's been having this problem for all of us. Doc had it. I've had it. We get kicked out of streams. It's like the weirdest thing with Restream. It's just having hemorrhages right now.
Really, I haven't done a live video in a while. So, okay,
Well,
I had to share it from a share instead of from where I originally got it. That's retarded.
the thing with Restream is they're
got it on there.
constantly adding like new things, except with any program, everybody knows if you change like one line of code, you've created 15 bugs.
It's like 5e game design. Everybody knows.
Yeah.
That's how it goes.
Wow, Shellback. That's rough.
Yeah, well,
I'm guessing you're not in your 50s, so.
Yeah, no. I'd have to get, like, if I was to go to the Philippines, I'd have to find one of those like half Chinese Filipinas that are like, 5'6", you know what I mean? Skinny, look like adults. Like, that's what I'd have to go for, because the small little, it's like a hobbit. They're so tiny, it's just like, and it's creepy to me.
Well, because if you were playing D&D and someone made a human fighter, but all they did was try to hook up with gnomes and halflings.
I'm not playing D&D with Shadow. What's wrong with you?
You would probably be like, after a minute, you would probably be like, wait a minute here.
Buddy. Dude,
Like,
are you on a list?
What's going on here?
When you move into a new neighborhood, do you have to go door to door and tell people something, sir?
I mean,
I'm going to go have lunch near a school. Are you allowed to be there?
Yikes.
Right. It's like, I'm not 100% sure what's happening here, but don't sleep with halflings.
Unless you want to make quarterlings.
Well, 3 quarterlings.
I wow. Would that even work? I mean, I know elf and half elf kind of thing exists and half orcs exist, but after you get past, I want to say dwarf, that shouldn't be a thing.
There's an NPC in my campaign world who's a half dwarf, half halfling. Absolutely love that character. She's so much fun.
I didn't know that was
Scarlet. Awesome. Well, it's my campaign world. I can do what the fuck I want, can't I?
Oh, yeah. You do what you want in your campaign world, man. I don't care. You can add laser guns. I don't give a shit.
But you're not allowed to do what you want in your campaign world because it's usually a hate crime, Hunger.
So let me ask you a question, guys. Do you view like dwarves and hobbits and maybe even gnomes as an offshoot of humanity then? Or just so close?
No, it's a fucking fantasy game. I don't care.
Oh, okay.
Though in my world, gnomes are halflings, but they're a specific lineage of halflings called hoblins. And gnomes to humans, but then amongst themselves they're called hoblins. But the problem is in my world, their homeland got destroyed a couple hundred years ago by an orc invasion, so they scattered in diaspora, and their numbers have been dropping as a result ever since, or they've been crossbreeding with other halflings and therefore diluting themselves out of existence. So every gnome is super individualistic. They're like super they don't have a common language anymore. They've lost their gnomish tongue. They just do what they want. They're Hungar. They're all little 3-foot tall Hungars. You know what I mean? I do what I want.
Hey, to paraphrase the fat electrician, it's not a hate crime the first time.
And a lot of game worlds and fantasy worlds, etc., they do tend to view all the other species, dwarves and hobbits, as like a mutation of human, especially like in 40K. Hell, even in Tolkien to some extent, that hobbits would eventually, because of the ant wash or whatever, become human. So
have you been reading Shannara? What's wrong with you?
No, you're talking out of your mind. Hobbits never became humans. Hobbits just disappeared into their
Okay,
own.
maybe I'm just going by what they said in the cartoon at the end of.
No, you're not. At the end of the Lord of the Rings, it says the thing is every generation of hobbits got taller,
Yeah.
and to the point that by the end of whatever, you couldn't tell one apart from a human.
Okay.
And so, and then it poses a question: could there be some hobbit in you?
Yeah. No. But I may have had some of me in a Hobbit.
I was going to say, has there been some of you in a Hobbit? You know, a little,
I
little Latina?
dated this girl. She was actually a stripper, believe it or not, but she was like 4'11".
That's creepy.
Well,
I don't know if I could. I don't like if I was bouncing at that strip club and she hit stage. I think that might be like, I'm taking a smoke break, guys.
Well, she came from a long line of strippers. Her mother was.
Well, you know, Stripper Slavia, it has a proud culture attached to their people.
Stripper Slavia.
And the funny thing is, her mother was like, you know, like I want to say like 5'8", something like that, really, really tall. And I'm like, so she got knocked up by some, you know,
circus
rando guy.
Yeah.
Carney.
I'm guessing.
I'm going to say this too, PB. When I write dungeons, I always mark the place where the goblins poop.
Can I share you guys a moment on my YouTube channel where I chose decency over violence?
Yeah.
Some idiot came along and posted on one of my older videos talking about role-playing games. Why do you guys all look and sound alike? Right? That was his thing. He's just
he did the same thing to me.
Yeah. I almost posted back. It's because your mother has a type. Like I was really ready to type it. And then it's went, well, thanks for watching. Like I was just like, whatever, fuck, I'm not gonna play.
And I had to respond. I don't look anything like these other guys.
Well, who cares?
If he did it on one of my videos, I'm gonna do what Bear said.
Because your mama has a type.
Because I don't care. And it's obvious he's trying to start some shit and say, "Oh, you old grognards look alike," and it's like,
yeah, he's just trying to start shit.
So basically, you're trying to
do weird
by saying that. You know,
this was like real recently, wasn't it? Like last week.
Yeah, last week before. Yeah.
I was like,
so Shellback, if you find a 5'6" Japanese woman,
marry her and give her babies.
It's a Japanese dude.
Not if she's a chick.
I'm just joking.
Yeah. This guy was what the hell? Emross Kine. Why do all you guys look and sound exactly the same? I responded, cloning in Ottawa. That's what I said.
Cloning in Ottawa. That's good. Yeah. You know, we all went through like the X program or whatever.
Yeah, but I mean, why would
just being a dick?
Dude, he's a fucking 12-year-old or an adult with a 12-year-old. Have you met most role players, Shadow?
Especially, I want to say yes, but you know, it was just weird because I don't really get any like negative comments. You know, it's all people I know and things like that. And I've been very, very fortunate that I don't get a lot of trolls and jerks coming to the channel. A couple of jerk offs, but that's a different story.
You got that jerk off on your show that one time.
Yeah, I need to find the video that I made. You know, when that happened and I shut the show down and then I came right back. I need to find out when that was so I can like figure out how many years ago that was, and it still will not die.
You don't let it die. You're the one who always brings it up.
Oh, yeah, right. Yeah, it's all me.
None of us said shit about Dick video today. You did.
Yeah, that's true.
You.
Well, I was.
Well, he didn't specifically say anything, but he did. Open the door. He did open the door wide.
And you know me. If you open the door, I'm rushing in that bad boy.
That's what I was going to say.
Dick first. He's running through that door.
Yeah, you open the door. Hungar's in the neighborhood. He's at the table now.
Yeah, that's true.
Staring at.
What up, players? Where are your pants, Hungar? Who cares? I do what I want. That's hunger.
Right, Paul.
Yeah, definitely, Paul. Bearded Men made the hobby. If it's a problem, find a different one. Yeah, I was watching the intro to Double D's video, and I noticed so many of the attacks on the hobby by the people who are in the hobby. I'm like, and his intro perfectly demonstrates why these people need to go
away.
Yes, thank you.
To a camp. Is that what you're saying, Shadow?
No.
Are you implying that, Shadow?
Do I need to bust out my vintage Hugo Boss attire?
What's up, Shadow? What's up there, mine hair?
No. Just because they're all. You have to make a very. Yeah, it's just a bunch of people just talking the stupidest shit, but claim to want to be in the hobby.
In the future, if someone does that, just start answering back in German, or at least with a thick German accent.
Yeah, that's probably
like if Bear's like, "What's up?" You say, "Yeah."
Was are you talking about?
Erica.
You ever see that Berlitz ad for the with the German Coast Guard? It's a brilliant ad. So basically, it's a German ad. They did these amazing Berlitz language ads in Europe that were so fucking funny. And the best one for me was the German Coast Guard, where the old guy walks the young guard into the office and he goes, "Ja, okay, das ist Chess, das ist Radio, that's a vest." And he sits and he walks out. So the young guy sits down. He's all excited. And suddenly, "Mayday, Mayday! This is the blah 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 from England. We are sinking. Mayday!" And he's like, "Yeah, hello. This is the German Coast Guard. German Coast Guard. We are sinking. We are sinking. Yeah. What are you thinking about?" And it flashes "Learn English" on the screen. The other one, I don't know what country it was supposed to be in, but it's like the happy grandparents, and they're taking the kids out for the day, and they get in the van, they start driving, and they turn on the music. Radio.
Oh,
and it's playing a song going, "I want to fuck you in the ass. I want to fuck you," and they're all like,
and the kids are laughing in the background.
Yeah, they're all happy. It's a happy song. And then "Learn English."
Yeah,
fuck,
those
were good commercials.
Yeah.
Mein Herr Bear loves cabaret. Yeah, it's true. I do love my cabaret.
Well, one of the greatest actors ever, I saw him on like a clip and they were interviewing him, an Austrian man who apparently believes Germans have no sense of humor. And he played the so-called Judenhunter. I guess in German that would be Judenjäger.
I don't know. Yeah, maybe.
And in Inglourious Bastards.
Yes.
And the lady asked him, "What was it like playing such an evil character?" And he looked her right in the eyes and said, "What do you mean?" And she said, "Well, you were playing this guy. What was it like playing such an evil character?" And he's like, "My character wasn't evil." And she's like, "What?" And he's like, "My character wasn't evil. And I didn't play him like he was evil."
I've seen that interview.
Yeah, and she's like looking at him, and then he explained to her, no one thinks they're evil.
They think they're right. That's what
everyone thinks they're right.
Yeah, he took that from Christopher Lee.
Yeah, so when he was playing that character, that's why he's so relaxed the whole time.
By the way, guys, just so we know moving forward, it is no longer Shadow and Son. It's Herr Schatten und Son.
Yeah.
Oberkaiser Schatten und Son.
Yeah, you're making my deceased father so happy. I can't begin to express how happy he must be hearing shit like that. He and my brother were such big, staunch supporters of a certain nation and organization, I want to say. It was terrifying.
You know, Mexico's running that way about right now, too.
Yeah, they're getting there.
Yeah, I seen them with their shirts and everything.
Yeah, when they spray paint on the gates of the Mexican presidential palace, Juden Puta.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jackie's mom saw like one clip and refused to watch anymore. She's just like, "Oh my god, what's happening?" I'm like, "Good thing you got out, huh? Guess you're not going back for a while, huh?" She's like, "No, I got to go back soon." I'm like, "You're not taking Jackie."
I don't know. It could be a good learning experience for him. He could get out in the street, get a balaclava, throw some bricks. I mean, the guy's interested in politics, so I mean, here's a chance for him to actually, live.
Did you guys see the ICE video where the guy just people are like all surrounding him saying that he couldn't drive away with the guy he just arrested? So he just pulls out just this big old jug of mace and just starts spraying indiscriminately. The whole crowd was just like, yeah.
I saw the one where the Karen was bitching at the ICE guy. Because, it's always like an actual American citizen Karen who probably lives in a gated community and never has anything to worry about in her whole life. So she goes out and worries about shit that don't even apply to her. And she caught like full facial bear spray.
I love the one of the guard and the chick's
Crazy.
right in his face screaming. And he just gets this little smirk on his face and he just holds up the pepper spray can and just fucking blankets her. Just like, that's my favorite fucking one, watching that bit. Listen, repeal the 19th. I've said it before. I'll say it again. Repeal the 19th.
If you repealed the 19th, the left would never hold another office in the United States again.
This is not
that's the point.
Okay. Listen, you don't have to sell me on good ideas.
It's amazing. Not just how much we need that, but how well it would be supported on both sides. Because like our last, we had a little election here for Prop 50, I think it was. Jackie's mom was like, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna do it," and then didn't.
What's Prop 50?
It was to.
I'm sorry. Let me preface that. Stop thinking everyone gives a fuck about California politics and we know all the shit going on down there. And
it was kind of a big thing. They were talking about it everywhere because it was going to redistrict California and basically make it so that it would be red or blue forever, and that no one could ever. It would divide up all the red areas so mismatched that there would never be any more red areas.
I've got some bad news for you, Shadow. They already did that.
No, they want to do it even more so because people were starting to, make new red areas.
Yeah, but it's already been done.
All right, Showback. You have a good one, buddy.
Yeah, have a good one, Showback.
Take care, man.
Don't take it personally that I don't like dolphin squeaking sounds during cuddle times.
Hey, did you guys know that Betty White used to be Betty Gray until she fought the Balrog?
Shut up.
Did you just make that up?
No, I wouldn't.
Okay.
Hungar is not creative. Hungar is a meme repetition device.
Okay. And as for the dolphin thing, isn't that what pillows are for?
I gotta go. Bye, guys. Been great seeing you. Take care.
I just always use their panties.
There is that. There is that.
This is a look of disappointment.
This is the look of me being surprised that you are disappointed by anything I say.
That's true. Why I would be surprised by anything you say is...
What's up, nerdy?
Hey, it's a dirty goblin.
So, it's funny. I look at Married with Children clips and stuff like that, and I remember back in the 90s, we were all watching it as young men going, why wouldn't you want to fuck Katie Seagal? Oh, my God.
Right?
And as an older man, I'm like, oh, God, no, I get it now. Like, just shut the fuck up. Like, stop talking. You're killing my boner fast. Stop talking.
I don't know. She was pretty hot, though.
She was hot as fuck.
You know what? I don't care how hot a chick is. If she's annoying, it's like that saying, no matter how hot a chick is, there's always a guy out there who's tired of putting up with her shit.
Yep.
Yeah, but then again, I'll refer back to the pillow comment. So,
Listen,
That doesn't counteract what Hungar said, though.
yeah, not at all in any way, shape, or form, and it doesn't even address the dolphin noise issue. I don't know what the fuck you're on about, unless you meant to smother her. At which point, that's no longer about sex, and that's about you do not use my phone number because I am not ending up on that fucking watch list.
Well, not smother, it's just muffled.
I tried to get into the States, and I was told I'm not allowed because of something involving sex crimes. I don't know, what's he fucking Shadow.
Right.
Hey, just trying to help, man.
You know, sometimes help is unneeded and or wanted.
Yeah, but that's not going to stop me. That's never stopped me. Never.
That was good. That was good.
You know, we have a term for unwanted sex. We have a term for unwanted violence. We have a term for all these unwanted things. Could we have one for unwanted advice? Can we just make up a term for that we then have to put a G in front of when we say on YouTube, I guess? I don't know. Fuck.
That would be nice.
That would be good.
Like, I hear your advice. I did not want it.
Yeah.
Do not want. Just a picture of the cat, and it just says, do not want.
No.
Hey, Nerdy, we're not playing tonight, right? That's next week.
My game's tonight.
What,
that's the question, Nerdy.
Yeah, I'm in a game with some.
Oh, is that your local thing with the kids?
Yeah, there are a bunch of 20-year-olds.
Are you traumatizing them?
No, I'm actually the
reason
serious person in the game.
I mean, they're 20-year-olds. One of them probably has erotic D&D under their bed or something.
They're 20-year-old hillbillies. So definitely some of them.
What I said, sir.
Yeah, I said definitely somebody has it.
Yeah, I mean,
you see that bullshit? Everybody online complaining that they didn't pick the trans dude to play Zelda in the Zelda movie.
No, because I have better shit to do with my life than worry about what a bunch of maniacs are up to.
Yeah, it's like they think that Japan, Nintendo, is going to go with a trans dude to play the main character of the named character of a movie of their most loved game.
Well, iconic, maybe.
Yeah, iconic game. They're like, do you know anything about Japanese? They're very conservative people. Come on.
Well, here's the thing about the Japanese. They are in a lot of ways socially conservative, and yet at the other hand, their view of like homosexuality is completely different than ours.
Yeah.
It's kind of weird. And then if you really want to gross yourself out, just look up The Fisherman's Wife and the Octopus.
Oh, I know about
that. It was a painting that they done like in 1500 something.
They have weird views on tentacles.
Yeah, apparently the tentacle thing is not new. That like goes way back, you know. So our next game is on the 2nd. My next game is the Saturday after Thanksgiving. My next role-playing game. And to that effect, I even printed out a map.
Yeah, I saw that this morning.
Of Cremorium.
And Bear, our next game is next Wednesday, correct? Okay.
George.
And I found out what all the smoke when like Richard was in our chat, and he's like, how there's factories in Cremorium and they're cranking out black smoke. Because they're burning peat from the bogs around Cremorium, and they're making iron.
Yeah.
That's basically the thing. Iron and steel. That's a major export from Cremorium.
Is it cold iron?
No, obviously not if they're using peat forges.
Yeah, it's just been silly because he was on before me.
Black Friday is this Friday or the Friday after?
Friday after.
I never pay attention because I never go.
The 28th? It's on the 28th?
Yes.
Yeah. I always go shopping on Mooly Monday.
Movie month. Jesus Christ. What the fuck is wrong with you?
I watched the Asmongold video this morning, and he was
I mean, where to even start, Bear? Where to even start? And I'm related to the guy.
Asmongold was talking about how these new people on the internet since COVID, he's like, all these new people on the internet, they don't know about slurs. Back in the day, there was at least like 15 slurs for each race of people out there, and now they've only got like 2 or 3. They're like living in the Stone Age when it comes to the slurs.
I will tell you what, when Xbox released the Xbox Live bullshit and you would go into the lobby,
oh my God. That was spicy in there, man. That was spicy.
Yeah, I mean, if you were a sensitive lad about anything having to do with race or the number of people who have banged your mom, you would not like that at all. Because, you know, when you hear like a 10-year-old talking about all the ways he bangs your mom and you're just in there like,
while he's freaking teabagging your dead corpse.
Yeah, and you're just like, I just came in here to play Halo, man. You know, I didn't know it was going to turn into a hate crime, but okay, you know. Like, but then I come up with the thing I did. I forget who came up with it first, but I used to, like, when a little kid would start talking shit, I'd just be like, shut up, you're adopted. And a lot of times they would, you know, they'd just be like, you know.
Unwanted advice is the junk mail of life. That is fantastic, Man of War.
That is really good, Man of War. The other thing I did when I got into it online with people, because again, I'm not super like creative, so I just started repeating every insult I could remember Shorzy saying to those 2 goofy hockey players. Like he thing, and then I would say something about how I made his mom so wet they had to call in the National Guard to put a sandbag barrier around my bed to keep it from flooding the town. And then he'd say something, and I'd be like, you know, I made your mom come so hard that some of it went into my fish tank and it threw off the freaking acidity and killed my fish, and I'm pissed off. And then he'd say something, and I'd be like, hey, tell your mom to put some more money on my card. I want KFC tonight. And shit like this. And
Shorzy-isms.
And because not a lot of Americans, for whatever reason, have actually watched Letterkenny. And obviously, Shorzy's the best thing about it, right? And so if you can remember some of Shorzy's insults versus the 2 goofballs, man, you can rip people up. Wouldn't work on Canadians because they know what you're doing. But Americans or Europeans, man, you can just, you know.
I've still got that Letterkenny Irish shirt you gave me.
The Irish thing.
The Letterkenny Irish t-shirt?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, of course. That's the name of their hockey team.
Yeah.
Their minor league hockey team is the Letterkenny Irish. It's got a big shamrock and says Letterkenny across it. I was thinking about buying a jersey. It was Letterkenny Irish, number 69, Shorzy.
Nice.
I didn't do it, but I thought real hard about it. And who knows? I might do it at some point in the future.
To be fair.
And then that away, when I'm out and about, I'll know who the cool people are because they'll be the ones that recognize it.
I guess I'm not cool.
Bear, I don't understand how a person that loves his country so much has not watched that show.
Because I love my country.
So do they. A lot.
I'm absolutely exhausted by Canadian comedy being how stupid and rural we are. Sick of it.
It's nothing like that at all.
Dude, every joke you've told me is a negative stereotype of Canadians that we ourselves see.
Well, it's a Canadian telling some other Canadians.
Oh my God, like I've never seen an American write shit about Americans, dude. It's self-hating. And it's not
is
funny.
Hilarious.
Just forget I said anything.
That's okay. No. You don't get to do that. Don't even try.
Give your balls a tug.
Nope. You're not a chick and I'm not dating you. Fuck you. You don't get to try, bitch.
Okay, then fine. Give your balls a tug.
There we are. There's the James I love and know.
No, it's not. That's the Shorzy. You don't know.
Oh, for fuck's sake, I give up.
I love it when the one guy like gives the guy the jersey and he's like, "There you are, the greatest player of all time, Mr. Hockey." And Shorzy's like, "Give your balls a tug, tip fuckers. Everybody knows the greatest player of all time is Wayne Gretzky, the great one." And they get in this whole big argument about it. It's pretty fun.
Hey, you gotta admit, Gretzky is the great one.
He is the great one. And then obviously an episode Bear would love is when they have to play a team from Newfoundland.
Can you remember to say that province correctly?
Team generally does well is because they're shit talkers. But the Newfoundlanders don't understand what they're saying.
Newfoundlanders.
Understand the
My brother in Jesus, Newfoundland.
Look at that look on his face. He knows he's trolling.
I know he's trolling too, but I'm going to keep doing it. Newfoundland.
Huh. What did I call it?
Don't even. Don't fucking even.
Newfoundland, right?
All right, we're done.
I mean,
I took
it was Vikings,
and
right?
I spit it
Vikings
back
land.
at you,
Look,
you
we
fucking
found
Appalachian down there in Appalachia.
Some people do call it that.
You don't,
No, I don't care though.
because you don't speak fucking English. That's why.
Yeah, true. I mean, we kind of use all of the rules for speaking English, like grammatically correct, as suggestions more than
Yeah,
like hard rules.
you use them as warnings.
It's just like, yeah, you can do that.
It's like speed limits in Missouri. You know, you see it and you know it's there. You just don't really pay attention to it.
Right. But yeah. Newfoundland. What if I just called it Newfoundland? Bear's just like, I'm ignoring you.
I'm just gonna call it Noofs.
Well, it's a really wonderful, like, well done episode just because, you know, they have to figure out a way to heckle people who don't understand them at all. Like, and then the Newfies are talking and they're like talking in Newfie slang. So none of the guys from like Alberta understand a word they're saying, you know. And it's all like sailor talk, you know, all, you know, full sails, this and that, and all hands on deck, and this and that and the other. It's actually, it's pretty amazing, you know. It kind of made me think if I were going to move to Canada, I'd move to Newfoundland because I feel like I get along better in Newfoundland than any other place in Canada.
Nerdy threw out an insult for the kids in Expo. He said, "Hey, show your grandpa some respect. You're not my grandpa." Yeah, then why was your mom calling me daddy last night?
Oh my God, that's good. Zatoichi, I will follow you and do so one of these times. I mean, everyone here does live streams, and I do try to catch as many as I possibly can, in addition to being married and everything like that. Are they in? Yeah, George, I think they're in Ontario, but I'm thinking of like how freaked out they were about if you ever buy steak, it has to be from Alberta.
Yeah, Berta beef.
Berta beef, because Berta beef is apparently the best beef ever made in the history of like the world. So,
well, I'm going to bounce out of here, guys, and get something to eat.
Dude, every time I talk to you.
Yeah, it's time to eat. I just woke up about an hour ago.
Oh, man, I've been up since like 7.
And I was up till, well, I went to sleep at like 9. So, of course, I was up at 11. And from 11, I was up until 6 this morning.
Huh. Yeah.
Because you know how I sleep. People think you sleep all the time. No, I sleep like a few hours at a time.
You know who else did that?
Who?
Leonardo da Vinci.
Zatoichi, I have subscribed to your channel, sir.
Da Vinci only allowed himself to sleep in 4-hour stretches.
Well, it's not an allow thing. It's like, this is how it's going to be type of thing for me.
Yeah. So he would sleep 4 hours, then he would get up and work for like, I don't know how many hours. And then he'd sleep for 4 hours. And apparently, in his mind, granted, he was probably a lunatic. He thought that made him more productive. So,
All right, well, I'll see you guys later.
Now,
Bye,
if we see you
Hungar.
first.
Peace, love, and chicken grease. As they say in Europe, assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum assalam. I'm sad that he's leaving because now I can't explain to him why the scene between King Baldwin and Saladin was one of the best sections of a film cinematography ever done, and how much hidden meaning there was like behind it. And Hungar would like to have heard about that. The rest of you, I'm not so sure, but I know for a fact Hungar would have been like, damn, really? Because, he's my brother, so he's used to my wild ramblings about God only knows. So, yeah. But it turned out the writer that did that scene, like, there's a lot of hidden meaning in that scene that if you don't, like, kind of know the context, you wouldn't really understand what was actually going on there. Okay, I don't believe you already know. I think that you're just bullshitting me, which means you're going to have to come back on and explain to me what actually went on. Or just admit that you're wrong and you're trying to talk shit. I'm okay with either, Yeah, that is a rumor. I don't know if it's true. Of course, one of the coolest characters died right away. The big Scandinavian that caught, a crossbow bolt to the frickin' throat. But he still kept fighting and beat the shit out of everybody, so. Yes, but I'm talking about the scene where King Baldwin of Jerusalem rides out to meet Saladin. That entire scene has like 20 things in it that most people won't notice, but is actually kind of a big deal.
When did you turn into a live action Watch Mojo video?
So you've seen the video I'm talking about?
No, but you're just like 20 things you missed in blah, blah, blah.
Well,
like
no. It wasn't Watch Mojo because I don't watch Mojo.
I don't mean it. Oh, Jesus.
But I know what you mean. Yeah. I did see a video by a guy who is like super big into the culture and everything. And he goes out of his way to explain that interaction and what it actually meant. Like when they meet at first and they wave, that's acknowledging each other as equals. And then the pause is because they're both waiting to allow the other to speak out of politeness and respect, right? And then when they start every sentence with, I pray, that's not a demand. It's literally, I pray that you withdraw your cavalry and let me do this. And the response, I pray that you return unharmed to Syria, Damascus. And those were both like major things, that were going on. And then the big thing was when King Baldwin said goodbye, he said, Assalamu alaikum, right? And even though Baldwin's a Christian, Saladin, the Muslim, responds back with, alaikum assalam, which was like a major show of respect. You know what I mean? So, but come on. We all know that's one of the greatest scenes in any movie ever. When the Muslims are there talking
what
to
movie?
I'll catch you later. The Muslims are talking to one dude, and all of a sudden, you see the glint of gold in the distance, and then it's the army of Jerusalem. And that
Orlando Bloom's only good movie. He wasn't a femboy.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And of course, what's his name as King Baldwin was
Ed
really
Norton.
good. But Ed Norton is almost always good in anything. Even in bad movies, it's not his fault they're bad. It's just he decided to be in a bad script.
He was the best Hulk.
He was really good as a white supremacist Nazi. I mean,
yeah, I don't like that
He's
movie.
great in Fight Club. And Zatoichi, I just subscribed as well. It just took me freaking forever. I had to go to a different device because I can't do it on the freaking laptop.
Oh, he was great in Fight Club. He was great in American History X. And I know why you don't like it, because there's no redemption.
I never saw it.
No, there is a redemption, but they're punished the redemption at the end, thereby saying the cycle of violence will continue, so it doesn't matter if you redeem yourself at the end.
Right. And that's what I meant. And yeah, I agree with you. It would have been a lot nicer if everyone would have got along and been friends. But,
Didn't even need to do that, but just having the guy murder his brother was like, what the fuck? Like, that's such a
it doesn't take away
just to be edgy.
Doesn't take away from the fact, though, that Ed Norton was amazing in that.
He's fantastic. Ed Norton's a great actor. He's a pain in the ass apparently to work with on set, which is why they stopped casting him. Because he's a perfectionist, right? He wants everything. He wants everything perfect, but he's not charming enough. Like, he's not like what's his name? Sorry, not like John Malkovich, who's a perfectionist, but he's very charismatic about it, and he's very easygoing about it. Or what's his name? Gary Oldman, same thing, right? He's a perfectionist, but he has a sense of humor.
Yeah, Ed but Norton, if you're a director and Gary Oldman suggests a thing, you listen.
Problem is Ed Norton was under the same belief that he's of the same caliber as Gary Oldman and John Malkovich. The thing is, those two guys have proven their box office worth. Ed Norton hadn't. So he just got tired of dealing with his shit.
Well, I mean, it does happen to a lot of actors, actually.
Which is a shame, because he's a much better Hulk than Mark Ruffalo.
Yeah, Mark Ruffalo.
Much better human.
Well, I don't want to get into all that bullshit, but...
Yeah, but Shadow does, because he's in California, Stan.
Yeah.
But
I'm sick of seeing that motherfucker.
Mark Ruffalo is
not anything, to be honest.
Mark Ruffalo is not a good Hulk at all.
Yeah, Rounders is a good movie, and he did hold his own acting-wise in face of Malkovich, but Malkovich was still superior in that film.
Well,
and Paul's right. Norton, he tries to direct everybody. He tries to tell everybody what to do. And it's like, dude, shut the fuck up and let them do their job. You do your job and just look good yourself,
I mean, if he wants to, maybe he should think about getting into the directing gig himself.
Yeah, well, that's where he might wind up because no one will cast him anymore.
I mean, if that's what he wants to do. But, yeah, one of the best parts of a movie that they keep changing the name of it. It started out as Deadly Code, then they changed the name to Siberian Education, and I don't even know what it's called now, but John Malkovich is in it. And he is absolutely amazing, But the other guy that's in it is the guy that played Satan in John Constantine.
Never seen it.
Well, okay. Have you ever seen Fargo?
Yep.
You remember Crazy Bastard tried to shove the other guy into a?
Yes.
That guy.
That's your buddy back there in the wood chipper?
Yeah, right. I think it's Steve Buscemi is trying to put in the wood chipper.
He's trying to shove Steve Buscemi into the thing, yeah.
And he's the scariest. Yeah, he played Chernobog. We talked about this. He was Chernobog in American Gods.
Oh, that guy. Yeah. That guy's a great actor.
Well, he's probably the scariest depiction of Satan ever.
I liked Zodiac, Paul, so I'll give them all a pass on that film because I liked that movie a lot.
Peter Stormare, yep. He, like, John's dying, and then you see, like, poop start splashing on the floor, and then he comes down in a white suit, but covered in, like, tattoos and barefooted with his feet dripping poop. And he talks in this whispery kind of, he's like, John, oh, John, you're the only soul I would come up myself to get, John, and all this shit. And it's like, oh my God.
You should read the comics. You'd actually like the Hellblazer comics. The best is when Constantine finds out that he has incurable cancer. So he sells his soul to 3 different demons, then draws a circle on the floor and slits his wrists. And all 3 demons show up going, Constantine, your soul is mine. No, it's mine. We have a deal. Ah, fuck, we have to go to war for this asshole. No, all right, fine. You live, Constantine. We restore you to life. And they make him better. And then as they're disappearing, and I think Satan's the last one, he's like, his thought bubble is like, or his narrative is like, I could have let it go. I won. I could have ended right there. But I gotta be me. And he just looks at Satan and goes, fuck you. It's just like fucking, the comics are so good. There's a moment in Books of Magic, which is a great read, where Constantine has left Kid Eternity, or the kid that's going to be Kid Eternity, in the care of Zatanna and all that. And all the magicians in the DC universe want this kid because of the power he has. So she takes the kid to a magician's club, like a bar where they're all hanging out, and then they all figure out, hey, fuck, that's the kid. And suddenly Zatanna and all of them are surrounded by the kid, like all the evil magicians and everything. And she's like, oh, fuck. And then off panel, there's like, no one touches the kid. And they all turn, and Constantine's lighting a cigarette. The next page you turn, it's them walking out of the club, and Zatanna going, you don't do anything. How did that happen? How did they all back? You don't do anything. It's just like, yeah, that's Constantine, baby. Don't fuck with him. Don't fuck with Constantine. He will make it his life's mission to get even with you, and it will be ugly and brutal when he does. That's why I didn't see the movie, because Constantine in the comics is so well written.
Mm-hmm.
But in the movie, basically, he had attempted to take himself off the census when he was young. But he lived. But he died, and then they brought him back. So they were going with the Roman Catholic. Well, you did this thing, so you're damned, right? So he spent all of his time trying to excise demons because he's hoping to
redeem himself.
Yeah, redeem himself. Except, they told him, look, that's not how it works, But in the end, he sacrificed his life for someone else, and that redeemed him. and he was floating up to heaven, and Satan saw what was happening, so he reached into Constantine's chest and he pulled all the cancer out and made him come back to life. And then he told him before he left, he's like, "You're going to live because I know sooner or later you will be mine." You know what I mean? So, and they had the one woman who played the octopus in The Boys.
Oh, Jesus Christ. What is her name? Oh my God, I can see it, but I can't think of it. She was also the ancient one in
Yes.
Doctor Strange.
Well, in this one, she was playing Gabriel, and Gabriel was trying to start like a war between heaven and hell because reasons. And
Tilda Swinton.
Yeah. What the movie you're thinking of is Prophecy. Christopher Walken?
No. In Constantine, she plays the angel Gabriel.
Oh.
Because they made her look so androgynous. So, I mean, you couldn't tell either way, you know? And some people do.
Tarsem Singh is an insanely good director. Tarsem Singh directed a film called The Fall, and I highly recommend everybody watch it. Tarsem Singh's visuals, like my girlfriend at the time was Indian, and he shot places in India, and she's like, "I've never seen my country look this good." And it's like, he's an amazing visual director. He did Immortals, didn't he? Wasn't Immortals one of his? I know The Cell was. The Cell with Vincent D'Onofrio and Jennifer Lopez. That was one of his movies.
Oh, that one was good.
And the visuals, right? The visuals are so fucking good. Tarsem Singh's an amazing director.
The visuals were great, and the worst part was in the end when you figure out that no one's in charge. Like the whole thing was just like some bureaucrat that had okayed something, but no one really controlled it. It just kind of was a thing, you know.
Existence.
Yeah.
Now, I shot Immortals in Montreal, Paul. A bunch of my friends worked on that film. I was in Vancouver, sadly, at the time, but I knew a bunch of people that worked with it. They loved him. They thought he was a great director.
I was a huge fan of the one where Jennifer Lopez is trying to deal with this like serial killer type dude.
That's The Cell. That's Vincent D'Onofrio.
Yeah, and he like sucks her into his kind.
Yeah.
Okay, then the one I was thinking about also with Jennifer Lopez is like The Cube or whatever it is, where they're in this like cube and there's traps.
Oh, that's a Canadian film. Jennifer Lopez isn't in that.
Who's in that?
No, it's a bunch of Canadians from Toronto.
Well, it was good. I liked it.
It's considered one of the best Canadian films ever made by people. I've never seen it.
Yeah, well, those people are wrong. The Void is the best Canadian film ever made.
Okay. If you say so.
Well, you can't have an opinion until you see it.
I will not.
That is unfortunate because you would love it.
I might, but the minute people tell me I might love something, and for some reason a part of my brain goes, never watch this.
That's just you being obstinate and childish.
I know. I admitted it. What fucking part of me admitting it did you miss there, fucking psychoanalyst Joe? Listen, I don't need your grape advice, all right? Fuck you.
Listen here, friend.
Hey, call back to an early
pal.
I'm not your pal, buddy.
Right. That's so great. But, well, all I can say is it's unfortunate for the world that you're not going to ever watch that movie.
I might.
It's a damn good movie.
Shut the fuck up.
And I'm not even saying it's good because it's Canadian, because obviously that's not a given. It's just good. Yeah, the contrarian part of his brain. Yeah, he needs to tell that part of his brain to calm the F down.
It's called my dick. I'm not touching that.
Like take it out and change it out for the, go along to get along part of the brain.
No.
Okay. I can't say anything to you. He's like, no, I have no argument. All right.
Well, counterpoint. Well played, sir. Well played.
Yeah, well played. But yeah, that was a good Vincent D'Onofrio, man, a guy who can play anything. Like He can play a crazy Marine. He can play R.E. Howard. He can play a demon from hell.
You can play the Kingpin,
and is the best Kingpin.
Arguable.
I like him as the Kingpin.
I don't hate him, but I'm not saying he's the best.
Well,
we haven't had a great Kingpin yet. We've only had not bad, and what the fuck were you thinking?
Yeah,
you mean John Rhys Davies playing the Kingpin?
Not John Rhys Davies. What's his name in the Daredevil movie with Ben Affleck?
Didn't John Rhys Davies play him in the TV show?
He played him in one TV show, but that's
way back in the day. Yeah, it was ridiculous.
I don't know who John Rhys Davies is.
Yes, you do. He's Sala. He's Sala in the Indiana Jones movies.
Sliders and
Michael Clark Duncan. Yeah, that was a horrible choice for the Kingpin.
Yeah,
it's funny. At the time, I was working in radio at the time. Everybody was raving about what a great choice it was to cast a black Kingpin. I went, no, it isn't. It's completely unrealistic. I'm like, what are you talking about? I'm like, do you know how racist the mafia gangs of New York are? That they would let a black guy be the head of them is absolutely absurd. And they were all like, all these white guys, when you're a fucking racist. And this one black newscaster lady who was 10 years older than me, she goes, you don't know what you're talking about. He's right. There's a time when we will come into power, but it ain't now. And then 5 years later, Obama became president. It was so funny watching her just shut down all their white bullshit real quick. It was like, yay. Thank you.
It was kind of like when they made the Punisher black. What the hell were they thinking?
When was the Punisher black?
You don't remember that? For 3 issues, yeah.
The Punisher could be black as long as it was a different guy.
But it wasn't.
With the PTSD going on.
But it wasn't. It was literally, he had this surgery, and he comes out of the surgery and he's black. Yeah.
Hey, that could happen. One of the most famous black actors of all time is Kirk Lazarus.
But he...
Stop. Just stop.
But somehow he spoke that way as well, I want to say.
Like I said, Kirk Lazarus.
No, it was
Kirk Lazarus is the black actor's favorite black actor. Ask the Wayans brothers. They interviewed the Wayans brothers about who the best black actor in the world was, and they both said Kirk Lazarus. See, Shadow doesn't know because he never saw that movie. He has no idea what I'm talking about.
I haven't seen 90% of the movies you guys just mentioned.
That's why I'm said you have no idea what I'm even talking about.
I'm not a movie guy. I'm trying, but I just it's so hard for me to sit and just do the one thing. Sit there and just watch a movie.
See, a black Punisher, I wouldn't mind if they handle it the way they handled Batman versus Azazel, where Batman got his back broke or whatever, and Azazel just stepped in to take over, but eventually Batman had to get rid of him because Azazel was running around murdering people.
Crazy as shit.
Jean-Paul's valet.
So, a black Punisher, if Frank Castle got injured and had to be off the scene for a little while, but he had a bro from Vietnam, that happened to be a black dude. Why not? Knock yourself out, right?
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about, Paul.
I don't know about Luke Cage comics because they look lame with his purple suit and his stupid crown or whatever he's wearing. But the Luke Cage TV show, at least the first season or 2, was amazing.
So and what was what?
To play Luke Cage. Really good at playing Luke Cage. And
the second season was shit.
You didn't like him?
The second season was shit. The first season was great, and they killed off the best bad guy, Cottonmouth.
Yeah.
He was such a good bad guy, and they kill him off. This is the fucking problem with people. Is they think, well, why you got to kill off the bad guy? No, you don't. Sometimes you let the bad guy live so they can come back for revenge. That's
storytelling. You arrest him, send him to prison, he escapes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just when you get into the
literally the entire story of Batman and Joker.
Yeah. Well,
Batman beats him up. He goes to Arkham. He immediately escapes and starts doing shenanigans. And
yeah, but
Red
at some
Street for
point,
like 50 years. 60
yeah,
years.
that was a little much in my opinion. It's just too much Joker.
Yeah, it wasn't though, and I can prove it. Look at how much people love the Batman Joker thing. If it was too much, people would be like, "Oh, that's too much. I hate that."
I'm a contrarian, but this guy,
Yeah,
that
like
hipster,
but
he's
even
got that
though-
hipster
I mean,
vibe in him.
There's a lot of people who actually like the Joker more than they even like the Batman.
Yeah, those people are wrong. Unless you're talking about Heath Ledger, in which case, yes.
No, we're talking comic books now. I have
Yeah.
read a couple Batman comic books. Which
Yeah,
makes me-
and weren't you like
Not
when
an
the Joker
expert on
finally
this subject.
died? When the Joker finally died in what was it, Dark Knight Triumphant? That was like the best part. Finally, enough of this stupid fucking clown.
Tell us you know nothing about Batman without saying outright you know nothing.
Dude, I've read literally probably like 500 different Batman comic books.
Tell us you like Zack Snyder films without telling us you like Zack Snyder films.
Did he do The Watchmen?
He made the Watchmen film, yes.
Okay, well, that's literally my favorite movie of all time. So
There you go. So Zack Snyder misunderstands superheroes on the same fundamental level you do.
what was wrong with the Watchmen movie?
Well, dude, the fact that there was no giant squid.
That's the
Okay.
part I like the best.
So, all right, James, may I have the floor for a moment to educate Shadow on something?
I wasn't saying anything.
Awesome. So, in the
you
comic
brought
book,
stuff up.
Comedian uncovers this entire plan that they're going to launch giant psionic squids into the city to destroy people's minds, and goes and doesn't know what to fucking do with it because no one's going to believe him because it's absolutely absurd. To say this would be absurd. All his handlers at the CIA would be like, all right, you're going on furlough, back of the head, and that's the end of that fucking guy.
Right.
So he doesn't know what to do, and he has a breakdown about it because he's got something so real but so absurd no one will believe him. And he's a man who's built his entire career in life on being very pragmatic, straightforward, and direct about everything he does. Like him or not, he's not a liar. He's not a kind of guy who, like, he even admits to all the shit he's ever done. He doesn't give a fuck. So that's too much for him. That's what breaks him, which is why he winds up in Moloch's room crying about the whole
Crying
thing
in the middle of the
because he
night,
can't
yeah.
fucking process it. Let's go to Zack Snyder's movie because Zack can't get subtle concepts like that. No, he's discovered a plan between Dr. Manhattan and Adrian Veidt to use Dr. Manhattan's energy to destroy the city and make it look like Dr. Manhattan. I'm right off to the CIA. Hey, that fucking prick Adrian Veidt's got a plan where he's going to do this terrorism shit, and we got to put a stop to it. Yes, sir, comedian. Thanks for bringing it to our attention. Problem fucking solved. It doesn't fit the story. The story of Watchmen is not a superhero beat-em-up story. It's a story about the manipulations and how the world changes and what goes on, and the absurdity being more than you can, so much so that the guy who thinks everything is a joke is broken by this joke. That's the point. Comedian's catalyst is what kicks off the entire fucking story. Comedian's breakdown is what moves the whole story forward. His version of it in the movie is not an unbelievable thing. Oh, this fucking psycho billionaire who thinks he's the smartest man on the planet has a plan to wipe out a bunch of people in his weird thing. Yeah, we can believe that shit. Let's go round that fucker up. And while we're at it, why don't we lock down Dr. Manhattan for a while as well? Done. And that's where Snyder fails in all of his movies. He does not understand heroism. He does not understand sacrifice, and he does not understand human psychology. His movies are fantastic visual feasts, but whenever he tried to make a movie that he wrote, it's shit. It's pretty shit, but it's shit.
I'm not really familiar with a lot of his movies. Just for me, the whole squid thing was just
comic book
yeah,
superhero.
I get it, but it was just too much for me.
Snyder says a lot of shit just to pass her by. Snyder's a fucking liar who covers his own ass all the time. That said, you see what's happening with the Saudis in DC? The Saudis are trying to bribe Warner Brothers and therefore DC Comics as well. And there's apparently they've flown Snyder over. They want to restore Snyder's movie universe to being the main DC universe. This is what's going around the world right now. This is the scuzzlebutt. Did you see Man of Steel? Did you see Man of Steel?
No.
Okay. Let me ask you a question. You say you've read shit tons of comics.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Would Superman, knowing that people's lives were in danger, continue to fight in a populated area or find a way to drag the enemy outside of the population to save people?
Obviously.
Okay. Would Superman, in a fight, neglect breaking off from the fight to save the lives of the people being hurt in the battle that he's having, therefore exposing a weakness to the enemy that tries to exploit it? Would he do that, or would he just keep fighting the guy and punching him through buildings and collapsing skyscrapers?
Well, would he just snap the dude's neck?
No,
well, he wouldn't.
He wouldn't do any of
that.
those things, right? If Superman has a guy who's trying to laser blast a family that's crouched in the corner, would he break his neck or fly the guy up into the sky and try and fight him in space?
Or just take the beam himself.
Or put his hand over the eyes and block it, and something other than breaking the guy's neck.
Yeah, that's not a Superman thing.
So now you understand why Zack Snyder does not understand Superman.
Yeah,
No, I don't understand Superman either, but that's a completely different thing.
You don't
the thing you have
understand
to understand about Superman is he is a pure good being, lawful good.
Yes.
He's the greatest superhero.
I don't know about that.
Superman is the greatest superhero.
I mean, who's better than Superman?
He's the one that all come after and try and emulate. And when writers know that, they always show Superman at his best light. The only thing I've ever seen that's as close to that is during Civil War, which was an awful series and horrible damage done to the Marvel Universe. But when the Punisher and Captain America is punching the shit out of Frank Castle, and Frank Castle refuses to fight back, and then after Cap stops and walks away angry, everyone's like, why didn't you fight back? He's like, that's Captain America. You know, like Frank Castle is a patriot, and he's not going to fucking fight Captain America. That was a good character moment because it defined who Frank Castle is and that he has limits. Superman is the father figure, right? He was taught as a boy, because he thought he was a human until he was like 18 or so, if you discount the Superboy comics, which came later. He believed he was a human with extra powers, and he was taught never, ever, ever show off, never do more than you have to, and always provide a better example to people. So Superman always uses exactly as much power as he needs to get the job done, not more. Yes, he could solve crime overnight. He's got a super brain and a supercomputer. He could solve all disease. He could end poverty. He could bring food to the world. He could disarm, as we saw in Superman 4, the entire nuclear arsenals of the world and protect humanity from Armageddon. But he understands one basic thing about humanity. Things that are earned are defended. Things that are given are mistreated. So he can't give them all of this. He has to show them a better way. And they even do that. And that's one of the nice things they did was the whole thing of Jor-El's speech about they want to be better. They will run in your footsteps. They will try to follow you. They will stumble. They will fall, but they will keep striving to be better if you give them an example to look up to. And that's why Superman fucking rocks. And Shadow left. He's like, nope, I can't deal with this Superman bullshit. Now you had a restream issue. So that's it. That's the point of Superman, is that he is the father figure. Batman is the rich uncle. Has the money, has a cool car, gets the hot chicks.
Gets all the hot chicks.
And his villains are so insane. A guy with two faces, a crazy clown, a penguin man, a slutty fucking cat burglar chick, a crocodile man. Why are all of his villains so insane? Because they have to be more insane than him. Otherwise, you stop and go, why is this motherfucker dressed up like a 6-foot bat and punching people in the face? Now we're not even gonna think about that because he's fighting a fucking guy with teeth for a face. He's fucking a fucking psychotic clown or whatever the case may be.
Or a guy who shoots people with ice.
Oh my god! Don't even get me started. Great story though in the animated series.
Yeah.
So this is
He's
the
beating
70s.
up a bunch of clowns that work for the main clown.
Whatever the case may be, Batman is the full representation of the abandonment of American values by society in the 1970s. Batman is about wealth and technology and all these things because he's fucking damaged, and a good therapist could just set him right if he actually had a desire to heal himself. Superman was about America being better, America being an example to the world, as Reagan called it, the shining city on the hill, right? Like that idea. But by the 70s, that idea was gone. and it was all deconstructionist, and we were starting to drive up into the mid 80s when Alan Moore and Frank Miller do the most damage ever in the history of the world to superhero comics, which is Dark Knight Returns and Watchmen.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, they're great stories. They're great stories. They're fantastic stories, but they were
I hate
genre
Dark
killers.
Knight Returns.
Yeah, it's a great story.
I mean, it might be, but it's just not the Batman I like.
I like Dark Knight Returns because it sets everything up for McGinnis.
I
What?
don't remember it doing
Yeah,
that.
Mark
no.
Miller makes lots of bad shit.
Wait, I don't understand what you just said, James.
Dark Knight Returns, where he's old and he has to beat the mutants out, and then he fights Superman and fakes his own death and goes underground.
Yeah.
It sets the scene for Terry McGinnis,
Oh, okay, yeah,
No,
yeah.
it didn't.
which was
No,
the
it does.
Batman.
Okay, let it. Have you ever seen the movie Say Anything?
No.
Okay. Have you ever seen the movie Gross Point Blank?
Nope.
Okay. If you watch these two movies, John Cryer is playing two different characters in both movies. It's not the same character, but if you watch them, you will understand Say Anything and Gross Point Blank are basically, Gross Point Blank is an unofficial sequel to Say Anything in the way that it's sort of continuing the story in a weird way. It's not exact, but it's there. Well, that's what he's saying. Yes, Dark Knight Returns does not actually physically, literally set the stage for Dark Knight Returns.
I mean, it's not a one-to-one, but
no,
Yeah.
but the idea is present.
I mean,
he's
maybe.
old.
Well, didn't they even in Batman Beyond like really lean hard into that though?
That Batman was living in a cave and was
Down
crazy.
by the river.
Yeah.
pretending he was dead and you know,
He wasn't pretending he was dead.
No,
that's
he
the
did.
weird thing.
And Batman,
Not
like
in
there were
Batman
a few
Beyond.
people who knew he was still alive, but
Right.
No, everybody knew he was still alive.
No. Everybody knew that Bruce Wayne was still alive.
Yeah.
They didn't know what happened to Batman.
In Dark Knight Returns, they show Bruce Wayne's, tombstone. Bruce Wayne.
Yes, and you see
Beyond series.
Superman hearing the heartbeat and giving a little smile and a nod to Bruce, be outsmarting everybody.
Yeah, but in the Beyond series, he was out and doing stuff with business.
Again, it's not a literal setup; it's a figurative one.
I mean, fair, but
what's up, Paul?
Yeah,
Paul.
because I was going to say Batman Beyond
All
was
right.
a different creative team. It was the animated series guys. So
Which side are we on today, Paul? Are we scrapping or are we buddies today?
oh, is that? Yeah, I was going to say, I was like, is he still sore about the comic stuff? No, I'm all on board
I
with
need
it.
to know
No,
where we are.
Right. Yeah. No. I, for as much as Watchmen and Dark Knight kind of changed things, it definitely was for the worse. Like it led to
It
the
was for the
deconstruction of comics, and it destroyed the
Yep.
hero.
And Marvel had their part in that too, which was Secret Wars. Secret Wars created the event comics.
The
and those
event
comics
comic.
ruined narrative. And I'm telling you
yeah.
right now, I love Crisis on Infinite Earths. I love that story, but I hate what it did to the DC universe.
Yeah.
kind of
Well,
like
and that-
how I felt with like the Secret Wars.
I hated Secret Wars.
Well,
You
and
know
that
what I
was the thing. People realized like, oh, we could just mix these comics and that'll make things great instead of like, sometimes things fail. People stopped reading Martian Manhunter. It sucked. I liked the character, but
To be fair,
then they're like, throw Batman in, it'll pump up sales.
Anyways, prior to Secret Wars.
No, Secret Wars was the first massive the entire company crossover.
Well, yeah, but they did have crossovers.
They had team ups. There was actually a team
team-ups,
up and a math.
And
Peter David, who I always refer to as a talented hack, right? I think he was a talented hack writer. But if you ever read his X Factor in the early 90s, it's fucking amazing.
Yeah.
It's fucking amazing. And he quit the comic and never resolved his storylines. Why? Because every time he'd submit his plots to the editor, they'd go, yeah, this is great, but right when we get to this issue, we're going to be doing the X fuckers crossover, the X law, so you're going to have to write those issues about that. And he finally went, fuck this. I'm not writing until the crossover, and then I have to disrupt all my plans. I'm quitting the book. I'm out.
Yeah, Peter David was like the sausage maker. You could fit him into anywhere, and like he would at least hit deadlines and stuff like that.
Yeah,
wouldn't be like a phenomenally amazing writer, but very much like kind of head and shoulders above most of like the guys who couldn't hit a deadline or were trash. So.
Talented hack. Do you mind? Does it not blow your mind that the two best writers who could do that, Peter David and Darwin Cook, are both dead? They're both dead.
Yeah,
but fucking Michael Bendis and Tim King are still kicking around.
Yeah.
And who's that prick at Marvel? Dan Slott. Those three are still fucking around writing, but the two best writers that could do any book, you could put them on any book and they'd write it well, both dead.
Yeah.
Sucks. I'm rereading, by the way, I was going to tell you, I was waiting to see you again. I'm rereading all of Astro City from book one. The whole
the Kurt Busiek series? Yeah, I need to jump onto that. That's that was what All American, which was who were they?
It was originally Image.
Was it Image? I thought All American was part of Wildstorm, and then they all
it was Image, and then someone else picked it up after Image. I can't remember. It may have been Vertigo. I can't remember. I can't remember who it is. But the trade papers I'm reading in digital they're not Image. I don't think.
I enjoyed a lot of the Image comic books back in the day. Wildcats, Stormwatch. What was the other one?
So it was Image Comics 95 to 96. Then it was Homage Comics 96 to 2004. Wildstorm 2004 to 2010. Vertigo 2013 to 2018. And now it's back since 2022 at Image. And they're supposed to start a new series, but they haven't started it yet. But I'm rereading all 50 fucking issues or whatever that they did. And I forgot how much I loved it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And the worst part is there are so many things he did in those comics that I had in my homegrown super universe for my comics that I published 2 of that I had to rename because fucker beat me to the punch. You know what I mean? Like,
Image did the same shit to me. They did the same thing to me.
You haven't read it, Paul?
No, I remember the solicitations because I was reading Top 10 and Tom Strong by what's his name? Mr. Head Up His Own Ass.
Fuck Tom Strong. Jesus Christ, I know this.
That's the guy who wrote Watchmen.
Yeah,
Alan Moore. Yeah,
the wizard. So I'll give you an example. The very first issue of Astro City, where they introduce everything, they introduce a character called Samaritan, and he's their Superman analog. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
and the whole comic is about him running around doing all these things, and he keeps telling you how long it took him to get there, and how he dreams about flying every night. And at the end of the book, they reveal he loves to fly, so he's adding up how much time during the day he actually gets to fly. And he has some great moments in it, like flew to Boston, saved a cat, 15 seconds, paused a second to show the little girl as I handed her the cat so she didn't freak out. It almost cost a man in Japan his life, and stuff like that. Like he does an excellent breakdown of how fucking stressful Superman's life would be.
Right.
It's amazing.
I thought they brought that up at some point in Superman. Like people were saying, like, why can't he have a normal life with Lois Lane? And it's like, because if they go out for dinner, like a landslide in India kills like 100 people or whatever. It's just
100,000 people. Yeah, exactly.
He feels that the weight of that responsibility to where he can't live a normal life. So
okay. And I'm telling you, I highly recommend Astro City, Paul. Highly recommend it.
I'm going to the comic store today. I'll have a look
because I have a complaint.
Get the trades.
Yeah.
So was that James?
I said I want to cut in because I have a complaint.
What's your complaint, sir?
It's a very, very old complaint. But if one of you comic book nerds can make me understand it, I'll be really happy.
Okay.
All right, 40K nerd.
That I had to buy like 3 different versions of Spider-Man just to get the whole story of Maximum Carnage.
Because that's what the 90s were. Yeah, it was the 90s.
That pissed me off so bad.
Did you not hear me talk about the
Spider-Man, and I had to buy all these different
Spider-Man. Web of Spider-Man and Spectacular Spider-Man
series so that I could read Maximum Carnage.
Did I not explain to you the event comics read comics?
It pissed me off.
This is why the Spider-Man cartoons are better than the comics.
Not that one. That was a good comic.
Yeah, I've got all of those. Awesome. I stopped buying comic books when in the middle of the X-Men, they went to, I guess it was the Age of Apocalypse.
Oh, yeah, Age of Apocalypse. You don't like it, but I like Age of Apocalypse.
It just,
Apocalypse himself is an interesting character. Isn't he like the first?
Sure. But what they did was they just took and rearranged all the X-Men in an alternate universe.
Did you read Legion Quest before that, though?
Did I read what?
Legion Quest, which was the lead up to Age of Apocalypse.
Where
basically David Haller, it was this crossover of all the X books. David Haller, fucking the guy with a million fucking personalities that had Charles Xavier's son, decides if he travels back in time and stops Magneto, he can make his father's dream come true, and accidentally kills his father when he jumps in front of the attack meant for Eric Magnus at the time, and kills his father instead, which makes the Age of Apocalypse happen.
Mm-hmm.
It's actually all connected, Shadow. It's not bullshit.
Yeah, but it was just I didn't like so much of it. Just
okay.
It's just
that,
seemed
that,
to me
that
like
Legion TV show, by the by, was actually pretty decent.
The
one that was
first
on
two
FX.
seasons were so good. I never watched the final season because they moved from Vancouver to LA, and like with the X-Files, every time a show moves to LA, it just becomes shit all of a sudden. And I don't know if it was good the last season. The first two seasons.
Yeah, I think it was also
wasn't as good,
I think also during that time there was like a huge, mind you, I was working at a comic book store, but there was like a huge price increase because of the way they were doing the covers.
Yeah, they were beautiful.
Yeah, but they were like super expensive, and to keep
Not all
going.
of them.
What?
Not all of
Not
them.
all
but
of them.
In the 90s,
It
they
made a
definitely
difference. I used to bring home over 100 comic books a month.
Oh, wow.
Because I worked at the shop, and when that happened, I noticed significantly. It was like, down to like only 80 comic books a month, and things were,
Man,
so
I never
much-
read that many comic books a month. That was even when they were cheap. I didn't read that many comic books a month. When I was a kid, though, I caught up on so many old storylines. There was a thing when we'd go to New Brunswick every year for summer. We'd stop when you're driving New Brunswick. When you go from northern New Brunswick down to southern New Brunswick, there's this massive forest in the middle of the province, and there's one highway that goes through it, and you drive for like 3 hours through the woods. And right before you come out at what is now Miramichi, but in those days was Chatham, Newcastle, and you get out of the forest, there was a gas station. We'd always stop at that gas station to fuel up halfway on the trip to the cottage, and they had these bins, and it was like 10 comic books for like $1 in a plastic bag, and they'd always have the front ones facing out were always good shit like Spider-Man, Justice League, shit like that, and then the middle would be like Blondie or Casper the Friendly Ghost or whatever.
Yeah,
but I didn't give a
had
fuck because I'd have a $10 fucking I'd have a $10 fucking.
That's how I got my first Spider-Man. I have the Spider-Man and Punisher
Stop
comic
telling my
book.
story. It's okay. You just
Sorry, I thought you were done.
No, go ahead, please.
I'm just waiting for my turn to talk. All right, you just keep
go
doing
for
that.
it, Paul.
No, I'm messing with you. That's just that's what he's saying.
Oh, we're
Shadow.
choosing today. All right, fuck stick. Let's do it.
We're fighting now. What happened? No, I was just pointing out what Shadow was doing because he was just like, "All right, I'm going to wait for his lips to stop flapping." And then
no. Shadow is 100% Angela Bassett's warning in fucking Strange Days. Don't be using the time I'm talking to think about what you want to say.
Yeah.
No, it's just I thought it brought back a really fond memory of the issue with the Punisher and Spider-Man hanging off the Statue of Liberty.
Mm-hmm. With the Jackal and Spider-Man's arm is
Jackal.
throbbing pain.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the Jackal sets the Punisher against Spider-Man in that series.
Yeah, it was just.
But anyway, back to my fond memory of my childhood, Shadow, is I would buy about 20 or 30 of these a summer. So I'd get like 200, 300 comics out of this fucking purchase thing. And most of them were shit I'd given to my sisters. Here's a fucking Wendy the Witch comic. Enjoy that bullshit. But I managed to get like these pieces of storylines, and we didn't have comic shops in those days where I was, that I would never catch up for until 15 years later when I'd finally be able to get the rest of the story. So that was cool, man. That was fun. Comics are not fun anymore. That's the problem. They've stopped being fun.
Yeah. And the problem is too, is like they used to only make trades of like the good series. Now they just make trades of everything. They collect everything. So it's like, I really don't care if it ruins speculators or collectors, to be honest.
Don't give a fuck.
But honestly, there are some things that really don't need to be collected or put into trades.
That's why omnibuses are such a great thing now, because not only do you get the great stuff in one book, but it's hardcover, meant to last, so that generational, Jackie's grandkids could be reading things that they would never otherwise be able to get a hold of, except maybe through digital, and then you're paying to rent the privilege of being able to read something. I absolutely hate that.
Yeah, and they're photoshopping all the cigars out of Wolverine's hand and shit like that.
It's so
too.
weird. But 10, 15 years ago, when manga was starting to outsell, there was a great discussion I saw where basically, I can't remember if it was Mark Miller or I think it was Mark Wade. One of them said, "This is how we save comics. We follow the Japanese model. We stop doing monthly floppies. We write 3 volumes or 4 volumes a year that are about 6 comics worth that tell the story. And then after that, we tell the next one later. And if we follow the Japanese model, we'll be able to save comics in North America." And everyone fucking laughed at him. And now manga which follows that model, outsells manga outsells American floppies by like a 10-to-1 or 100-to-1 ratio, depending. It's insane.
Yep. And like I said, they do the collected editions in like that tiny digest manga size now too, because kids have shelves of that size that they're filling up with whatever One Piece or any of these series. So.
I remember getting myself that Shonen Jump stuff.
Mm-hmm. I've got a couple myself, and you get something better. You know, the stories are better in manga. They're not worried about, you know, certain things. They just tell a story, and if it offends people, then don't buy it.
Well, the last time I heard the comic book person, Gary, online on YouTube talking, the Japanese had one manga, whatever, called Demon Hunter or something like that. And that one manga outsold every comic book made in America that year.
I believe it.
Yeah.
Like combined everything, DC, all of it.
Yeah.
And that
their numbers have dropped drastically. So much so that, you know, they have to do these crazy freaking stupid things to even get a blip on the radar.
Do you know what the problem is? Is that Stanley Cohen and Kirby at no point ever said, if you don't like my politics, don't read my comics.
Right. Well, because they had skin in the game. It was their company. That's the problem is now we're so many generations removed that you have these people who just go in and write self-insert characters, mostly female writers. I mean, I don't want to sound like I'm misogynistic here, but it seems like they want to be the star of the show. And it's like, that's not how it is. You're here to write Batman, Superman, whoever sells. Mm-hmm. And that's it, period. And then
don't worry about it. I don't think misogyny is a real thing.
Sure. But the thing is like, then they'll be like, okay, fine. And then they write it where it's like, well, this is Batman in name only. And then all of a sudden, this female character that looks very much like you is the center of the show. And it's like, oh, here we go again. They just keep doing this over and over again.
Remember that comic that came out, damn, it must be 10 years from now. And it was like Starfire's daughter.
Yeah. Yeah, it was Mariko Tamaki.
Daughter was like a dumpy, ugly, literally, Starfire's daughter looked like Carl from Aqua Teen the Hunger Force.
Yeah. So you mean like Trailblazer from the New Warriors?
And it was
she's this dumpy goth kid, and then you see the lady that wrote
writer, same thing.
Yeah, Mariko Tamaki, and you see her, and you're like,
oh, not actually even Japanese.
Well, I mean, in name, I think she's half Japanese or whatever.
Japanese name,
yeah. But like,
how you doing, Lee? Yes,
I am not Starfire. That came out like I forget how long it was. It was like 5 or 6 years ago. But yeah,
and then in the end, they decide to get along and make up, and it turns out Starfire's daughter's a lesbian or something.
Sure, why not?
It's just like, why?
Well, that was the crazy thing they had in X-Men, where it was just like they had Jean Grey pretty much say like, hey, Bobby, I think you're gay. And then Iceman turned gay. And it was like, did she make him gay? Or did they like, it was a very odd situation, but they wrote it because they were like, we don't have enough representation in this. And it was like, X-Men was always like the generic, these are strange, misunderstood people. You can fit in anybody into it. But then they had to nail it down.
Well,
like,
I saw something. I saw something, an old black and white, a video on the old black and white cartoons of characters none of us have ever heard before. True. And in one of them, but it was showing all the clips of how they used to call gays sissies, you know, because they couldn't say gay and they couldn't, you know, they had to just allude to it. But all the characters that they were showing, of course, they were all men. Right. There was just little short clips of, you know, gay male characters, you know, stereotypically wise in the, I want to say the early 20s and 30s. And one of the clips was, you know, it was a Western clip of, you know, and it said this thing like, where 9 out of 10 men are real men, alluding to you had 1 in 10 was gay. Mm-hmm. And now they want us to think that it's perfectly normal for there to be like 1 in 4, 1 in 3, whatever the number that they have now, which is significantly, a greater percentage of the population, which, that's not a natural thing to happen in 50 years or 75 years.
Well, they're going to
Regardless
fight.
of that, I'm way more interested in what PB said about Jean Grey, because Jean Grey, being one of the most cosmically powerful mutants ever, probably literally could be like, I think you're gay, and then you would be.
Right.
Which means that Iceman non-consensually become homosexual because Jean Grey just made him.
Right.
James, that wouldn't be the worst thing Marvel ever wrote.
Right. Like when Wolverine and Spider-Man switch bodies and Wolverine's trying to get into Mary Jane's 15-year-old panties.
Well, you have to remember, though, that
Yeah,
in a lot of the United States and probably Canada, too, 15 is illegal.
Yeah, but in the comic book, even when
Oh, I'm not justifying it. I think it's absolutely disgusting, but he could do it not for the
So
show.
the 3 most beautiful women in the Marvel universe, who are they? The most beautiful, hands down. Everyone
Power
lusting
Girl.
after them. Marvel.
Marvel.
Oh,
I
sorry.
don't know the answer, but I know for some weird reason
Jean
they're all
Grey's
redheads. They're all redheads.
No, one's a blonde.
Oh, okay. Emma Frost. then?
Jean Grey,
Yeah.
Sue Storm,
Sue Storm.
Mary Jane Watson.
Mary Jane.
Everyone lusts after them. Everyone. Who has
Is
never been
Rock
cast as an
Marvel?
exceptionally beautiful woman ever in a film that they've made with her in it? Jean Grey, Sue Storm, or fucking Mary Jane. They always cast
Mary
these
Jane.
like mid chicks to play.
Yeah.
For Mary Jane.
I mean, I didn't agree with it, but
Sue
Jessica
Storm and
Alba. I
Jean
mean,
Grey.
Jessica Alba had.
Wrong
He's talking
kind of-
about,
Wrong kind though. She's not.
what
the
about
right
what's
look.
her name who played
Yeah.
Jean Grey? Famke Newman.
Famke
Famke
Johnson.
Johnson, discount fucking Julia Roberts, which is what we used to call her in the 90s.
Do you remember her?
She
that
didn't have the
episode?
baboon ass lips. Like
Yeah,
that
she
was the
was-
thing.
In the 90s, she was like, we can't get fucking Julia Roberts. Oh, we'll get
I
Famke
know.
Johnson.
Well, that's how they
She was
think.
awesome. She
Famke
was
Janssen, though,
gorgeous
she
in
was.
that episode of.
She's a very
Christian
attractive woman,
she's
but she's not
tasty.
going to have Doctor Doom, Namor, Galactus, and every other goddamn being in the galaxy
Or
lusting
which, or
after
in
her.
what was it? Was it GoldenEye?
Galactus ever
Or
lust
It's a fucking
I know, I'm just-
exaggeration to
I
prove
know.
a
I'm just
point.
saying. I don't know anymore though, because
You call me pedantic, James.
No, I'm just
Jesus
saying though.
Christ.
I don't know because there was that
He's
one
not James.
that female Fury story that they had where the lady wrote it where Darkseid forced
after
himself
Wonder Woman.
upon himself upon Granny Goodness, and it was like
Ew.
Darkseid's like a big rock golem. Like he doesn't have
Ew,
sexual
bro.
thoughts.
Ew.
Yeah,
Hey.
brother.
And-
Ooh.
Brother, ooh.
even though Jessica Alba was the wrong choice for Sue
We're very
Storm,
wrong.
she's pretty smoking
Yeah,
hot.
it is.
No, Jessica Alba's smoking hot, but the problem is Sue Storm is this tall, leggy, statuesque, model level blonde. So you cast a short fucking Latina.
Yeah,
What?
Yeah, it did.
What?
That's
I would have done the same
What?
thing if I thought I had a chance.
Right?
Look,
I can't
it could be
imagine an
worse.
actress other than what was her name? Oh God!
So just to pass her by, I'm going to answer your question the same way I'm going to answer this always. It's Helen of Troy syndrome. There does not exist a human being actress that could play these characters and do their beauty justice. Just like you cannot cast an actress to play Helen of Troy that every man in the world is going to go, I totally understand why the entire Greek nations went to war.
it's the
over
same
this
thing with
bitch."
Deja Thoris in the John Carter movie.
Fair point. Deja
She was
Thoris is
awful. She
insanely
was like
beautiful.
the worst
but-
choice.
But this is the problem we have, right? So the
Shadow?
whole thing with, like, he was talking about. Sorry,
Shadow,
go ahead,
I'm
James.
going to need you to shut your whore mouth.
She was
I
not
watched
that attractive.
movie,
And
the
go back to Whore Island.
Deja Thoris was absolutely incredibly beautiful.
No, she wasn't. Not
Yeah.
only that, she looked nothing like Deja Thoris.
Yes, she was.
No, she's like me.
Absolutely, she was.
By the way, these two right now are proving my point.
No, but she's really not. I mean, there's a million other actresses they could have picked that would have
Look,
been
I
better.
can't believe we have mentioned stupid casting for female actresses and no one mentions Zendaya yet.
Oh
Who?
God, no, Jesus.
I mean,
Oh,
what the
Zendaya.
hell are you people?
Well, I
Yeah.
did mention her in the effect of they've never cast a proper Mary Jane.
Yes.
Oh yeah, every time they get that one, like they get that one more wrong than any of the others.
Yeah.
Her casting and dialogue in Dune was just all off. I was like, that's not Chani at all. But
oh my god, no, dude, the best. My fucking boss said to me,
Which
and I love this
Dune?
quote. The
The
new
new
ones.
one.
He said, he goes, he goes, what I really enjoyed about the Dune movies. I said, what's that, Danny? He goes, it's 10,000 years in the future, and everybody sounds like they're from some alien Shakespearean culture, except Zendaya, who sounds like she's from Brooklyn today. Like, yep, there it is. Yep. And the problem is I thought Zendaya was interesting as an actress when she was first sort of coming up. I'm like, okay, she's making her Mary Jane. What? Why is she Mary Jane? Hey, we're making her fucking Chiani. You're replacing yet another redhead with her? What the fuck are you doing? You know what I mean?
Yep.
Like, she's not a leading lady.
No.
She's a supporting lady.
Yeah.
Somebody needs to make a group called Ginger Lives Matter.
Okay, I'm in it.
There you go.
And just be like, look, guys, we're pretty
It's
tired of being
GLM.
replaced and
All right,
everything.
everybody, welcome to the GLM meeting. Do you have your sun hats and your SB120 sunblock? All right, that's the first thing we got to do. It's slightly cloudy, so we be careful we don't burn.
Because, I mean,
Wow.
You ever see that picture they put up about the redhead celebration in Ireland they have every year?
I did not.
There's this great meme. I won't look for it now, but it's basically the top picture is an actual shot of the redhead celebration where they get like thousands of redheads in the same place and they have a big party and it's really cool. And it's all these beautiful redheaded women and men and what have you. And then underneath was a picture of like a Somali street market. They went the Netflix version.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
I only caught most of that, but it still was really funny.
Well, the Netflix stories are always the best.
Netflix. Fuck Netflix.
It's like the real thing, and then Netflix adaptation.
Yep, Netflix adaptation. Gee, those gingers are awfully tanned and not redheaded. What the fuck?
See, somebody who does not care about offending everyone in the whole world has been doing like Pixar film
I
posters.
saw those.
Oh, yeah,
Disney
the AI
film
ones.
Yeah, they're funny.
Yeah.
There's one of them. It's called Breathe, and it shows what's his name running down the street with a crack pipe and a handful of pills. George Floyd. He's like running down the street. He's got like a handful of pills and a crack glass pipe.
Yeah, they have the one called The Island, and it's just the guy on the airplane smiling with all the little girls filling it up.
Oh yeah.
Like, oh
Yeah.
no.
I saw that one.
Yeah.
That's awful but funny.
Well, whoever's making these, or whomever, all of them who are making these, their sense of humor is definitely kind of
It's pretty dark.
on the dark side. Yeah, they're to quote what's his name, on the dark side.
James Joe Caffrey, whatever, the Beaver Brown Band. As I've always said, how is dark humor like Make-A-Wish Foundation children?
Never gets old.
Never gets old.
Never gets old. And I always say, how's dark humor like food?
Not everyone gets it.
Oh man!
Welcome to the Grumpy Old Man Show. We're a bunch of grumpy old men, and Lepidus is our Timmy is our fucking protege that we're going to turn into a grumpy old man.
You're right.
I'm halfway
We're grooming
there.
him. We're grooming him.
You make
Soon
me laugh.
enough.
Go to Gulag.
You'll make me laugh. Go to Gulag.
Right.
Anyway, back to the point though of all this is that somewhere around the 2010s, a little bit after the 2010s, comics really started to deliver. And I heard you talk about Kelly Sue DeConnick's. If you don't like my politics, then don't buy my comics. The worst part of that is, it's not just that she said it. They saw her as the savior of modern comics at that point in time. She was supposed to be coming in to rewrite comics and change the direction and all this shit, and all she did instead was just fuck everyone over. Remember that picture of Mockingbird, ask me about my feminist agenda on her t-shirt as a cover of a fucking book? Like, what the fuck is this?
Right.
Marvel, Disney, Warner Brothers, DC, all of them have a problem, which is somewhere around 2010-ish, 2012-ish, they decided they wanted this elusive market that they didn't have. And they were willing to lose the market they did have to try and get it, and they never got it.
Well,
they never got it.
You just described Games Workshop too.
Oh, it's coming for them.
Described a lot of companies.
It's coming for them. It'll be interesting.
And repeal the 19th. That's my solution to all our problems in the world.
James, have you heard that theory that they're thinking of maybe doing a what was it when they replaced the old world for Warhammer? They're going to do that with 40K, and then the new 40K is going to be a little less grimdark. It's going to be just bright enough so that we can get this elusive female audience to play miniatures games with other people in the basement. I'm kind of doubting it's going to work out for them. But.
Yeah, and what's crazy is it's like the one or two females they have playing, like Norn Queen. There's such a insignificant like portion of the demographic, but it's like everything they say on X, it's like people are hanging off of every word. And it's like, look, this is one chick with a kid whose husband sits there and watches her play 40K because he's a good cuck or whatever. I mean, it's like, what are you doing? You know?
Right.
She plays Tyranids because Tyranids are genderless and gender fluid, whatever.
Hey, look, honestly, if you know,
to talk for a second and tell you why women get ahead in comics for the worst reasons possible. Is it okay?
Well, it's the same with comics too. It's the same with everything.
Right.
You know why they get ahead? Because those industries are full of fucking sexless incels who want to get laid. So they think if they give these chicks a chance, they'll get laid. That's why Heather Antos won't crawl back into the fucking ditch she crawled out of in the first place and vanish, and is now ruining Star Trek comics for fuck's sake.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Repeal the 19th.
Well, actually, I thought Heather
save the world. Kill the
like
cheerleader.
Look, I'm just going to put it out there. If I was working and busting my ass as like a pipe fitter or a mason or whatever, and my wife was playing 40K and she just needed to like make googly eyes on the camera and all these poor bastards would just throw money at her and it helped pay the bills. Too bad. Too bad for the simps. Grow up, gentlemen. She's not for you. She's
Henry Rollins had the best line ever about strippers, but it applies to women in general.
I'm a liar.
No, he said, not that. He was talking about women, not about men. He said, it was in one of his books, and he said, you're at the strip club. She comes and dances for you. You give her money. You pretend she likes you. She pretends she likes you. You stop giving her money. She goes and pretends she likes someone else.
Yeah.
And when you understand, take the word strip club out of that and just put modern women as the description. Repeal the fucking 19th already. Jesus Christ.
Isn't it weird how they keep trying to shove, women into men's things, but men don't like want to be shoved into. Never mind. I'm not going to finish that sentence.
Right.
Seriously, Shadow, that was bad. I'm just going to tell you, everything you're doing is bad. I want you to know.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. Like a man's not going to go join a women's book club and be like, "Hey, we really should read this Tom Clancy book" or anything like that. We're very kind of go with the flow. We could read the social cues. A woman comes in that's like, "You guys need to read more Jane Austen or this."
I hate to break the news to you, it's not just women. There's another subsect that is also doing that.
Well,
sure. Yeah.
I was just going to point out that Shadows thought that men don't like being shoved into female things. I mean, that's kind of how we all got here.
I mean, we picked that up. I think
that's why I stopped in mid sentence.
Yeah,
on paper it sounded better.
It was a little
words. This is getting a little dirtier than we thought.
Now, I am a huge Chris Claremont fan.
It anyway.
I'm a huge Chris Claremont fan. I believe in writing good, strong female characters. I don't see any fucking problem with that. They can be amazingly well written.
Sure.
I'm all in favor of that. But this horse shit they're doing today is not that. This horse shit they're doing today is just absolute garbage.
Right.
How many times they're going to cancel Captain Marvel, which is Miss Marvel? Let's fucking remember her name. MS Marvel was a feminist fucking declaration in the 70s. Ms. was a fucking feminist term.
Mm-hmm.
But no, that's too sexist. Now she has to be Captain Marvel. Okay, fine, whatever. How many times are you going to cancel that comic and relaunch it? 13 times, I think, so far, or something stupid like that?
Because nobody wants it.
Nobody wants what they're writing. If they would actually put a decent fucking writer on that book who understood who the character of Carol Danvers was and write that, it would be a top-selling book.
Well, plus one other thing, Bear. If they drew her with like really nice tits. But also
You're not wrong.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
You're out of line, but you're not wrong.
They changed that. They changed the uniform to this like high collar up to her, her Adam's apple, pretty much, because she's very
and yet
mannish.
somehow Power Girl's tits have gotten bigger. I don't understand it.
Big old
Meme
boob
of that
window.
white guy. He goes, he's out of line, but he's correct.
That's what I'm talking about. The boob window. That is the greatest invention in comic books.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Did you ever hear their explanation as to why she has it?
No.
I was trying to think of a symbol like my cousin Kal-El's S, but I couldn't think of one, and then eventually I just never put something there. It's like, really?
Sure.
Like a full top, like when you first showed up in the 70s, didn't count? You had to eventually put a fucking
Why couldn't they have gone with the
She should have just
Batman,
said-
the Batman logic, and she just wanted to distract him with something on her chest?
Oh, that would have been good, but then that would have implied women were sexual creatures who use their sexuality against men, which we cannot say because that is a negative you fucking misogynist. You
should've
fucking
just-
misogynist.
She should have just went, just like
And-
Kal-El, I wanted to give them
wait.
something to aspire to, and this is it right here.
Skeet, skeet, skeet.
Yeah.
There was a good comic, I can't remember which one it was, where Wonder Woman accidentally gets her golden lasso of truth tied up on Power Girl and she admits something embarrassing, and then someone took those frames, reworded them, and it was basically, what are you going to do? Probably go home and masturbate thinking about you. And one of them's like, what the fuck? And then they both realized the lasso's wrapped around Power Girl. Oh.
Yeah.
Comics. But
That was
late
one-
example was the dumping of getting rid of
I
her
know.
for the crazy person, and then letting the crazy person actually write an article in Shrapnel, the BattleTech Shrapnel fanzine.
Yeah.
Was just the ultimate in Catalyst. What are you thinking? You
Well,
know?
they double and triple down on that person too. Because when I was over at Gamehole, I was like, "Oh, okay, cool. You're running a bunch of the demos. Oh, it's that person running every goddamn demo." And it's like, could I not play a game with that person? I just don't even want to be at the same table as somebody who's just
Right.
gonna cancel the tried and true people like Blaine Pardo, who was writing BattleTech novels for like 30 years, and then they're just like, "Oh, this new person's here." Zer's opinions are really
James
great.
sharing
And
with you. James, sharing an image with you, sir.
Okay.
Power Girl's original costume. Didn't need a
There you
boob
go.
window. Had plenty of fucking cleavage.
Yeah, but the boob window's better though.
I disagree.
Yeah, that's
I-
because
fine.
you're like, I don't know, a male feminist or something.
Fuck off. Go fuck yourself.
the boob window is weird because it kind of reminds me of
You take that back, you fucking Hill William.
I mean, I was just going to say, either way, we get the cleavage.
It reminds me of Gambit's little head thing there, where it's just like it exists to hold his face straight, so you could punch him right in the nose. Doesn't make
Yeah,
any
I
sense.
fucking
It's
hate
got-
Gambit. I hate
got-
Gambit. I hate Gambit. I fucking hate Gambit so much.
No argument here. There's a lot of people.
That was
think
the
he's
point
really
in
cool.
time. Oh my god, that was the point in time where Marvel writers had no fucking understanding of love. So it's like, well, Gambit's Southern and Rogue's Southern, so clearly they should hook up. It's like, why? Can only Southern people fuck Southern people in the fucking Marvel universe? Well, T'Challa's black and Storm's black, so they should hook up. So now she's the Queen of Wakanda. What the fuck is wrong with you people? Like, why are you so fucking bad at writing? There used to be good comic writers.
Now, I'm going to have to
Long
correct
gone.
you here. One, only Southerners can sleep with Southerners.
Shut the fuck
But two, everyone knows that T'Challa would have married a white chick.
Oh, absolutely.
So there you go.
Continue that thought, James. Get that whole feeling out of your head, please.
No, I was done.
Oh,
okay. Then let me do this.
Even Kanye
Why?
West said it.
Why would T'Challa only marry a white chick, James?
Because, as Kanye West said, when he gets on, he'll leave your ass for a white girl.
Now, I would like to point out, using Kanye West as your barometer for how things work is pretty fucking suspect.
Yeah, but this was old Kanye when he was doing Gold Digger. Back before,
I'd like to think T'Challa would not choose based on skin tone, but on a woman that would complement his fucking T'Challa-ness, as opposed to, I'm going to the club and drink some Cristal, get my grid, my 22 spinners, and a fat white chick. No.
No, you would like to think that, but guess what? You're wrong.
Oh, okay. I'll take your word for it.
He's got you,
You
there.
know
That's a
you're wrong.
solid argument.
Dude, that was you got me in it's a fucking mind trap. You put me in the
was
center of the
logic.
brain maze, and I didn't bring a string to get myself out. You got me.
But yeah, because you and I both know, we've talked about it, that you see these what I would call attractive, put together, doing well at their job black dudes, and they're dating like these 380-pound trailer park white chicks. It is just a fact, man. It's a fact.
Luke Cage married a white chick. Yes, after he got her pregnant, I think, which is really suspect. T'Challa, I'd like to think, is a little bit better than a hood rat.
I was going to say, are we talking about movie T'Challa?
I'm not touching that one. I got popcorn, man. This is hysterical.
Well, I mean,
it's good popcorn now.
Even in Coming to America, Eddie Murphy married the black chick. Okay,
He married the black girl. Yes, he could have got the white girl.
That was the
he
80s.
Went with the black girl. So,
Found her in Queens. Made sense.
We're talking about the greatest decade of human history, sir.
Right. That's why it was feasible.
But the main point about T'Challa marrying a white girl is it's just funny to say.
Yes, I know, James. I'm aware of how your trolling works. I've known you long enough.
Because
I'm going to make a flow chart for your trolling.
Look.
James says something outrageous. James challenges what you say. James gets a little evil grin on his face.
I guarantee you, half the black dudes on YouTube would agree with me.
Again, James says something controversial. James makes a counterpoint to your point that
Only
feels very
half?
controversial. And James gets his little evil grin.
And if not T'Challa, definitely his brother. That dude grew up in LA and shit. You know he's banging a fat white chick. You know it. Maybe even a hot black chick, depending on if he's got money and shit. You know what I'm saying? Or a hot white chick.
Forgive him, Father, for he knows what he does.
I do know.
I will say it was a little odd at the end of the movie where they were like, these people really need help, and they went to like Compton instead of like the people starving in
Africa.
Where it's like, oh, the place where they don't even have clean water and they have like all kinds of parasite infections. You're like, they'll do fine. We need to go to Compton.
Eritrea and Somalia, they can do without our help. We're going to Compton.
Right, exactly.
City up.
And we understand that there's a lot of murder happening in the Congo right now, and in Nigeria they're kidnapping children. But fuck that. We're going to South Central, baby.
Yeah, that was a little weird. But anyway,
that's why I keep saying, if fucking Black Panther had been a movie about a character called White Tiger or some shit like that, we'd all be talking about a piece of shit movie it was and how it was an awful Marvel movie. But because it was about a black guy and it was the Black Panther, everyone gave that movie's bullshit a pass. And I'm like, no, it was a bad fucking movie.
I have two complaints. Black Panther
I got to go check my food, but I'm listening, James. Go ahead and troll.
It was mid as hell. And two, it was like,
what are we talking about now? The Black Panther movie?
Black Panther. Yeah. It was like, so you're telling me there's a super technological country, Wakanda, but the whole rest of Africa is just a literal shithole.
Right.
And the smartest person on the planet is a 14-year-old girl that's related to T'Challa. And it's like, come on, guys. Right. This is stupid.
Well, they found the magical metal, and that somehow made them the most advanced race anywhere.
Yeah, and it's dumb. And I think that it's not only is it dumb, but it's like patronizing to black people.
Right.
It's just, now the guy who played T'Challa was an absolute Chad gentleman, great guy.
Sure.
Wish he could have lived and done something good. But yeah, of superhero
but that movie wasn't it.
That one's mid at best.
No.
As a matter of fact, I would rather watch The Spirit or The Shadow.
Shadow's a good movie, even though I hate Baldwin. It was very
my favorite part of that was every time you called him T'Challa. I was like, Jesus, James, don't even try. T'Challa.
I'm not. Yeah, I was like, you're
T'Challa.
You're not.
All I know is I'm watching that Black Panther movie and Bubba Tunde showed up, and I'm like, what the fuck is this?
Well, I mean, I could call him Toby.
Oh, right. Fuck.
Look, James was watching it and he saw the guys riding rhinos and he was like, I could see that. That's understandable. They ride rhinos.
No, because I know about rhinos.
Yeah.
They're one of my favorite creatures. And no, you don't just wander up on one out of the blue. They're half blind and they will kill you. They are
wasn't that the funny thing though? Is like, oh yeah, these guys have spaceships and lasers and all that, but they throw spears and they can ride rhinos. And you're like,
and think about the innate racism there. Why are all the warriors of Wakanda spear chuckers?
Wow.
I didn't do it. They did it.
Yeah.
I don't recall the word spear chucker being used once in that movie.
But
I do recall it being used in the MASH movie as a racial slur against the football player that they called Spear Chucker Jones. So you know what you're doing, James. Don't act fucking innocent. You got annoyed that we talked about comic books for 25 minutes, and now you're like, I need to make some trolley shit happen.
That is not true.
Kind of how it works.
You guys brought up Wakanda and issues with it, and I'm just joining in and agreeing. There were some issues. Like, why weren't all of the royal guards armed with, like, disintegrator rays and wearing power armor?
Well, they had to protect their ethno state that they formed in the middle of Africa and then said, fuck all these other people.
And what about T'Challa? Why was he not being referred to as the God Emperor?
T'Challa.
Whatever. T'Challa. Why they should have been calling him the God Emperor. They should have all been post-human power armor.
Oh, here we are. It's brought it to 40K. Look at him
He saw right through it and he went right to the grin.
Yep.
And then
he knew.
And then he could have like conquered all of Africa and then later all of Earth and then started out on a grand crusade to unify the galaxy.
Yeah.
That would
honestly when I watch
throne.
When I watch 40K and they have all these Space Marines as these square-headed, very British people, I go, well, at least they got a hopeful out view of how England's future's looking.
The reason they look that way, honestly, and they've tried to add.
Wow, dude, that was good.
They've tried to add other ethnic groups in, which is stupid, is because the process to make a Space Marine makes them all look like giant Downsy bastards.
Well, I'm not sure if it was in the original editions, but they definitely separated at one point because the Space Wolves were Vikings, the White Scars were pretty much Mongols. So it's like they're going to have people that look like that, and then the Salamanders.
White Scars do they are Mongolian.
Yeah, because that's their whole thing.
They're all square-headed Mongolian.
Right? Yeah, that's all of them. Yeah, the Thunder Warriors, all of them are these big, enormous, square-headed idiots. That you have
because once they go through all the gene therapy and all the bullshit, they turn into these 800-pound square-headed idiot.
Have you watched the cartoons that Flash Gits did called Space King?
Oh, I love it. It is the most realistic parody of 40K ever made.
And they're just these big meatheads and they're idiots, but they get killed and they pull out their holy globules, which are pretty much their nutsack, and then they just put it into another.
They capture little kids and they remove their balls and insert Space King balls into them, and then they just burst into these giant muscle pound maniacs.
They
and
call
you
them
see the one dude
with
a sack full of girls chucking them in a volcano, and they're just like, because girls know.
Yeah. Well, that's what I liked at the start of the third episode. They had the one guy who he made the first female Psycho Warrior, and they immediately dropped everything they were doing to go blow the planet up and declare that there were no girls allowed.
Did you see the one where Hate Monger gives the speech
about and the hate
hobbies?
Yeah.
And the one female Space Marine walks up and he shoots her, and then he's talking, and then she comes crawling up, barely alive, and he just puts his foot on her chest and puts a gun right in her face and says, "You are not canon." Blam. It's like, so it's pretty much everything negative about 40K players, but it's hilarious and true.
Yeah, it's fun parody. I think
it is they do good parodies.
Yeah. I think it shows the problem with the fans, though, because the fans are like, oh, you need to do this next and this, and it just brings it closer to 40K. And I'm like, no, just hit the gas on your craziness. Because that's what I liked about the second one. You had what were those guys? Were the weird blood drinker guys? And they kept saying, they kept saying be positive. Whenever they did it, they flashed like the blood symbol with their hands. And it was like, wait a minute, every time you did it, because they did it so quick. And you're like, did they just flash the blood sign from the street game?
Yes, they did.
Well, that's the Blood Angels, and their gene mutation is they like to drink blood.
Yeah, because they have the whole
and they live like 100 times longer than other Marines for some reason.
Oh, is it because
like
of the
their
blood
chapter
drinking?
master Dante is like 2,000 years old.
Yeah.
Just like because they're vampires, they're space vampires.
Space vampires.
Oddly, a lot of Italian players really, really love the Blood Angels. I'm guessing it has something to do with all the very Renaissance-esque art they have.
Well,
like
their
some of the-
Primarch is based on the Italian painting of Saint Michael casting
sharing
Satan down.
sharing something with you, James, that I think will make you very happy.
And they're really easy to paint. I play Blood Angels and have since the 90s because red is a really easy to paint color.
Sure.
It typically covers very well and everything. Okay, why didn't that come up? Okay, here is this the thing you wanted to share? Let me see.
Let me try again since you killed the share somehow. Now
Yeah,
I'm trying again.
There it is. It came down.
Sydney Sweeney is Power Girl.
Oh my God. I would pay to buy 3 tickets to that.
There you go, brother. Just for you.
Yeah. She's got good genes.
Don't say I never did anything nice for you.
And you know what? She handled shit good when everybody freaked out when she went to her mom's 60th birthday and there's a guy there wearing a MAGA hat. She's just like, yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love how strangers do that. They go to you and you're like, hey, can you disavow your relative? And it's like, who the fuck are you exactly? Get away from me. You know?
Oh, well, the new one they're making all the memes about is when that reporter was interviewing her and trying to walk her into whatever. And you just see the look on Sydney Sweeney's face, like
she's doing that cringing goblin face while she's like, "Don't you think it's a little racist?" And like wink, wink, nodding along, and then thinking that Sydney Sweeney's just going to brainlessly step into the minefield that she laid. Yeah, no, not happening.
See, and that's the beautiful thing about Sydney Sweeney. She's got the nice rack, a pretty face, and is obviously pretty damn smart.
Yeah.
Because she manages to get through these interviews and come out looking great on the other side. Even
she does have good genes.
Interviews.
Oddly enough, I heard Marilyn Monroe was actually really bright, but people
insanely
saw,
bright.
Yeah, and see,
she had an ability. She had an ability to turn it on and off. And her best friend wrote about how they'd be walking down the street and she'd be just Norma Jean, and then she'd be bored and she'd look at her friend. She goes, "You want to see it?" And her would be like, "Yeah." And she just changed the way she walked and she changed the way she projected, and suddenly everybody recognized her.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, she could just ghost through a crowd. She was really really good at that. Marilyn was a thing she did. It wasn't who she was. It was a character she put on.
And I would bet Sydney Sweeney can be that way too. I bet when she's back home on her mom's ranch riding horses around and shit like that, she's not Sydney Sweeney, the sex object. She's just some blonde girl riding a horse around, you know.
Allow me to say, Sydney Sweeney riding a horse sounds like a very appealing thing to watch. I'm just going to throw that out there.
Yeah, but she'd probably be wearing like loose flannel shirt.
I do not give a fuck. She is a beautiful woman.
Okay. I mean, I'm not going to argue with you. I'm just saying she's obviously really smart and probably, I mean, because she said in an interview when they try to sexualize her, she leans into it. She knows, you know what I mean? And she's not like, oh, the male. No, she wants the males to be gazing right at those boobas because every time the males do that, her bank account just gets fat. So, you know, she knows what she's doing. That's a businesswoman right there. She was born gifted with a certain set of abilities, and she is working the shit out of it. And here in a couple of years, she can crank out 5 kids and vanish from the scene. And, you know, and that'll just be that. So smart, really. Yeah. I mean, she's been with like the same dude since she was like 17 or 18. I mean, you know. So anyway. I always joke around with Holy Diver. I know if you've never seen his thing, you won't know, but on his stream, sometimes on the side, he has this Japanese supermodel or whatever. And I always send him and be like, she's nowhere near as pretty as Sydney Superman. You know it. He's always like, what? But that's just because he likes Japanese women, and I
To each their own.
blonde, apparently. Which is weird because the only blonde I ever dated in my life, I ended up marrying. And we've been together for over a couple of decades now. So apparently it works. Satya, what is up, my Finnish homeboy? How you doing? How's Finland? I hope it's good. And you're playing Mountain Blade 2. I've heard good things about, but never played it. Those games, I've been playing Knights of Honor 2 or 3, where you play as the king of somewhere in Europe and you just kind of get wiped out.
I know Bannerlord, they're starting to make a new expansion or update with the Nordic, a Nordic faction.
Yeah, they're in the game I play. I started out as I'm probably going to mispronounce it, but Nicaea, or is it Nicaea? It was the remainder of the Eastern Roman Empire after like the Latins and the Turks took over most of Anatolia. And so far, I have conquered Crimea, most of Ukraine. I'm on my way to Novgorod, and I've pushed the Muslims completely out of Anatolia. Also, I own all of Greece.
Nice.
So I've pushed the Latins out of all of Greece and the Balkans. So the Eastern Roman Empire lives again.
It sounds like you're playing Crusader Kings. What are you playing?
Knights of Honor.
Gotcha. Okay.
And I've basically converted most of Eastern Europe to Orthodoxy at this point.
Yeah.
Talking about Crusader Kings, though, I did see something funny with that, where a guy was trying to Christianize Japan through this one historical character.
Yeah, that must be one of the late, because I think I played 2 a lot, and that's a game that just like that is a time vampire that will suck up your time playing Crusader
This
Kings.
one was in 3 with the new updates that they had, where you could actually play as like an individual and work your way up.
Oh wow! Okay.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, this one is you get a starting kingdom, and then you build armies and you build infrastructure and you have kids and you can try to marry your kids off to other people and like all this kind of stuff, you know. Yeah. And so it's pretty good. And like I said, I started out with Nicaea and a couple of other cities, but now I own Constantinople, which means that whatever priest I have, which is a relative of the ruler, is the patriarch of the Orthodox faith,
right.
Which basically only means that I got a little influence with the church. And now Poland is hating on me right now because they're Latins. And since I wiped out like 2 or 3 Latin countries, the Poles are kind of angry, but I'm not worried about it. You know, not too worried about it. Now, the one country that gave me a shit ton of trouble for a long time was Mongolia. Yeah. Those assholes. Just showing up, burning shit, you know.
That was one of the cool things. That was one of the cool things in Crusader Kings too. It was like, I think if you could get, it was the major Orthodoxy sites were Antioch, Constantinople, Rome, Alexandria, and somewhere else. But if you could capture all 5 of them and install the patriarchs or whatever it is, the high priests for the Orthodoxy, you could declare Catholicism as a heresy. And then like most of Europe would split. It would just become like it's either the Catholics or the Orthodox, like all the other ones, the iconoclasts and all the really smaller denominations that are heresy, that the Catholics said were heresies, all just pretty much vanish. So it's like you almost unify Christianity under one rule as the Orthodox. It's bizarre. It's a really, really big switch on history. Mainly because you got to conquer Rome, and that ain't easy.
Isn't that the game? I think I saw a guy on YouTube play that game and go out of his way to like be as inbred as he could be.
That might be in 3. They added weird stuff in 3.
Yeah.
Where
He was marrying his own. It started out with cousins, and then he made kingdom laws where, you know, and by the end he was marrying brothers and sisters, and like the king was being born with all these like, you know.
They added weird visualizations in 3 where it was like, you had clubfoot midgets and all that stuff when like you ate too much.
Like that is kind of weird, but okay.
The funniest part with what I was talking about, the dude kept on getting like wives with giantism.
Like
giant Japanese women as his wives.
Well, they would discard them because they had their feet were too big, so they were looked down upon in Asian society. They were like, give him the discards, and he's like, what's wrong with these girls? They just, wear big shoes is all.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that was a huge thing, I guess, in China. Up until very recently, it was so bad that like women would have mutated feet.
Yeah,
because they'd wrapped them when they were young, and just like the binding, their toes would all be like jacked up. You know,
trying to get them all to look like Brie Larson.
Oh, yeah, the fungal.
I don't know what they're trying to do, but I mean, then again,
you haven't seen those.
Yeah, it's like. Oof.
In Central and South America, they would like.
And don't send them to me. I don't want to see that flat ass bitch.
Yeah, they would strap boards to the baby's heads so that
reaction to that was just perfect.
When the baby would grow up, they would have like an alien head.
And you talking about the Asians, or you talking about like the Nazca?
Yeah, you're talking about Peru.
Yeah, the Nazca definitely had that.
Central and South America.
Yeah, not all of them are human, buddy. There's some interesting stuff going on down with those skulls, including stuff like missing certain things that skulls naturally have that head binding wouldn't get rid of, and stuff like that.
Yeah, the sutures.
They're called
cranial
tridactyls.
sutures.
Tridactyls is the name of what they're finding.
You know what? I hear what you're saying, but all I hear is woo 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 woo.
Yeah, that's okay. I listen to you talk about your orthodoxy, and all I hear is woo 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 woo. So it works out. We're both even on that one.
See, no, you were being mean.
Yes, I was.
Because
I finally had something I could join the conversation to talk about, and you decided to be a prick to me. So I decided to be mean back. It's amazing.
You know why you're so mean?
Favorite
I bet
snack?
you because you're on the nexus of more than one ley line. And all that magnetism
affects Raven,
your brain and makes you angry.
Whatever you say, Raven.
You talk about the ley lines and the Nazca lines and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, all right. Yeah.
Because Bear and I don't
character based on that. So there you go.
James's theory is that aliens are demons.
Mine too.
I don't believe in aliens at all. Yeah.
I don't either.
Yeah.
I'll believe it when I see it.
This is the world we're in.
Well, the only argument that there would be aliens is that silly, well, with billions of worlds and billions of whatever, obviously there must be, right? But you can flip that entire argument and say with billions of whatever and billions of whatever, we would have seen them by now.
Maybe.
Therefore, you get the whole Fermi paradox.
We have. That's the point, is that we have.
We don't know what we've seen.
Okay.
They could be cave goblins from Kentucky.
Sure.
Oh, you know.
Absolutely agree with you on that. 100%.
You know,
I'm down for cave goblins.
When you get all this way,
hey, what's up, Squirrel? How's it going, man?
Hey, Squirrel, man, you good, man? Squirrel, hope you're doing all right, brother.
Yeah, I hope you're doing all right, Squirrel.
And
what if it was just Eldritch horrors?
That's okay.
That would be even worse, though. Eldritch horrors from an in-between place that, are eventually going to wipe us out. Not because they hate us, just because for no reason. Yeah, nihilism. Yay.
Well, that's the thing. Maybe, who knows? Maybe they exist, maybe they don't. Maybe they're a fungus or a slime or something like that. There's life on other planets, but I don't think they're really interested. Just like us. Like, if do they have any resources we can exploit? We're not interested.
Again, we apply human perspective to something that is not human, therefore we will fail.
Yep.
Right?
Pretty much.
That's the problem.
Yeah. Yeah.
I see
Yeah,
things like
yeah.
tardigrades, and it's like, yeah, there could be aliens. It'd be weird
Yeah.
shit like we don't understand. It's like those things can live in space and under harsh radiation.
Yeah.
That's pretty amazing.
There's
problem
lots
is
of
it's
crazy shit in this
they're little-
universe.
Little microbes. They're not, I guess by
Okay.
our standards, they might not accomplish much.
Well, I
Yeah.
mean, they are pretty cute though. The water
Maybe
pit.
there's ancient machines out there waiting for us to gain space travel so they can harvest us and let the cycle reset.
Are you talking about the Reapers from frickin' Mass Effect?
I'm glad I stopped before 3, 1 and 2, and then I was like, I got a feeling they're going to drop the ball. And they
3
did.
wasn't terrible. It was kind of half good, half bad.
Yeah,
It wasn't terrible. It just half sucked.
yeah,
Andromeda was absurdly bad.
yeah. Well, that was one that didn't they farm it out to another company, and it looked like dog shit from day one.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's how it goes. Shadow, here's a question for you. I see Zombicide up there. You got a box above it. I need to know what that is before I lose my mind.
Which Zombicide?
You got Zombicide, another Zombicide, and then there's a third one right above it. What's that?
Oh, that's Gates of Valhalla. That's from Shadows of Brimstone. That's like one of the our top 2 or 3 games here at the channel. It's a cooperative board game that started out in the Wild West, where you've got people going. It's basically a ripoff of Deadlands.
Deadland. Yeah.
And they've got the Dark Stone, and it opens up these portals to other worlds.
Yeah.
And Cthulhu things come into the Wild West and start causing all kinds of mischief. But that's the Viking expansion. Above that, Serpent Kings, which is the Mayan expansion. I've got the Samurai expansion. I've literally got like every box they've ever made for this game, and that's like well over 50 different expansions for this board game that uses these the old Games Workshop puzzle connector tile pieces for the different rooms and chambers and places, including other planets. There's one that goes into hell called Cinder with lava creatures and succubi. You name it, they've done it. The next Kickstarter that's going to be in my mailbox soon, mind you, it won't fit because it's going to be literally about a cubic meter of expansion box sets, is Ancient Egypt and Atlantis and the Hell Train, which is this ghost train where it's just like these puzzle pieces of the train cars, and you do all kinds of crap there with a bunch of mummies and pharaohs and Egyptian god miniatures and ghostly banditos robbing the train and just all kinds of cool
and hopefully Nyarlathotep.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure
Black Pharaoh.
There's so much, like each Kickstarter usually gives you about 20 different box sets of different miniatures and floor tiles and rules and to this date it's just been like some of the most. It's literally the game. I was playing it solo when Jackie was like 9-10 years old. So he watching me paint up cowboys and Cthulhu, and he's like, "What are you doing?" Because I had the miniatures on the tiles and I'm rolling dice and I'm playing. He's like, "Oh, I want to play," and I'm like, "Let's go."
Yeah.
And from that point on,
you found your entry drug. You
pretty
got
much. I knew what I was doing, and he loved it. We had a good long run. We'd play until midnight on Friday or Saturday night, and then he'd be like, 11-year-old, I'm tired, Dad. Can I go to bed? The whole table's covered with the dungeon we had just done. I'm like, yeah, you go to bed. I'll clean up 2 o'clock in the morning. I finally roll into bed. His mom's like, what the hell? We were playing a game at freaking midnight with an 11-year-old. Yes.
You've got to learn somehow.
Exactly.
That's how back in the day it was when we were playing like Mega Supremacy or whatever like that. Those games would last like 8 or 9 hours.
Or just good old fashioned D&D.
Supremacy. Yeah.
You cover like a whole ping pong table with them. You're just like, all right, pull down the net. We're spreading out the map, and then we're doing Mega Supremacy for like 9 hours.
How is this
Mega Supremacy Club at our local?
One of these days, I'm going to get him to play
Twilight Imperium.
And I also made not the mistake, but I bought my friend's entire Cthulhu Wars collection. I mean, everything. He had everything. And he knew he and his daughters were never going to friggin' play it. And I'm like, I'll take it off your hands, no problem. And he lived in Arizona. He had his old man bring the entire thing to my house, so no shipping, and I got it for dirt cheap. But then I read the rules, and I'm like, okay, so I need 5, 6, 7 suckers to come play this game with me. It says an hour and a half to play, and I'm like, there's freaking hundreds of things you can do in pieces and expansions. I'm like, yeah, okay, this is another thing that goes to when I open the store, maybe I'll get to play it. Maybe.
Yeah, that's an hour and a half just to set up. I remember walking past that at Gen Con. I saw some guys sitting down to play the Gods War version for Glorantha, which is like the same system with all the pieces and all that stuff. And I was like, that is a lot of space for this game. What is this? And it's like the minis are cool because all the gods in Glorantha are crazy. It's kind of like that's RuneQuest. So they took like, the Greek, the Assyrian, the Babylonian, like pretty much all the Bronze Age pantheons and threw them in a blender. And you just have this wacky. There you go. Yep.
My version of what he just said is Mansions of Madness 2nd Edition.
Yeah, and that's the one. And that's the one that run with the app, right? The second edition. Yeah.
Real
I only ever got to play the first. So.
Yeah, me neither.
Oh, we lost Bear. Hopefully she's doing well.
Bear's
Squirrel.
checking on his lunch. Relax.
Yeah, I hope your wife is doing well, Squirrel. Thoughts and prayers and all. But
I would look into
all interested in a good investigation game, even if you're not knowledgeable or even a fan of H.P. Lovecraft, you'll like Mansions of Madness.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, you're just investigating shit and then maybe fighting a couple monsters. So it is what it is. But it's a very difficult game. It is set up where the house is going to win about 60% of the time.
Yeah. Co-op games should be tough like that, though.
Yeah,
absolutely.
It's very tough.
You got to focus
in this game, if everyone picks stupid characters that don't synergize and then everyone runs around freelancing like idiots, you are guaranteed to lose.
Yeah. That's usually how those co-op games go, though. You go like, hey, the wife or so-and-so wants to play, and then everybody just sits down with a beer and has a jokey fun, and then somebody obviously comments when you get stomped, man, this is a really tough game. And that's when you realize I got to save this game for when like people who are seriously gamer minded show up and want to actually try to beat it. Because
I am lucky in that regard because the most serious player of Mansions of Madness 2 is my wife.
There you go. Yeah.
And she always wants everybody to pick. Like when we start playing, she don't force anybody to do anything, but she's like, hey, since I'm playing the ex-cultist and I'm really good with, this, and this, we need somebody who's really good at fighting.
Yeah.
And it just goes on and so forth like that.
And all those Arkham-based games that FFG did, they usually had a whole bunch of guys that fit into the situation, even if it was like, here you go, you're the sailor or whatever like that, and you're the strong guy. You can pass a lot of the strength checks, and you start with like a fireman's axe or a shovel or something that'll help you in melee, and there you go.
Yeah, the sad thing about the sailor in Mansion Madness 2, whatever his name is, Marsh, is in one of the adventures. You find out he's a Deep One hybrid, and you don't even know it. Yeah. Because in Innsmouth, the family that started the whole Deep One thing was Jebediah Marsh.
Yep.
And now he's like, and that's pretty interesting.
Linking back to comics really quick, actually, if anybody's interested in the chat, Dark Horse does mangas that this guy Gao Tanabe draws from Japan, and he just does all the Lovecraft stories. So there was Shadow over Innsmouth, and it's great. Like the weird looking fish like people in it. It's real creepy. And it's just nice how he draws how decrepit that town is. Everybody's
That's one of my favorite Lovecraft stories, to be honest.
Yeah.
Right.
It's great too, because it dovetails into the history of Delta Green, which is one of my favorite RPGs to run as like an investigative for horror and whatnot.
That's a modern day
Cthulhu. Call of Cthulhu tried to put Delta Green out to field because in the 7th edition core book, it gives you all the information you need to run it in like 5 different eras.
Yeah.
So if you want
Yeah,
to
but
run it
isn't that a Green Ronin
modern,
thing?
you can.
No. Delta Green is Arc Dream. I think it's one of the few things that it's like they focus on that. I think the other game they're actually going to do now is they got the rights for the Black Company, so they're going to do an RPG for that too. But
Oh boy.
no, the way Delta Green started.
That series of novels.
Delta Green started out as like
I really liked the
Call of
first
Cthulhu
book.
expansion, and then it kind of grew into its own thing.
I really liked the first book of Black Company. I thought it was really good. Then I got to the second book, and we started getting them on that flying pyramid shit, and I'm just like, what the fuck did this turn into? Jesus.
But pretty much as far as Delta Green, the way it worked was like that was because it was like World War I era when that whole shed over Innsmouth happened. Because that guy escapes at the end of the story. So when he goes to the authorities, they call in the Navy because they're like, yeah, there's something weird happening over here in this town, like in New England. So they send a sub in to torpedo whatever this crazy reef is with these fish people, and it's all buried under naval intelligence. So that's when they start that separate branch of like.
Well, not only that, they like gather up all of the half breeds, and they say that there's like a plague or something, but they all get put in the camps and
that's the thing they were saying. Like that's what they were saying. The aliens from Area 51. It was a lot of those guys they found sealed up from the 1920s.
Right,
hybrids that they found in the ocean in the Atlantic over there.
Yeah, so it was a whole thing.
Yeah, it was cool. They mixed like modern conspiracy theories in with some Cthulhu stuff. And you're like, all right, this is kind of cool. I could definitely see, like, I never watched a whole lot of it, but guys who really like the X-Files were really big into it.
Oh yeah,
it was kind of a similar thing where you're like, oh, okay, yeah, there's government organizations that are keeping an eye on things. Not all of them actually. Most of them are very not benevolent. So
well, coming up,
that's good, Squirrel. That's good.
The people who I hung out around who typically really liked Delta Green were pretty much just the Call of Cthulhu guys that wanted an M16.
That would be me.
You know, because if you play 1920s, you might be lucky to get a Tommy gun or something. But these were guys that wanted modern shit, you know. Mm-hmm. But otherwise, it was just Call of Cthulhu, really.
Right.
Which is not a bad thing at all, you know. But now, maybe as a response to the popularity of Delta Green, like I said, Chaosium has actually just made it where you can make modern characters and have skill in computer and this and that, you know.
Yeah.
So, you know, whatever. I mean,
yeah, I still wouldn't run it in a post cell phone era.
I've ran modern Call of Cthulhu and had zero problems.
Depends on the because some of the modules are set up that way. There was one for Delta Green where you guys were coalition troops in Afghanistan, and I'm pretty sure it's in the lore where Afghanistan there's a portal to the plateau of Leng over there, so that's why.
Yes, somewhere in Central Asia, supposedly.
Yeah, so there's like you're dealing with the Chocho and all this other crazy stuff in Afghanistan, and all you are is just a bunch of American grunts. You know, during the global war on terror, and all kinds of crazy stuff happens. And you pretty much,
which is what it was really.
One of the guys in the group knows what's going on, and he wants you to call, like, pretty much pinpoint the area where these guys have a temple to airstrike it, and then you blame everybody else as like panicking and calling it in because you think it was some kind of tribal conflict when really it was like whatever worshippers from the plateau of Leng or something. It's pretty cool.
In the Hyperborea role-playing game, the plateau of Leng is in the setting, and you've got the men of Ling and all that sort of thing. And what it talks about, like, okay, one of the kind of people you can play are Cimmerians, which in real life were a Central European Germanic tribe that got either assimilated or wiped out.
Yeah.
But in this game, they were being chased down by the Scythians, and they ran through a valley and they saw like fog, and they ran through the fog. And when they got out the other side of the fog, they were in Hyperborea.
Yep.
And that's kind of how everyone gets to Hyperborea. The North Wind takes them there or some shit, you know.
Yeah.
But I've got my group of players, characters ready, and I've actually figured out what adventure I'm going to run. And it will be what Richard said he's going to run, Rats in the Walls.
Yep.
Because everyone was going to start in Chromarium anyway, or Chromium, whatever.
Chromarium, yeah, you had it right the first
time. So the fact that there's like a starting adventure in the city, actually 3, that'll be awesome because, you know, we can jump on it, you know, without having to worry about anything. Of course, it's going to be the typical I'm going to do the typical you all met on a ship from, you know, wherever your distant home was to this place. And now, you know, you're here, do something, you know, whatever, right? One thing about the player character group, though, that I made that is really wild compared to like anytime I've actually ran AD&D or anything like that, there's not a single good character in the group.
Huh. Well, when Sathakwa is the like primary god of the entire setting, you're not going to have a whole lot of lawful good guys running around.
It's like you've got a bunch of neutral characters. They're all neutral.
Yeah.
Because it's just like, I think 1 or 2 of them might have went chaotic good, but
right.
Yeah. And you're right. I mean, this is a world where, you know, cosmic horrors are actually worshipped as gods. So,
yeah,
neutral is as close as you're going to get to good.
Because I think the very few lawful characters that I played were in Jeff Talanian's games when he would show up to the conventions, and it was like, I think he had some lawful good clerics, but they were usually of Athena, which is kind of cool, having a cleric that could use a longbow. That's really helpful. So
yeah, Athena or Apollo.
Yeah.
I have one of the guys in the group decided he wanted to be a monk, but then decided he was going to be a Chimerian, and then decided that his deity would be Krimmer.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, so basically you're playing Conan the Barbarian, but he's a monk.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, okay, all right. I mean, you know,
yeah.
And then Hungar is playing a cleric of Zagua, who's a Hyperborean. He's like 7'2" and golden haired, because all the Hyperboreans are very, very tall and golden haired typically. And they also look down on all the other humans as like subhuman.
Yeah.
And then
that's pretty much like, yeah, they had like Elric, like if you have
that. Yeah, that's the Melna Bonet or whatever, right?
Yeah,
there.
they look at all the human races as like the slaves running around, kind of playing in the ruins of their empire and stuff.
And that's kind of what is, because the Hyperboreans ruled that whole realm, and then the Green Death came and like decimated them, and then non-Hyperborean humans kicked back quicker and started occupying all the old imperial cities.
Yeah,
which is how you get Chimerium being ruled over by common men.
Yeah, that's the thing I got to look into for Chimerium, because the one guy that introduced us to Hyperborea of first edition way back when, being in like 2015, 2016 over at Origins over in Columbus, when he was running it, he had one that a session that was based in Chimerium, where there were sections of the town that were almost like they were almost barricaded off, like almost zombie infested, and it was people who were still alive from that green plague that would just attack you on sight and try to kill and eat you. So there were areas that were just kind of blockaded off that sometimes you would have to hop through if you were trying to get to places that were like far off or I'm trying to think here, just cut off from like main passageway. and stuff like that, because we were on a strict schedule trying to save somebody before like dawn happened.
This may be just he was a very creative DM. It might be a first edition thing. In the third edition, basically only really the southern part of the city is inhabited.
Yeah.
But the northern part of the city, which is barricaded off a bit, is like nothing but homeless camps.
Okay.
And the homeless people live in their tent cities on the northern end of the city because they're too terrified to actually live in the towers that still exist there, because they believe they're all haunted. So, and then there's these forges that are constantly spewing black smoke all over the place because they're burning peat. And they're forging the pig iron that they trade from the Celts, you know, in lieu into steel, which is apparently an export of the city.
Okay.
But because a lot of people are like, what do you mean there's factories spewing smoke? And it's like, they're not factories in like they have a conveyor belt building Model Ts. They're giant forge areas where they're, you know,
it's just a place to contain all this molten metal that they're making into like kind of pig iron, where you just pour it into a big mold and snap off the ingots.
So, right, exactly. And
which is that's old stuff. It's not it's not steampunk level nonsense.
The swamps and the region of Lug, apparently the Celts that live in the swamp spend all their time, you know, when they're not trying to, you know, survive, digging up the iron ore that's in the swamp. And apparently there's a lot of it. And then the Celts trade it to the city. And the city, you know, refines it to whatever and trades it off.
Yeah. It's one of the reasons why you have those really nice
black smoke.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons why you have those really nice Viking swords, because the carbon content of the iron you get out of a bog is really, you know, can make some strong steel.
And one of the characters in the group is a Viking berserker.
There you go. And
then I've got an Amazon assassin, a Cimmerian scout.
That's a fun one. I like that. Yeah, it's a subclass of thief.
Yeah,
track things.
They're like the thief, but for outdoors shit.
And I like that bonus they give the group too, because they're always keeping a lookout. They give a permanent like -1 modifier for everybody getting ambushed.
Right.
So yeah, that's cool having one around.
Amazon, berserker, cleric, assassin, cryomancer, and then monk. And the 8th player or 7th player, maybe 7th and 8th, depending if his wife wants to play. They haven't got back with me, but I'm going to see them over Thanksgiving because it's my brother-in-law.
There you go.
And be like, are you guys going to play or not? I mean, if they don't want to, that's cool. I mean, you know.
You just disown
they usually do.
You're either in or you're out. I mean, yeah, you're just asking them, like, so are we seeing you for Christmas? They're like, what do you mean? Well, if you're not in Hyperborea, we're not seeing you for Christmas.
Nah, we actually, a lot of times I visit their house for Christmas because it's more centrally located. Because some of my nephews live in Georgia and some of my nephews live in Indiana or nieces and all over the place. So, you know, central Georgia's more, you know, within an easy drive of people.
Yep.
So I'll tell you what, Bear, I apologize, sir. You know, I love you.
For what? What are you apologizing for?
Look at all of these freaking Spider Stalker tanks I've got.
Nice.
That's and that's not even including the heavy ones, which are these guys back here. You see how much bigger that guy is? Right there. So, yeah, my Dark Tagmata army is going to be Brutality. So basically, Dark Mechanicum.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
Chaos Mechanicum.
Those remind me of the Tripod Walkers. They had what was that? A miniatures game for War of the Worlds from back in the day.
Yeah, that was kind of a cool game. I remember that game.
You played the Earthlings, and you could have like the very kind of World War I like tanks versus the big.
Isn't it the same game that had the like the biplane models?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you had biplanes and like
yeah,
World
it was
War I
basically
tanks.
slightly. It was like interwar equipment versus aliens.
Yeah,
and
I thought that would be kind of fun. I was always a big fan of the Sopwith Camels, and that whole era of flight was just amazing. I've got somebody actually sent me Dawn Patrol. I filed that away because I'm never going to get a chance to freaking play it. Plus, the rules for it were kind of retarded.
Yeah. My buddy, who actually runs our Sunday D&D game, he's one of the guys that does Dawn Patrol over at Gen Con, the big one where
really,
yeah, where they've got the I forget how big the biplane models are. They're bigger models, but they're the ones where they use the elevation and all the different rules. Like, yeah, it's just really kind of cool, this whole setup that they have for it.
Growing up as a kid, I had probably at least a dozen different Sopwith Camels hanging from my ceiling, along with MiGs and B-52s and the Millennium Falcon. I had it all hanging up on my ceiling. I love putting together shit like that.
Now, the B-52s were not happy about it at all. Because they were just like, look, dude, we were just trying to get to the Love Shack. And now you're hanging us from a ceiling?
Yep.
That's not cool.
Well, I mean, to be honest and to be fair, they've probably been through worse.
Yeah, I'm being punny. Dawn Patrol was one, and there was another board game I remember that was the same thing, but it was called like Blue Max.
Okay, I think I remember that one too.
There was a later one that came out where it was World War I planes, but you used like maneuver cards and stuff. And when you bought the box set, it came with like 2 or 3 Allied planes and 2 or 3 Axis power planes.
You know what? You just reminded me of something I got to go look up. You remember Ace of Aces?
I might be describing it.
Nope. It was a game that came with 2 little books, and there were the illustrations of what you saw out of your cockpit window, and you would pick a maneuver down at the bottom to tell your friend to go to that page because that would then give him what he would see.
Oh, so like if you got to a page where it showed you behind him with him in the crosshairs.
Right, exactly.
Right, yeah. I've never seen that, but I think you and I talked about it.
It was something that a lot of my friends and I used to play, and there was other versions like men at arms fighting each other. So you pick your maneuver, and depending on what they would do, you'd kind of fight one-on-one. And it was a game that I thought that me and the boy could play on road trips. Just bring the little book with you, and it was like, all right, go to page 42. Oh shit! All right, go to page 72. No heavy thinking. You just pick a maneuver. That's what you're doing. Okay, that's what I see. This is my maneuver. That's what you see. It was kind of ingenious. Not pre video games, but it was the same concept of animation, just one cell, one frame at a time. But to this day, they're still pretty popular.
Huh. Well, there is a game club in the Orlando area. I've seen them multiple times. They're a bunch of old crusty bastards, so like me, if they're alive. It's been 15 years since I've seen them. And they were super into Memoir 44.
I remember that one too.
Except when they played the game, the hexes they used were like 6 inches apart across.
Okay.
And instead of the little figures that came with the game, they were using like 20 millimeter figures. So, a stand of 4 infantrymen were like 20 millimeter, and all the tanks were big as shit, you know, and like they were super into it. So they had really, really like blown it up in scale.
Mm-hmm.
And then another group, not the same group, these guys were history teachers at a local school. They had they would always demo at conventions Ogre, except the Ogre that you had to fight against was like 2 feet long.
Oh,
and
that was fun.
I mean, it was like gigantic. So even the GEVs and stuff that the other team had were like big.
Yeah, yeah,
know,
like bigger than Matchboxes.
And the board you played this on was pretty much like a whole part of the floor in the gymnasium.
You'd have to be.
And you would be walking around looking at the miniatures and stuff.
That sounds
and then moving them where they would be and stuff. It was,
I mean, compared to the original 8.5 by 11 battlefield map that you got in the original, plastic envelope set back in, 78 or whatever it was. Because that game still, I mean, if you think about it, despite all the weird shit Steve Jackson's done and continues to do, that game still freaking rocks after over 50 years and is still one of those games that just defined an entire, genre, if you will.
Well, it's also an interesting game just because of the concept of
the giant Bolo cybernetic tank.
A giant cybernetic tank that just decides it's going to do its own thing, and you're out here trying to stop it with conventional forces, and and the giant tank weapons and all kinds of shit. 75. Well, where's a good place to find 75 millimeter miniatures? Etsy or eBay.
Yeah, they're going to have to be 3D printed. I don't think too many people make
them. Yeah, they're going to be 3D printed because most people don't make miniatures that big.
Unless you're talking about like the old Superior Models, pewter, characters, which are insanely expensive, like $250 a piece. Phoenix Models, I think, still makes minis like that. And there's another company, it's slipping my mind. But just, I mean, if you just Google 75 millimeter metal miniatures, for painting and things like that, because they're usually just, a Napoleonic soldier or a GI sitting there smoking a cigarette. They're usually just.
Yeah, they're usually just display miniatures.
Yeah, that's the word I was looking for.
I mean, I've got one right here that I need to paint.
Yeah, Brian sent me this one.
Yep. And mine is, where is it?
But he had to 3D print it. But if you have a 3D printer, which I think you do, George, I mean, you could pretty much print whatever the hell you want for so much cheaper than guys like me would have to, pay for it to be done and shipped, etc. And then if it arrives broken, you're kind of screwed.
Well, if it arrives broken for me, I just.
Oh, you know what, George? I know something you might write this down, George. Grenadier Colossal Lords.
This is my 75 mil figure. I need to paint her actual clothes. She's got clothes. I just haven't painted them.
Yeah, Grenadier made these really big 75 millimeter miniatures back in the day, all lead. So your wife is going to freak out until you primer them. Just don't tell her they're lead. But they're really nice. They're really cheap, though, like $20-$30 for, what's essentially now an antique, but they were designed for painting. And if she's any good, and there's a lot of females that aren't, too risque. There's a knight, there's a Grim Reaper, there's a thief, a paladin, but most of them are females. One of the most famous one is is that Colossus? No, I mean Apocalypse?
No.
He kind of looks like him in the Tick.
It is the Tick.
I was going to say, it looks like the Tick, yeah.
Well, from the shoulders and it kind of had a little bit of a Apocalypse look to it.
The exaggerated body shape of him.
Yeah. Because when I finally decide to run 616, I mean, I wanted to have a tick miniature.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, I'm getting ready to get rid.
Recently picked up, which I think maybe Shadow, you might appreciate this, but I've got Mulder and Scully. Here's Scully.
Nice.
Yeah, you know, FBI agents.
That's kind of cool. I mean,
and then from this guy, I need to paint his stuff
Manhattan.
from the TV show What We Do in the Shadows. I have Nandor. He is Nandor the Relentless because he is relentless. He's a vampire.
The only thing, George, with those models, you're probably going to want to pin them together when you glue them together, which means drilling holes in the two pieces so you can stick a piece of wire in so that the wire will help hold them together along with the epoxy. But it'll give you, you know, that way you and your daughter can like kind of do the thing together. You can, you know, do all the handling of the lead, then you primer it and go, okay, now do your magic, you know.
Unless these miniatures were made in the 80s, they won't be lead.
Yeah, they are.
Okay, so
Grenadier's old minis.
Yeah, but the cool thing is you can still find them sealed for like $30, $29, you know, around that area. And they're really nice sculptures that have that name attached to them, which, you know, like, you know, I said Grenadier. Paul, you knew exactly what I was talking about, right?
Well, I had a little box. It was nice. The box was open, but it was a hand-me-down of the Edge Runners from Cyberpunk from way back when, from like the 2017 or whatever set that they had from the early 80s.
Yeah, so, they were huge. They were one of the top 3 miniature companies in the world for a good long time. And there you can still get recasts, but something like that's going to, you know, like a recast 75 millimeter lead miniature is going to cost you like $75 to $100 if you can even find it.
Yep.
Or like I said, you could go on Etsy and see if they got what you want in 75 mil, and it'll cost you maybe between $5 and $20 plus shipping. Yep. And if you do what I do on Etsy, I make sure I only order from people from the Southeast. One of the big Etsy sellers is actually here in Florida, so
that's where I got my Headless Horseman mini that I painted last month. Was off Etsy, but that little mini cost me like between 20 and $25.
Yeah, some of the people they overprice stuff. This from Mini Maker, whatever. This whole freaking RV, but post-apocalyptic RV was like $11.
That's not bad. That's not bad.
Oh, for a 32 mil vehicle like that? No, that's amazing.
Yeah, it's funny though.
Obviously, you haven't looked at GW prices lately.
No, I was at that Games Workshop a couple weekends ago for a single character model, not even like the leader of an army, but you know, like a wizard or some shit like that. It was like $49 for a tiny little 2-sprue, you know, probably 8-piece miniature. I'm like,
for Warhammer,
$40K, yes.
That's because they have what they call progressive pricing. Yeah. And what that means is the more rare a miniature would be, the more they charge for it.
Yep.
So since you are only ever going to need in your entire life one Abaddon the Despoiler, that's like $70.
Yeah.
But if you were to just buy Chaos warriors in Terminator armor, you know, you could buy a box of like 5 for about that price,
or less.
Yeah,
like I remember.
It's like how Tactical Marines. You can still get like $39 for.
Do you watch Uncle Adam?
I've watched some of his stuff. Yeah,
he did a video where he showed, you know, this is a couple years ago, like a box of like 30 or 40 or a huge number of orcs was insanely cheap compared to, you know, like one other box that had this, like the same amount of plastic sprues in it for one dude was, you know, insane.
Well, I mean, you cannot buy a night model for your 40K Army for less than $140.
No, it was like a Dreadnought or like an Abaddon or something like that. It was just something
Right.
simple, nothing like super large like a Knight or a Titan or even a tank. It was just some dude compared to 20
But that's,
regular
like,
orcs.
that's what I'm telling you, though, is the more
You ever have to put your peepers on? You ever
Yeah,
use
I've
them?
got some right here, but I never use them. As a matter of fact, I'm going this I'm going Black Friday to get a pair of glasses,
There you go.
like reading glasses, which will end up being painting, glasses, which I don't even need or will ever wear. But the wife is like, the insurance is going to roll over, so go ahead and get your money out of the eye. I've never been to the eye doctor in my life,
I would
right?
say you're paying for it. Get something for it.
Yeah.
time for me to move.
If it was
that.
up to me, I wouldn't even have any medical insurance, but we're going to get charged for it anyways, so might as
Yep.
well,
Use it. Yeah.
yeah, it's freaking insane. If I need to go to the doctor, I can literally afford to pay cash and do all the things, but no, this country has got this stupid thing about insurance. If you don't have it,
Be honest, when you need medical care, you go to the veterinarian, you pay them like $500 cash so that everything's off the books,
right?
And then you vanish into the breeze.
I was just watching a video on how to make your own antibiotics. So yeah.
Sure.
I wonder if that's in that book that Whistler's been trying to get people to buy, the How to Start a Civilization from Nothing book.
I was looking at the old ways myself.
Well, I mean, I know some
dude. It's you can't see it.
I remember the old ways back when the mountains were young and the trees whispered the song of the first people.
Your head was literally two different colors as all the blood was rushing to your face, and the back of your head was a completely different color. It was like, what the shit?
You notice the back of my head has hair on it?
Yeah. There was white, and up here your face was like starting to turn red.
I think the How to Build a Civilization book would be kind of cool.
Mm-hmm.
Not because I think I'd ever get any use
Of
out
course.
of it, but it would be neat to read.
Well, you play. What the hell is that Traveler game?
2300.
Yeah. Well, no, the other one, Twilight 2000.
Twilight 2000.
Stuff like that. If you know it and you're not the GM, the GM says, "Well, your character wouldn't know that." It's like, well, I do.
You realize how impossible it would be to find enough farmable territory to make that much ethanol to run a tank. You're like, yeah, no, you only need a couple bushels of corn. Good luck. Yeah, you're running.
Yeah,
up
right.
whatever.
Yeah, you got it started and it died.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the engine turned and then it turned off, and then that was
Well, I have some bad news for you.
it. Okay.
M1A1s, yeah, they won't run on ethanol under any circumstance.
Yeah.
They need jet fuel, so basically kerosene.
Yeah.
However, Bradleys can be kicked over to run on alcohol, but you wouldn't need crops like you would eat. You you make wood grain alcohol, so you just got to gather up leaves and shit, grass, whatever, and then you could make that work. But yeah, it sucked. It sucked really bad.
Yeah.
Like our logistics department had stills, like big metal military stills. But yeah, the M1 tank, which is why the latest version of the M1 tank, they're supposedly getting rid of the turbine engine and they're just going to put a big Detroit diesel in it, which, will definitely make all the tank mechanics happier.
Georgia probably will if you're game. But I got to talk. Either way, I probably will do just a paint and chill stream because I got all these freaking Planet of the Apes minis I want to knock out before the end of the month.
Well, if you want to do a paint and chill stream, you can do it now. For all I,
Oh no! I want to specifically do it after dinner.
because I'll just end this and watch
No,
your.
no.
I don't care.
No.
Look at Bear. Bear has turned his back on us.
Bear's
Bo
looking
can-
for something to read.
You gonna read it out loud?
I hang out with you gentlemen because you're my boys, and it's right to hang out and not fuck off just because what you're talking about bores the living shit out of my brain. But I'm not just going to sit here and stare at my fucking walls either. I'm going to read something while you guys are nattering on about minis.
Well, that's
You know
why
what I suggest you read?
2 suggestions. We paint or I eat popcorn.
Wow,
Yeah.
those are
Yeah.
such great suggestions. Thank you. I feel included in both.
You're going to need to add another choice to that because neither of them involve him. So that's kind of like, you can do this or this, both of which do nothing for you. So what do you think?
Yeah, exactly. Which one of these, not including you options, would you like to go for?
There's always Sudoku.
Oh Lord! Well,
There's always you could shut the fuck up.
Well, when you get a little spare
Yeah.
cash, you could pick up some novels like False Gods, stuff like that, and read them.
You know what? You know what? I got an even better solution.
You would love
better
it.
suggestion. Do you have any choose your own adventures?
No, because I'm not fucking 5.
Damn.
And you can just like read a couple of pages, and
That
then we can all,
hurts because I do have some choose your own adventures for Call of Cthulhu. They recently came out with a bunch of choose your own adventures.
Really?
I don't, listen, go back to what you were doing, and I'll find a book. It's all good.
Well, okay.
So,
But yeah, I do my shows at night like that because some of the people that I want on the show, like Bo for prepper videos, he doesn't get off until later.
All right. Prepper videos.
You're welcome to join us though.
Get out
Okay,
of
both
here.
of you guys. I know Bear won't because he's not. You know.
You guys are so dead.
How do you figure?
Keep gathering up ammo and food for the people who are going to come in and kill you. Good job.
I mean, that's going to happen either way.
Right.
There's a
When the-
way
when
to
the
prep
humongous
it
comes
the
rolling
right
through.
way. But none of the preppers I ever hear talking ever know it.
Mm-hmm.
And so I tell them, whoever ends up raiding and taking all your shit, they're going to appreciate it. Good job.
Well, if it happens while I'm in California, probably. If it happens when I'm outside of California, not so much.
Oh, yeah. Even outside California, you think people from California won't be moving? I mean, the highway will become a white line nightmare.
Oh, yeah. It'll
just
just
stay.
become a parking lot.
I was going to say, yeah. If you're in California, just stay. Just get away from the urban area. You've got plenty of mountains and forest you can kind of fall back to. But
Yeah, I would
hitting the highway would be.
I've
hitting
actually
the
got a
highway
spot
would be
picked out in California, less than 20 minutes away, that I could literally do that if I had to.
Yeah.
Nobody goes there, and
the less we know the less we in the internet know about it, the better for everyone.
Right. Oh, well, now they know they just triangulate 20 minutes from my exact location, draw a circle, and they'll figure it out pretty easy.
Shadow, do you want me to help teach you how to survive a situation? Do you need me to? Because I will.
No, what are you talking about? I mean, I've been around.
No, and I'd hate to see you get murdered. So I can help.
Well, I mean, that's probably inevitable, but the real question is who was going to what?
It doesn't have to be.
Well, I meant like, my wife or Jackie or someone I actually know is going to murder me,
Here's the deal, homie. If you think you're gonna hole up by yourself all solo and shit, yeah, you're just collecting shit for whoever kills you.
Yeah. You can't do it by yourself. You got to have people.
You have to form a community.
Yeah.
You need at least 40 or 50 people. That way, if raiders come through, they're going to think about whether they want to raid you or not, since you've got 40 or 50 people.
Mm-hmm. With lookouts and towers and barbed wire and all the good shit.
If you want to survive the collapse of civilization, your only real choice is to form your own civilization.
Yep.
The whole loner thing, that's not going to work. The whole I'm going to bury myself in, that's not going to work, because all they're going to do is pull a car up to your freaking bunker and run a hose from their exhaust down your air intake, and then you'll die.
Yeah.
And when they wait a couple hours until you turn pink like hot dogs, and then they freaking bust open the door and take all your shit.
Yeah.
So yeah, you need lots of people. So what you really should be doing, if you're concerned about this sort of situation, is you should be networking like a mofo with everyone in your area that you think you can trust, and hooking up if shit happens, we all need to meet here, bring this.
I know. Most of our videos, because you haven't watched those, I can tell, are not so much like the end of the world situations, but more like what's more likely to happen, like
the slow collapse of society.
No, like a hurricane. Something that's a temporary disaster, or even something as mundane as you lose your job. Well, if
I can't take anyone who's a prepper for a hurricane seriously.
Well, no, because we prep.
And I live in Florida. We get like 6 a year or so.
Right. No, I'm using that as an example. Things that are more likely to happen.
They're so easy. They're barely an inconvenience.
Again, using it as an example, the big one is like if you lose your job. Well, if you've been prepping, and stocking food, well, you lost your job. Well, you have food, so you don't have to worry about that. So you can focus more on finding a job.
You and I,
or you break your leg and you're hiking. What do? As opposed to the end of the world, the collapse, Y2K, crazy shit like that we can't do anything about.
You break your leg hiking, it's easy. You ask your bro if he can help you down the mountain. Mm-hmm. Because if you're out there in the mountain alone, I mean, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Right?
Are you just asking to die? Don't you know what's in those hollers?
You get what you fucking deserve.
Right. But anyway, yeah, it's all about community, really.
Mm-hmm.
You form a community, you work together, you get agriculture going, you start pickling food and hunting and whatnot, and hopefully you'll be okay.
Mm-hmm.
But the lone wolf guys, they're just going to be meat for the freaking beast. Mm-hmm. Every one of them.
And to be fair, most of those people are still going to follow the lemmings onto that great highway parking lot to get the hell out. Very few people are going to stick where they are. With that, I'll be right back.
Yeah, that's what the one Navy SEAL guy said, that you're better off sticking where you are. But me, I'll be finding my way up north. Because the last thing I would want in a bad situation is to be trapped on this peninsula. Oh, man. Take some. Right now I'm snipping the extra bits off of this sprue that I might want to use on something else one day. I need to do their bases, but I did paint up my armatures. So that's kind of cool. I gave them I'm going to have to hold them closer. I went with like a weird green and purple kind of look. Come on, stop shaking so that it'll focus.
It's a weird green and purple look.
Yeah. And I may actually put some like checkers or something on them at some point.
There you go.
Just depends on, how hard I want to work on them.
Right.
I mean, because my main goal when I'm building these things is to just get them ready to play,
Right.
I'm not trying to win any competitions or anything. I mean, one of the guys in my area broke me of that shit. I think you were on and we talked about it, right?
All right. Yeah. Oh, yeah. We talked a whole bunch about tournament play and Magic and whatnot the last time, I think.
Well, this particular guy, and stop me if I've told you, was born with unnatural talent. I don't know if maybe like somebody sold something to a devil or something. And he played Eldar, which is already like super cool miniatures, right?
Right. Yep.
And he's the kind of guy that was painting like thorn bush things all over his freaking wave serpents and painting murals of the freaking, Eldar goddess of death and shit on the side of his other hover falcons or whatever. And like every miniature he literally had a very, very well painted Harlequin unit, which I mean, that's saying something, you know what I mean? Because those Harlequins.
Yeah. Those are the ones where you've got crazy checkering and quartering and stuff like that.
And his were beautiful. And he won every paint competition for about 5 times, at which point he quit.
Yeah.
He told the guy who ran our 40K tournaments that don't even count him in the painting competitions because he was a nice guy. He works for Van Gogh Vodka. Really,
he realized, he was like, look, I'm in another league. Let's just, I'll do this on the
had
side.
an Eldar Knight, and I mean a Forge, not Knight, Titan, a Forge World 3 foot tall Eldar Titan. And this thing was painted up with like thorn bramble bushes around the arms, like barbed wire, and it had all kinds of, detail work on it and literally freehand, like portraits of Eldar shit. And it's just like, So eventually, because he was a really nice guy, he was like, look, I'm done. Let some other people try to win.
Let somebody else have a little glory, yeah.
But how he broke me was I was trying to be the best painter I was trying to be. And after being in tournaments with that guy, I realized that, I mean, to quote Clint Eastwood, sometimes a man's got to know his limitations.
Mm-hmm.
And my limitations are, can I paint good things? Yes, I can paint decent things. But I'm not winning a golden demon, and I'm not going to try,
Sure.
I'm trying to build painted, neat-looking figures to put on a table so me and my bros can roll dice and drink beer and bullshit around. Something I think Bear would love. Rolling dice, drinking beer, and bullshitting around.
No, I don't.
What? You're lying. Oh, well, for you, we get some sugar-free Coke Zeros or something.
I'm going to roll my dice. I'm taking it seriously. Have you not figured that out about me yet?
I don't know.
I don't like goofy. I don't like sarcastic. I like sarcastic. I don't like punny. I don't like sight humor. But I do like when comic book shit like this in them, James.
Oh my God, I like that too. Who is that?
Battle Chasers, yeah, Joe Madeira.
Joe Mad.
I gotta get some frames here. I got this Tim
The
Cook
character's name is Red Monica, in case you're
Nice.
wondering.
Did you ever watch?
I hate Thunder.
You hate Thunder? Not you. Did you ever watch any Thunder there, James?
Not me.
Thundar the
Fuck off
Barbarian?
there. Okay, I'll fuck right off. Sorry.
I want to talk to the guy who might be enthused about it. We're like, hey, look
Yeah,
at this.
isn't
You're like,
that Oopla
what are you
the
holding
Mop?
up there? Fuck that. It's like, okay, cool, but I'm not going to go read a book. I'm just saying. I
Yeah,
gotta
it's
get some
Oopla
frames
the
here.
Mop of the River.
Oh, you have a problem with me reading a
People.
book? All right, I'll pay attention to you guys and talk shit about what you're talking about instead.
You can read a book. You
I was
already
being
did, though.
peaceful. Don't step to me. I'm being peaceful.
No, you
Hey,
weren't.
hey.
I
Calm
held up
that
the thing and you
instinct
said,
down,
"Fuck
Paul.
it."
You have this instinct to attack. You need to calm it down.
No.
It's only you though, because I took a picture with my favorite Canadian. Actually, this one's kind of fun. This guy's one of the best right here. That's see if I can get it without the glare there. That's Michael Ironside,
He's a nice guy.
number
Sadly,
one
he's in
Canadian.
horrible
Well,
health.
that's what they say about all Canadians.
Yeah, I mean everybody gets old. That's the problem. But that's why
but
you
he's
got
more than just old. He's got
see him while you can.
cancer.
Yeah,
Sadly,
see
he's
him while you
dying.
can.
Ironside. Are you talking about the guy that was in like Total Recall?
Total Recall.
Yes.
He's been in a lot of good stuff.
Yeah, that guy was great. And the smart ass that was with him, the gray haired dude in the stupid glasses.
That gets stabbed by the midget.
Oh yeah,
hooker.
sure you're not jealous. I mean, I know I wouldn't be jealous if that dude was porking my wife.
That's why I love that scene where they shoot the
And he's
hologram
like,
and he
"I
gets
just
that
think
look on his
she
face, like
enjoys it."
I finally killed this son of a bitch. He's been sitting here screwing my girlfriend the whole time,
Right.
and it turns out it's a hologram. He's yeah.
Yeah. Are you
Poor
saying
Richter.
she's enjoying it? And the dude's like, no, I'm sure she hates every minute.
Yeah.
What a man.
That sucks. Yeah, he had a story about that actually on set of Total Recall where Schwarzenegger talked to his sister to help her out because I think she was suffering from cancer at the time because he kept seeing Ironside run off to take phone calls and he was like, what's this guy's fucking problem? And Ironside explained, he's like, look, my sister's going through chemo right now and this and that. And Schwarzenegger was like, gave her some exercise routines and what other stuff. But it was nice of him. But
Yeah. I see. I've never heard of anybody complaining about working with Arnie, but I wouldn't know.
other than the weird thing of like him forcing everybody to sit down and eat Wiener Schnitzel with him. Like he's really big with, all right, we're eating Wiener Schnitzel today. And you're like, all right.
Well, I love Wiener Schnitzel, so I'd be freaking down. you
Sure.
know? Plus, it's Schwarzenegger. He's one of the greatest men of our era.
Yeah.
They're redoing The Running Man, and it's going to suck.
They did
Well,
redo it. It came out.
already out. Yeah, already out and has already failed.
Yeah.
Whatever you think's coming out, it's already been out and it's already failed. That's just kind of like the way
I heard
Hollywood
about
is
it
right now.
the other day, and I thought they were saying it was coming. And I saw a little bit of the advertisement, and I'm like, that ain't even The Running Man. What is
No.
it? I mean,
It's that
like,
one guy they keep pushing because I don't know. I think we might have brought this up no, it was somebody else we were talking about.
yeah, it
Glenn
wasn't Pedro
Powell with.
Pascal, thank God. They decided to
Yeah.
give him the day off.
We
They
were
realized they
saying
couldn't.
basically that find someone who believes you as much as Hollywood seems to believe in Jared Leto.
Oh my
Yep.
God, yeah, that guy. There's only one movie I remember him ever being in where I thought he did an okay job, and his job was just to be a creepy fuck. Which, from what I understand, is who he is as a person anyway.
Hmm.
So that wouldn't even be acting. And that's when he played Wallace in Blade Runner 2047 or whatever.
Yeah, he was okay in that, but like, yeah.
And he's not even in it that much.
Uh-uh.
And his whole vibe is, I'm a creepy fuck. You know?
Right.
Okay. Good job, Jared Leto. I mean, when he tried to play Tekashi 6ix9ine, except the Joker,
Yeah.
it was like, get out of here with that bullshit.
Did you ever see those? Did you ever see the shorts that they did prior to 2049? They had the one where like he introduced that he was breaking the law and had started rebuilding replicants or whatever.
Yeah,
was
and
all
then
right.
they like bribed a bunch of the politicians to pass or repeal the laws and stuff.
Pretty much, yeah.
And what happened is after Tyrell killed himself, Wallace ended up buying the Tyrell Corporation arcology and all that sort of shit. And then there was a little cartoon where Harrison Ford's character teaches these replicants on Earth how to set off a EMP weapon near like the central depository of all the data online.
Right.
And I mean, they all died doing it, except of course Harrison Ford's not there. And that's why in the movie, you know, they say, "Oh, it's from that time," blah blah blah.
Yeah. Well, that's why they needed the new brand of replicants to hunt those guys down, because it turned out that those Nexus 6s didn't have the 4-year lifespan. So that's why you had characters like Batista's, who was aging, but wasn't going to just die, because they pretty much had a natural human lifespan. So they had to track them down.
They made an animated thing about Batista and his character anyway. And it showed him fighting a war on whatever the world they mention in the movie it was.
Mm-hmm.
And at one point, he's doing all this field medicine for his fellow soldiers. And then he comes across like a enemy soldier, and he pulls the guy's helmet off, and it's a Batista.
And that's when he
realized, yeah, I'm going AWOL. Because both armies fighting on both sides of this colonial war were Nexus 6s.
Yeah.
And he is like, yeah, I'm done.
Just proxy soldiers, yeah. And that's what he notices when he sees the medical pouch on his leg when they're in the kitchen.
Yeah, and he says, you fought
in off-world military,
yeah. Pretty rough stuff out there, right?
Yeah. Which is interesting, because I guess that was going to originally, in the original Hampton Fancher script, that was supposed to be in the first Blade Runner, where he goes and finds the guy in his kitchen. But they just switched it up, I guess, for whatever reason. But they carried that over for the 2049.
Yeah, it was a good scene. Yeah, you got Ryan Gosling sitting there with the whole, do you want something to eat? And he's like, nah, I prefer not to eat until after I get all my work done.
Yeah.
It's like, but I mean, and obviously the Nexus 9 was superior to the 6, but now my mom, who watches sci-fi with me, and we talk about what we think about things a lot, because I'm a mama's boy anyway, she thinks that Batista literally committed suicide by cop.
He knew he was caught. That was the thing. He wasn't getting away.
Ryan Gosling could have subdued him if he really had tried to, you know what I mean? But Batista jumps up and charges him, even though Ryan Gosling's like, don't do it. And then Ryan Gosling shoots him with that freaking blaster 3 times and kills him. And my mom's like, he did that on purpose. And I was like, maybe he did actually, because Secret died with him,
Well, yeah, that was the thing. He realized he was going to get pretty much pressed for information, and they were trying to hide the daughter or the hybrid kid pretty much.
Right.
So
good movie, man. Good movie. I liked it.
It was, that was the thing. Like I'm of the opinion that it didn't need to exist. But Blade Runner is one of those films you really don't need sequels to ever, or
58 fucking directors' versions of,
or books or comics or any of that shit of. It's good. It's good. It stands on its own. But if you had to make a sequel, I think it was apt enough. It
introduced some new things to the lore which were needed, that expanded the world greatly. It did not drag, but sort of get up its own ass in a couple of places. But that's Denis Villeneuve. He has these moments where he just loves to.
All that all the Las Vegas stuff was like, this is just shit. Like, this is slow and shit.
Yeah.
So
But that's Denis Villeneuve. He loves to masturbate on screen for us. So what are you going to do?
Yeah, that's in a lot of his films. Yeah.
Wow.
There's parts where it drags. I mean, that's some movies. I mean, there's some movies that are really great, and they just drag. Like we were talking about Heat the other time I was on, and Heat, like you watch it and you're like, there's a little flab in this. It's like still a great movie, but man, there's some.
It's not as great as everyone makes it out to be, though. That's
yeah.
But Citizen Kane's not as good as everyone makes it out to be.
Oh, definitely not.
Because I had to watch it in film school. Well, not film school, but in school when I was studying media, and never seen it before. He dies. The maid comes in and finds him. And then the headline, who's Rosebud? And I'm like, no one heard him say that. Like right away, the opening of the film, I'm like, no one heard him say Rosebud. He was alone in the room when he said it, and then she finds his body. What the fuck? Why is everybody talking about Rosebud? This makes no sense. Everybody's like, oh. And I'm just like, this movie is fucking dumb. There's a giant plot hole right at the start of the film. Everybody calls it the greatest film ever made. Like, what's wrong with people?
Everyone knows the greatest film ever made is Casablanca.
Everybody knows the greatest film ever made is Hell Comes to Frogtown.
That's pretty good. I'll give you that. That's a pretty good
because
one.
it has another one of the like the Mount Rushmore of Canadians on there. It has Roddy Piper. So,
Exactly.
Yeah,
we are the best.
I mean, I won't like trying to argue with you too much on that one because I did like that one a lot.
I gotta tell you, you're a weird dude.
That was one of my favorite small bits from The American Office was what was that? I think it was Michael's nephew or whatever shows up, and for his little interview, he's like, "I'm a film student. My favorite films are The Boondock Saints and Citizen Kane." And it's like, wow, they really encapsulated this guy has no fucking idea what a good film is, all in just one sentence.
I'm trying to think of what I think a good film is.
You've been saying them. You like things. Some of them are a little bit more, like Bear says, on the spectacle side, which, hey, is what it be.
Well, I mean, one of my favorite movies is definitely Big Trouble in Little China.
Yeah.
I mean, I love it. Now, is it on the spectacle side where Bear can say whatever he wants? I don't care. Because that shit was badass.
Did I say anything? I said
You
nothing.
didn't.
You gotta drag me
But I
into
gave
that
you the
bullshit.
permission to.
Jesus Christ, guys. Like, what's
He
this
just-
fucking dragging me into everything? Von?
I just gave you permission to. I was like,
I absolutely adore that movie. I think it's one of the
catching
greatest
strays.
movies ever made. And one of the reasons I love it more than anything else is not just because I love John Carpenter, not just because I love Kurt Russell, not just because I love Kung Fu movies, but also because it was written by W.D. Richter, who is the guy who wrote Buckaroo Banzai.
Which is your favorite movie.
Hey, there we go.
And I like it a lot too.
That's a weird one.
It's a fun movie.
Big Booty. Big Booty.
Tay. He's right. He directed it. He didn't write it. He directed Buckaroo Banzai.
Yeah.
Roach wrote it.
It was supposed to be a weird movie, PB. That was the point of the movie.
For sure. Yeah.
It's like somebody sat down and said, we're going to write some weird, campy shit. And a lot of people aren't going to get it, but the few who do, that's who we're making it for.
Right.
And
that's the thing. Like, I think that's
exactly
the
what they
problem
did.
with. I think that's the problem with movies, like being as a business. Sure, everybody wants to make money. Nobody wants to be poor and homeless or whatever like that. But if you're making like Saw 7 or whatever, Scream 3, who cares? Like those movies, just like it's like a heartless process of just like you looked at the spreadsheets and you're like, if we spend this much, we can make maybe about this much, and that's really all it's about. But you have something like Big Trouble in Little China or Buckaroo Banzai, which are just like, oh, these are really a risk, but they're memorable. That's the thing. It might not have blown the the doors off the bank, but you look at there wouldn't be any Mortal Kombat without Big Trouble in Little China. That's the thing. It has like almost that kind of creative overflow that spills into other people's heads and they make something with it.
And not only that, it's like when the actors got the script and read it, they were like, "Oh shit, this is gonna be badass."
Well, it really seems like Kurt Russell's up for whatever.
Fun,
Kurt Russell's always up for whatever to work with him. It seems like he always has some fun playing with John Carpenter.
You can tell when the actors are having a good time too.
Yeah.
And you can tell when they're just phoning it in because they're cashing a check, and that's the movie where they were having fun. They were having a great time. I love Egg too. The beginning is one of the best beginnings of any movie too. When
They added that in.
Huh?
They added it. The studio forced them to add that in after they screened the film and went, "No one knows what the fuck is going on in your movie. Can you please explain this to them?"
And the lawyer's like, "So tell me about sorcery."
Tell me about magic. Chinese black magic?
Chinese black magic. Sorry.
Wait, what movie?
Big Trouble in Little China.
Oh, yeah.
Because
It's originally supposed to be a Western, but the studio wouldn't let them make a Western.
The lawyer's like, "Yeah, help me believe it. Can you?" And Egg goes, and then that's how it always begins. Very small.
James describes movies the way my mother used to. She describes the movie. You know what I mean? Like she starts telling you the scene. You're like, "I've seen the fucking movie, Mom. I was here with you when we watched it, Mom."
Hey, Bear, it's like I always say, I never drive faster than I can see. Besides that, it's all in the reflexes.
Yeah. All right, he goes to that long screed that you could really tell he's on trucker pills at the time.
Yeah.
Checks in the mail. It's all in the reflexes. It's like he's answering 7 different questions at once. This is wild. I do like though that that
Some
movie was supposed to be
6-foot
a
goon
Western.
taps the back of your favorite head up against the bar wall and says, "Have you paid your dues, Jack?" You look him crooked in the eye and, "Have you paid your dues?" "Yes, sir. The check is in the mail."
Yeah, he's sitting there eating his sub.
I can do it too, James. Get your popcorn out, Chad. I'm awake.
He's sitting there eating the sandwich, driving, and it's just like.
It's like I told my ex-wife.
Now, here's a question for you, Bear.
Sorry,
Saved by the bell.
Saved by the bell. It's okay. You'll be back. I'll be waiting.
Yeah, but will you remember the question?
Yeah,
That's the problem I always have.
I will, because this is something I've been contemplating for, I guess, about 10 years.
Oh, deep questions.
Maybe deep, maybe not. I don't know. I'm not sure, and I've never read up on it, so I don't know if it's anything at all. It might not be anything at all. Am I doing a survival stream tonight? I already did a survival stream.
No, he's talking to me.
Oh, okay. Yeah, my survival stream was really short. It's basically make a lot of friends and hang together, or you will die. Boom.
Yeah,
One more reason to join a church, say the Orthodox Church, maybe even, because you will be surrounded by like-minded people who think the way you do, and and you might have priests there that can bless your AR.
And that's why I joined the Knights of Columbus.
That's a great thing. I'm telling you, it's all going to be about forming a big enough group so that raiders can't just come in and jack all your shit.
I know.
It's about finding that nice balance, though. You want a big enough group, but you don't want it to be like an HOA where, like, the popular or manipulative person can get into power, but they don't know jack shit, but they're going to boss everyone around and pretty much leech off of the productive people. You got to be very discerning.
That's what we got now anyway.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Like, if you're wheeling it down to, like, these are the people I need to survive, as opposed to what we have now, which is a lot of trash. You definitely don't want to lock yourself into a compound where the corrupt people go, and now we're taking your guns.
See, here's what's going to happen with me. My plan is to get 30 or 40 people together. Hopefully they all have cars. And then I'm going to find like a hockey mask or something and start wearing it.
Yeah, sure.
And hopefully I'll have a little guy running around. Shadow, you could be that guy if you want to. And you could introduce me as the Ayatollah of rock and roller.
Yeah, you could have that little hat with the dead skunk or whatever stapled to it. With your little glasses.
The warlord of the wasteland.
And
then I could.
I have other plans, and that's not even remotely in them.
Again, you have forced me to unleash my dogs of war.
Was this say? Yeah, you're going to need to start working out right now if you want to get into.
Yeah, that guy was jacked, wasn't he?
He was a pretty big dude because he just stands up and he's like, "I'm gravely disappointed," and right away you think you don't want to disappoint this guy. He's like an 8 foot tall slab of.
He doesn't
muscles.
seem like the guy. Yeah, you're right.
Well, I like when he's choking out the one guy and he's like, "Be still, my dogs of war," and you see the behind shot of behind his mask and his head is like these tiny wisps of hair and just pulsating skin. You're just like,
well,
I don't know what happened to this guy, but he's
I would
definitely
say it had something to do with some radiation. Just
he's
a
been
bit
riding
of
the
radiation,
He's been riding the wastes maybe a little too much.
Yeah.
I love that scene though. I was trying to find a way to make it set up because what was it? Takato did an unboxing video of his Dolmen wood box. And he's sitting there, and the whole time, naturally, you're doing an unboxing. And if you have cats around, they're just jumping around getting ready because they want that box.
Oh, yeah.
So, like, I was just like, I wanted to just do the, again, you have unleashed my cats of war. Because once you pull out a box, they're going to wrestle for it.
Right. If it fits, it sits.
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't want to be that dude. Actually,
Yep. No, that's what's the general consensus? Everybody wants to be the great humongous in charge, but you'll end up as the little gimp boy on the back of Mohawk's motorcycle there who
right?
gets a boomerang to the head.
Yeah, I don't think. I mean, I'm not thinking that that's the lifestyle I'm looking for. You know. And yeah, so what that's one of my favorite movies right there. Both of them actually. One, two, actually all three of them. 1, 2, and 3. I'll go so far as to even say 3. Now I know 3 was the greatest thing ever written, and I know a lot of people got problems with it, but at the end of the day, we had Tina Turner, we had Mad Max whipping ass. It was okay. It was all right.
Yeah, Master Blaster,
but it was all right.
Yeah.
I mean,
some memorable characters.
Yeah. One of the most interesting characters to me in the third one was the bald dude that was wearing like the back piece with the face, the mannequin face on it.
Oh, yeah.
He tries to choke Max out, and Max has the razor hidden in his fly swatter. And he like throws him off a building or some shit. Like, I could have learned more about what his deal was, you know, like. And then Tina Turner with her 70-year-old ass wearing 90 pounds of chainmail. I was like, all right, you do it, girl. The end
she wasn't
really
70
good.
at the time, but yeah, she's not an actress though. Like, you watch her in that and you're like, yeah, she could scream okay. She's got good pipes on her because she's a singer, but yeah.
Right. Well, the end was really good.
She's so used to
she
getting
rides
shot
up on him and he's just laying there. And you're thinking, is she going to kill him or not?
Yeah.
And instead she just smiles and says, well, ain't we a pair, Raggedy Man? You know?
Yeah.
And it's like, so maybe she let him go? I hope so.
Yeah. Well, it tied in with the second movie where it was just like, oh, they just used Max. He's trying to do the good thing, and then he gets used and abandoned again.
Yeah. When he finally climbs himself out of the tractor trailer and it's just sand pouring out of it. And they'd blown up the gas pump, so all those raiders were basically screwed.
Yep.
Because they're going to run out of fuel in the middle of the Barrens, and that's going to be the end of that.
Yeah, in the middle of the outback of Australia. So
yeah,
you're going to need some serious prepper skills to survive that.
Yeah, I hope you know how to get water where it don't exist. Figure it out. Well, you could try a condensation trap, but you know, there's no guarantee that's going to work.
Yeah, but it's so easy to build that you can do that and then move on to other ideas.
Yeah, you can build multiples of them too. Scatter them.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, I won't have to worry about, because I'll be in the mountains, and if there's one thing I can tell you about the mountains, my mountains are covered with creeks. There's literally water everywhere.
Well, there you go, James. Did you remember the question?
The question I've been waiting to ask you?
What is it?
And if I've asked you this before, I apologize. When what's his name? Chang, right? The one that needed to go get his girlfriend.
Wang,
yeah.
Outstanding, Wang.
When he did the bottle thing, was he trying to knock Jack Burton out?
No, he was trying to cut the bottle in half.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That scene is face value. Don't read into it. It's a face value scene, brother.
Because it kind of seemed like he was trying to line it up to hit Jack Burton in the chin and knock him out. But Jack Burton's got such great reflexes. He just caught it. And was like I said, it's all in the reflex.
It always works when I do it at home. Great, Wang. Have me over for dinner sometime.
Until then, pay up.
Until then, 2 times 2. Dude, it's not. It's straight face value scene. Don't have to make it subversive or nasty or.
I was just wondering if the dude was trying to pull a quick one.
He wasn't. Wang is a straight up dude. Wang is lawful good in that fucking movie.
Okay,
It's true.
All right.
Jack Burton is chaotic good in that movie.
Okay, all right.
Grace Healy is lawful neutral in that movie.
She's lawful horror.
Can you stop rubbing your body up against me? It's making it hard to swim.
Yeah, all right. Gracie Law. What is Gracie Law doing here?
Now in 3, this is something that I heard, and maybe Bear probably knows. He's got the expertise movie wise. In 3 of the Carpenter films that he worked with Russell was kind of channeling different actors. Because in Big Trouble Little China, he was pretty much being the Duke. He was John Wayne, and then in Escape from New York,
he's doing Clint Eastwood.
But then he was doing somebody from The Thing. I forget who it was.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Somebody claimed it. But they were saying like it was this actor, and then I heard that, and I was like, "Wow, that matches all 3 perfectly." But it's just crazy that he was like, "I'm going to do this just to kind of throw things a little differently."
That all the time, dude. Actors do shit like that all the time. It's insane. When you get away from the actors who are faces, who are just like like they're pretty, so they just show up and be them. Sure. Other actors, we're always trying to find something that we can just sort of attach to it and have fun with it. Right. And the goofier the film, the more goofy what we're going to find to attach. So like in Buckaroo Banzai, John Lithgow's entire character of Emilio Lizardo is based on the tailor, who was an Italian guy that they worked with, and he just basically did an impersonation of this guy for the whole movie. So much so that he gets a credit as Mr. Lithgow's dialect coach.
That's it. There you go. Yeah, I just never heard it like where somebody is like just like, I'm going to channel this specific actor, because you can watch guys like Ben Foster where it's like that guy is almost never the same person in any movie he's in. It's really well done when he whips out a character. So,
look, Snake Plissken, it was not hard to tell what he was up to. I mean, my name's Snake. You got to smoke. It was just like, okay, whatever. Man. Great movie.
But yeah, it's just an actor thing. We do it all the fucking time, dude. Like there'll literally be some scene we saw in some movie that we like the way that character behaved, and then suddenly we have this part where we can bring that to life. And I mean, it's not like Rich Little, they're not doing an impersonation of the guy, but you're channeling that spirit or that idea or that presentation style. Mm-hmm. That's all it is. That's all it is.
Too,
What?
When we're running a game, we do that as dungeon masters too. We may not be able to, sound or come up with the right words for a particular NPC, let's say, but I do it all the time. I try to think, how so and so would do this or that. Like one of my favorites is Gene Hackman for one of my NPCs. And I remember the first time I did that, at the end of the evening, a couple of my players were like, "Man, who was that guy? You did him so well." And I'm like, just, winging it. You never tell them, how you make the sausage.
Yeah, I did that in one of my fantasy campaigns when they met the crime boss of the city, and I just channeled Bowie and just had him sound like David Bowie the whole time. And they were just like, "This guy is so creepy." So, yeah. And then sometimes it's obvious, and it's Dieter Brock, powerhouse. Sometimes it's spot on what you wanted it to be.
Well, I can tell you, I'm afraid of Americans. I'm afraid of myself. I'm afraid. Anyway,
Chatty, you didn't tell me what you thought of the game last night.
Oh, you didn't ask.
Well, you don't usually hold back your opinions, sir.
Oh, it was. I don't want to,
besmirch people or shit on people, but you're a hipster. You can't help yourself. It's in your nature.
Yeah, first off, I think they're in over their head.
Yep.
Way over their head, as in like hand it off to somebody else. Literally, I mean, to think that they're the only ones who can solve the thing, just little stretch there for me. Otherwise, I told you what I would do, or things I thought of, but you know, they don't mesh as a group the way the other group does. At least that's what I'm picking up. They're not working as a team very
Nope.
well, and losing nerds is only going to make it worse. You know what I mean? She kind of reins them in when they need to, and right off the bat with the time travel device, there's nothing
they do what they want, man. They're running this gamut.
There's nothing good that can come from giving it to a guy. I don't know much about the guy, but he sounds kind of shady at the very least.
Jarvex, happy to see you. You have big hair, me like. You want to sell?
Yeah, it's just.
That's a relief.
He's like, and now I'm out of here.
No, it's raining, so that messes with the internet.
California's flooding because it's California.
Yeah, it just sounds like a bad idea to steal a time travel device to give it to anybody but themselves. Even if they never use it, it's better. Let's steal it from one bad guy, which is a known quantity, and give it to another.
Questionable guy.
Yeah. No matter what they're getting in trade for it, it's not as good as a freaking time travel device.
Yes, but I had fun, and I especially loved running Lady Star. She was so much fun to run.
I would love a time travel device.
Right, but there's nothing you can do with it.
Oh, are you kidding? I could buy like hundreds upon hundreds of AK-47s and tens of thousands of rounds and then go back to like 1861 and give them all to the Confederates.
There you go. You could be a Harry Turtledove novel.
Or
yeah, I could be a Harry Turtledove novel.
Or you would eliminate the reason for using the time travel device, so you would create a paradox.
Yeah. So you would basically, the AK-47s would kill one of your ancestors, thereby assuring that you were never born, thereby assuring you never went back in time and did this, which causes a paradox, and then the universe erases you and undoes what you did.
There you go.
Yeah, there's no win with a time travel device unless you are authorized, like Doctor Who.
Shadow, do you remember the time like 2 years ago, you and some other knuckleheads were talking about time travel?
Yeah, and I explained how much I hate it.
And I jumped into the chat just to yell at you and tell you you're dumb.
I don't remember that part, but why would
because time travel is stupid.
Yes, it can't. From my
now,
perspective,
parallel dimensions could be a cool idea.
Sure, but then you leave literally everyone you care about behind and exist with cheap knockoffs.
I care about nothing, sir, and no one.
Well, there is that. I mean, hard to argue with that.
Yeah, I mean, time travel stuff. If it's in a superhero game, this is the way it's going to work. It's either going to pivot to, all right, we're going to find like the super scientist of the world and go to him and see, does this actually work? Yes. Okay. We need to lock it down to make sure nobody ever uses it to do all that horrible stuff. Or it's like more Golden Age where it's like, we just go to the time of dinosaurs so we could change the set dressing so we could have a fisticuffs in the time of dinosaurs. And that's it. Mm-hmm. There's none of this. We're going to go back and break the stock market and make money. And it's like, that's not
that's how people who don't understand superheroes think.
Right.
They had the right thought, which was to go talk to the fucking most powerful fucking scientist, the guy who basically created superheroes. And they always decide that's a bad idea. And I never understand why they decide this is a bad idea. But
he might take our time machine.
That was literally one of my suggestions.
They are all basically fucking
dysfunctional
anarchists who distrust authority, which is why it's so funny. Nerd is playing authority, but she's lying to her bosses, and they are watching her. The message Loki was giving her. Loki is the name of S.H.I.E.L.D. in my world is called Asgard, the American Special Government Action Response Department. So all the heads of departments have Norse names. So the head of the whole thing is called Odin. The woman who's in charge of the medical division is called Freya. And the guy in charge of espionage is called Loki. Right. And Nerd's character works directly for his department. And he showed up as a warning. And the warning was to send the subtext to her. We're watching everything you do. We know everything you're up to. Smarten the fuck up, or you're going to be a problem, and you don't want to be a problem for us. And she sort of tried to play both sides against the middle, but I don't think it's going to work out the way she thinks. But her next game's her last game, so I don't think she gives a fuck anyway.
Why?
Why what?
Why is it her last game?
Because she doesn't want to play in more than 2 games, and she's joining the Valorous game that's going to be on Mondays.
Oh, okay. Well,
did that one fill up, by the way?
We're waiting to hear from a 5th if we get this certain 5th, it'll be an all-girl game, which will be kind of funny. I'll have to wear a wig or something, I guess, to run it. I don't know. But currently, there's like 7 applications for the 1 seat, where we're waiting for one person. And if she says yes, then it's closed. If not, we might just not fill the 5th seat and leave it at 4 girls and just let the ladies have fun together.
That was my suggestion.
No, your suggestion was don't let Hungar anywhere near it.
That was my other suggestion. I had more than one suggestion.
But in the new year, I might do another Valorous game and look at the people who applied and see who would be a good fit to do that with.
Gotcha.
You're more than welcome to apply, Paul.
Yeah, I'm thinking about it. I like Marvel Phase Rip. Whenever I'm doing convention games, if somebody's doing old Marvel, the Marvel system, I try to jump in on it.
Well, Valorous is not 100% that, but it's close.
But that was the thing when you showed it off, and it has kind of the similar, whatever,
very similar DNA.
Yeah, there you go.
Kissing cousins.
Play cousins.
Shadow, did you end up building all those figures in that Robotech box?
No, never even.
No, he got distracted by Planet of the Apes.
Fuck no, they're the most complex microscopic pieces I've ever seen in.
Oh, is this the
Kickstarter?
The Kickstarter one from Palladium?
Yep.
Yeah. Those are the ones where it's like, the Veritex are like the size of your thumb tip. And it's like, no. And they're like 7 pieces. It's like, I'm not putting that together. That's ridiculous.
They're actually same scale. They're like 6mm scale. So I got them thinking that, one, I could use them with a lot of other stuff. And it was Palladium. I was kind of into Palladium at the time. I like Robotech. I got it after the Kickstarter, so I got it like dirt freaking cheap. I mean, like pennies on the dollar from Miniature Market. They were having a blowout sale. I'm like, yeah, I'm grabbing that. And I looked at it and I went, yeah. And this was, years ago when I got it. I'm like, no.
Do you ever notice how we all have a moment where we're kind of into Palladium for a little while, and then we kind of stop being into Palladium for a lot longer? I was
into it for a good decade.
Oh, I played the shit out of it in high school. We played Robotech.
But then it got too complex when it came to, melee round combat. It was just like, it was good for a lot of stuff, but combat I hated. It was just too complicated. Right there, up there with GURPS when it came to combat. Just hated it. It's just too simulationist, and I'm not there for that.
I think if you keep it separate, it's fine. The problem was once they had rifts, and then all of a sudden it was just all the power gamers naturally latched on to like, all right, what's the best build and all this stuff. But if you were just playing, I played After the Bomb, TMNT,
Beyond the Supernatural.
What was their superhero one?
Was great. Although the combat for that one was still awful.
Yes,
it was too kung fu theater. You've got like, there were characters in my games with like 10 plus actions in a 15-second span of time, and then there was all these other people with all these other things going on. I'm just like, this one melee round of combat is going to take an hour.
I put Palladium in the same place I put Against the Dark Master, which is MERP essentially, and a couple of other games. Great ideas, reads really well. Once you start playing, you start to see the flaws in the system. And once you start seeing the flaws in the system, you can't ever unsee them. And when you get to that point, it stops being something you want to do. Savage Worlds. Read it, love it. Every time we've tried to play it, we just go, ugh, what is with this system? And it's so weird. But like all my players, we have the same reaction to it every time. What is this? Ugh. And it's sad because it reads so well. It reads like a game I would love every time I play it. Nope.
Yeah, the Greybearders at my local comic shop, that's all they play is Savage Worlds.
Yeah. I like it in short bursts. It's nice for the one shots at conventions, but I'm just like, I'm not going to play a campaign of this or anything continuing. Just do.
I'm in Nerdy Ogre's Dead Rain, which is Palladium, but it's so low key that you don't have that like I said with the combat issue. It's just regular dudes against zombies.
Palladium Fantasy First Edition is the superior game to the second edition. It's 100% the superior game.
Although I do like a mana system when it comes to Magic.
But both work. That's the thing. The mana system works and the first edition system works, right?
Well, it's just
sorry?
Wasn't it just spell slots?
Yeah, pretty much. But it works. If everyone likes the mana system better, that's fine if you like that. But I mean, you can port the mana system over if you really want onto first edition. It's not a hard port. But first edition works so much better.
Yeah, we had a lot of fun with that game. We bought I bought Rifts, and while I was reading it, I was like, okay, I like this, but I don't like the setting, but I like everything else. Let's go check out the fantasy version, and I converted all my D&D players to that while I was learning the other systems, and we played the shit out of I literally have almost two of these shelves long of Palladium books on the ground floor where you can't see them because they're holding up the rack because they're the heaviest things in it, and it's this much in Palladium books. I've probably got. I counted the other day we were talking about it. There's over 60 books down there.
Yeah. One of the nice things about playing Savage Rifts, I even jumped in as what were they? Leyland Walkers. Those are the guys that have like the psionic powers. They're pretty much magic.
Don't you summon Raven?
But the nice.
You mean Mind Melters?
No, it's a Leyline Walker.
Oh, okay.
Leyline Walker. It's an OCC.
Yeah, but it's not psychic. It's just magic.
Isn't whatever it was, but either way, it's nice because the power system, since it was Savage Worlds, it all worked off of chips. Like you had a certain amount, and those were like your psi points, and then as you spent them, because you could use the magic rules in there. There's like the mega magic where you could put more psi points into it to either like enlarge the spell.
Yeah. Which you should always be able to do at a certain point. Maybe not at first level, but there should come a point in a magic system where you could, pump all your, magic whatever into that one moment that you really need it, as opposed to going, well, I got a couple of second level spells I'm not going to use today, but I'm done. No, that's dumb.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you will never find a person who hates fancy and magic more than me. I'd really despise it because it makes magic users into pretty much like an Apache helicopter. You're just like, all right, guys, all my hard points are empty. Can we take a long rest and go back so I can put, snap some more Hellfire missiles onto this thing or whatever? And it's just like, that's your idea of magic. It's so, I don't know.
Well, I mean, I totally get running out of it for the day, but running out of useful magic and being stuck with the other magic that you thought might be useful, that makes no sense. You should be able to just, because I look at magic like playing a song on the guitar. You can play that song all day long. You don't have to worry. If you know it, you play it, but you may get tired. Your fingers might hurt and you can't do it anymore, or you run out of energy, or you just whatever, you're pooped. But you're not going to forget a spell. You either know it or you don't.
Right. Yeah. Well, that's why the idea of Vancian's stupid, because the whole idea of that. Because the whole idea was the spells were so powerful in that setting that if you were to say them, it would do this greatly world altering effect, but you would forget it in your head. And it's like, okay, that's fine for the fiction of that guy's story.
Yeah, Squirrel Hermit just gave me the Dying Earth Kickstarter from Goodman Games. I can't wait to go into it and borrow as much crap and idea and inspiration. But everything else, I'll be using it in other games, not Goodman Games mechanics. Just because they put out some, they'll come up with great ideas in fiction and stuff like that's window dressing, but the mechanics, just no.
I mean, I like the mechanics for that because it's a little bit more OD&D, which is like, I find that acceptable just because it's very loosey-goosey on the rules. It's not trying to nail things down so much to where people are. I just hate it when people are looking at builds. They're trying to pretty much play accountant to win the tax game when you really should be playing the role play your character fucking game. That's what we're playing here. And
not only that, but you can't guarantee the future. You're planning on these things, and any good story will show that character who was planning to do this some shit gets dropped in his lap, and he can't do any of that because he's doing something else that's way more important, interesting, or necessary, as opposed to I am going to do this, and at 15th level I'm going to do this. No, you're not.
No, that's not. Yeah. You're going to die to a random trap at 4th level. That's usually what's going to happen, or whatever.
I would literally go out of my way as a GM to make sure that build would just get thrown in the trash the next game.
Yeah.
I would just go out of my way.
Sorry, I missed what you guys are discussing. What are you discussing?
Character builds.
Yeah, just it's the idea of. It's just the idea of baking a character off of builds and crunching numbers as opposed to just making a character and then role playing as it.
It's 3rd edition in action, right?
Which one? 3rd?
That's 3rd edition in action.
Yeah, yeah.
3rd edition
That's why I call 3rd edition prestige class, because that's all it was. You were like, well, I needed to hit these benchmarks in order to become this broken class in a Mongoose book, written by a third company, and you're like,
yeah, good luck, because
what are we doing?
We're going somewhere. We're going off the road,
This is why I say D&D is like McDonald's. It's not good, but every couple of times a year I crave it. Otherwise, I have no interest in it. I prefer many better games. Many better games.
Sure.
I honestly and I'm not trying to be an asshole when I say this, but baby's first role playing game. That's what D&D is, and that's what D&D will always be. And once people branch out past D&D, they'll have nostalgia for it. They'll have feelings for it. But you'll hear about them playing other games a lot more than you hear about them talking about D&D. They'll talk about Cthulhu. They'll talk about Star Frontiers. What?
I was going to say, most of us have, we've been doing this for like 40, 50, 35 years, whatever. Yeah, we're going to, branch out to all kinds of, I remember when I found out that there were other role-playing games, I'm like, well, what? Because I didn't grow up reading fantasy. I grew up reading comic books and superheroes and science fiction. And then, I because D&D was the only game that my friends were playing, and it was this new thing. So I went and read some fantasy. Went, okay, there's some cool shit here, but I want to throw some, some laser guns or some robots or what. Oh, there's these other games that do that instead of the one game that everybody's playing. I'm jumping ship, man. I had my, even though I had my player's handbook in DMG, the trilogy, by the time I was 13, by the time I was 14, I had Traveler, Gamma World, Star Frontiers, just a crap ton of other games. And my players were like, no, we don't want to do that. We want to keep playing these characters. Like, well, fine. Went to the comic shop, found new players, got into new games, did new things, and then would bring that back to my D&D games and like, what the hell is this shit?
Yeah,
Now it's his turn. And with that, guys, I got to go. I should have left 4 minutes ago. I've got to take care of some stuff before dinner time.
Same.
Great talking to you guys. I will see you guys.
Yeah, I got a boogie out 2 minutes, like 4:00.
Yeah,
for almost 6 hours.
James, thanks for having us. Paul, good seeing you again. Bear,
yes, sir.
I will
Take
give
care,
you.
boys.
I will give you like a 1 minute call just to do the thing so I can send you the other thing.
Just text me, dude. I don't like talking to people. What's wrong with you?
I don't know if that.
What are you, an animal? Text me like a fucking civilized person. Come on.
Take care, guys.
Like I don't want your number to be on my phone log. Like if you're gonna call me, get a burner. But yeah, I got shit I gotta do too. But it's been a good time.
Yeah.
Or it's been a time.
Well, we can only hope that you appreciate the time on your own channel. Hopefully we uplifted your day. We didn't bring it down too much with too much comic talk and other nerdery.
Oh, no, I don't mind talking comics. I just make sure everybody understands that my knowledge of comics is limited to, this thing, and that's it. Right. I've watched the cartoons. I've watched movies. So as long as you don't expect too much from me, you'll be all right.
Yeah. But well, I think that's the thing. That's how shows, like, if you've got a lot of people on them, like, because a lot of the pop culture shit, it's like they'll have 9 heads on the screen and maybe 3 of them are talking, and the other ones are just the whole time just sitting there. Like, why are all 9 of these people here? Only 3 of them are talking. So it's good that it rotates. People talk about what they want to talk about, then it'll jump to usually you gotta have to kind of jump on and grab the bull by both horns sometimes, but you got to jump in there and I think we keep a good rotation, and people talk about what they want to talk about at least.
Bear likes comics. Shadow
Sure.
will talk about anything. And yeah. And that's just, so it's a good group of bros hanging out, and you being on's cool. Sprues. Yes, I have too many sprues. And
how many more guys do you have to build until you're done? It's like you're just doing this forever.
I could have been done a long time ago.
Okay.
At this point, because I am, as they would say, a completist, I'm literally building stuff that I may or may not ever use, but I'm gonna put it together and paint it just in case I decide I want to use it. So right now I'm putting together Imperial Guard support weapons. So we've got these like missile launchers. And of course, when you buy these, you buy them in units of, tarantulas or whatever.
Tarantulas, there you go, yeah.
And I've got the dual cannon things. And then this one is an actual wheeled or tracked vehicle. And it's going to have a laser destroyer on it.
Was that Land Raider?
No, that's just a wheeled carriage for a Imperial Guard heavy weapon.
Oh, there you go.
And this set also comes with quad launchers, rapiers, mole mortars if you want to build them, which is something you don't see in 40K anymore. But
mole mortars, they don't use those anymore? That's unfortunate.
I haven't seen those anymore unless they've added them back. But in the old days, you saw mole mortars. That was a thing, especially with squats.
Yeah,
squats would have the mole mortars, and they would have the termite.
Yeah, squats was my first. That was pre-Titan Legions. I think we played that for Space Marine, which was the original, like 8mm, 6mm, whatever it was. The tiny guys. Yeah, you had the Leviathan, and you had the one with the little gyrocopter on the back that would scout for it, and then you could fire like the mortar over terrain.
Yep, those. I never really had any of the squat for Epic, but I had a couple of platoons of squats for 40K.
Yeah.
And I've got like a squad of bikers. I've got a trike with a melta-gun on it.
Yeah. It's funny how they brought him back.
Gave me a bunch of minis to paint and acted like I am doing him a favor. George. But as it is, I've been sitting down too long. I need to get up.
There you go.
Flex off, walk around, go touch grass, walk the dog, that sort of thing.
Get some blood flowing to those cheeks.
Yeah. Especially since I broke my chair.
Oh, that's not good.
Well, it wants to fall down to the left. So as long as I keep it pushed to the right, it's fine.
Yeah. It's like I tell people, you never skimp on shoes, your chair, or your bed, because you're going to be sleeping, sitting, or walking at all times. That's just that kind of stress.
Because these chairs are like the cheapest chairs you could get at Walmart.
Yeah, no, don't
PB,
do that.
I will catch you later, sir. You have a good one.
Yep, catch you next time.